Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles. Chapter 3698. Io, you can't do that. When Xiao Hua heard this, he smiled from ear to ear. He rubbed his hands and said, "This Xiao doesn't even know what the pure young ancestor is, so how would I know that I'm useful? It's not too late to talk about it later, right?" Xiao Hua walked towards Zhai Xingzi. Zhai Xingzi's heart was as clear as a mirror. However, he was reassured by Xiao Hua's attitude. If a person had no greed, then, could he still be called a person? Moreover, if Xiao Hua accepted his gift of gratitude, he would definitely do his best to detoxify him. How can that be? Zhai Xingzi smiled, "I'm a man of my word. Since I've said it, I can't take it back. If you don't believe me, you can take the jade box out of my Qinkuan bag." "All right." Xiao Hua nodded, "If you're really useless, then I'll accept it. However, it's not too late to wait until you're able to move." Xiao Hua looked at Zhai Xingzi and Gusu Qiran awkwardly. "I only know some basic detoxification techniques. I'm afraid I can't detoxify Star Lord Palace's secret poison." "Since Qiu Qiran is, from Star Lord Palace, you must know how to detoxify it." Gusu Qiran was furious. "This heart-corroding bone-corroding poison is controlled by Star Lord Palace's Palace Lord. How can we have it? Damn Jin Yuta, I really want to chop you into minced meat." However, Gusu Qiran looked at Zhai Xingzi embarrassedly, afraid that Zhai Xingzi wouldn't like it. Alas, old Huida really did bad things. Fairy Ji Hong was such a good girl, yet she was harmed by him. "I didn't think of it." Zhai Xingzi sighs. He glances at Xiao Hua and asks curiously, "That's right, Taoist Master Xiao, are the things you said true? Even Qiu Er doesn't know about these things." Huida Zhenren felt that only he, Jing Muxue, and Shang Wanyi Ran knew about this evil deed. But he didn't know that everyone would show off. The immortal generals of Star Lord Palace were also like this. Jing Mushue's drunken show-off fell into the ears of Star Sun Horse Taisher Zhanran. Xiao Hua searched Taisher Zhanran's soul and naturally knew about it. However, Xiao Hua definitely wouldn't say it out loud. He only smiled and said, "This Xiao doesn't know if these are true or not. I just took some cases from several hundred years ago and made up some nonsense. Who would know that it was really done by old Huida? If there's a reason, I'm afraid it's because the Tao of Heaven is clear. Xiao Hua, take the Star Child away and send me back to Star Lord Palace." Gusu Qiran said, "Kong Hongwu won't dare to make things difficult for me. I'll go find you after I get the antidote." Xiao Hua naturally knew that Star Lord Hall must be in a mess right now. Kong Hongwu was dead, so where could Gusu Qiran get the antidote? Besides, with Star Lord Palace's current vigilance, would Gusu Qiran come out after returning? Of course, Xiao Hua had Kong Hongwu's Qiankuan pouch in the space. It might also have the antidote, but Xiao Hua wouldn't take it out unless he had no other choice. "Qiu Er, you can't go back." Without waiting for Xiao Hua to speak, Star Child whispered, "You saved my Dao sect cultivators. Even if Kong Hongwu doesn't dare to touch you, what about the others? You'll only be walking into a trap if you go back." But if I don't go back, how can you cure the poison?" Gusu Qiran whispered, "This is the heart-corroding bone, a poison that kills the nascent spirit and nascent soul. So it's like this." Star Child smiled and said to Xiao Hua, "How about this, Taoist Xiao, I'll have to trouble you. Send me and Qiu Er back to Star Lord Palace and say that you captured us, Star Child." Gusu Qiran saw that Star Child was just against her going back. Now that she heard that the poison could harm the nascent spirit, she knew that he was thinking for her safety. She whispered, "Although I don't know why I'm so in love with you, you'd better not go. You'll only die in vain. I'll be happy to accompany you in death." Star Child looked at Gusu Qiran with the same expression, "Although I don't know why, when I see you, I can't take my eyes off you, alas, it's a pity that we still haven't found the unforgettable place. Gusu Chiron sighed. Hee, it's really funny. Xiaohua laughed from the side, it's really a touching scene of a couple in love. But have you all forgotten? How far is this place from Yaotai Mountain? Even if I fly there, can you all last until then? Alas, not bad. Gusu Chiron let out a long sigh. Star child, with our cultivation, the heart-corroding bone-corroding poison can only last for 3 days. After 3 days, our nascent spirits will start to fester and slowly spread to our bodies. Finally, we'll turn into sewage and even our souls won't be able to escape. It's okay. Star child didn't seem to be afraid. He looked at Gusu Chiron and said, I've lived for 1,000 years and have long been tired of living. Since I met you today, even if I die, so what? It's just that these 3 days are really too short. It's hard to let you and me live freely in this world. Star child, me too. Gusu Chiron also had a sweet smile on her face. Xiaohua was really moved and said with a smile, how about this, since you only have 3 days to live, I'll take you to the unforgettable place first. Ah. Xiaohua, do you know where it is? Gusu Chiron's voice trembled with excitement. Xiaohua let out a long sigh and nodded solemnly, it's not just the unforgettable place for you too, it's also the place where the hearts of countless couples in the world have been broken. After speaking, Xiaohua waved his hand and a cloud wrapped around the two of them and flew to Heartbreak Mountain with Xiaohua. While flying, Xiaohua asked about the appearance of the heart-corroding bone-corroding poison in detail, as well as the symptoms of poisoning. He secretly thought about how to detoxify it. After all, Xiaohua had an ancient secret technique to fight poison with poison, so he could give it a try. Heartbreak Mountain. Yes, this is Heartbreak Mountain. When they arrived at Heartbreak Mountain, the sky was already bright. In the dawn, the mountain that looked like a broken heart was particularly conspicuous in the desert. Gusu Chiron saw it and cried out loudly with tears in her eyes. Even Star Child couldn't help but shed tears on his resolute face and dignified tiger eyes. You're right, this is Heartbreak Mountain. There's forgotten love water on it. You, and I, weren't fated in a previous life, but in this life, it's just that, you and I were forced to drink forgotten love water, so we don't know each other anymore. It's a pity, humans are humans because of love. With love, there's each other, there's hidden immortal continent. Naturally, the forgotten love water can temporarily erase the memories of the lovers, but the love in the heart, has a seed, so it won't disappear. Time can't destroy this seed. As long as the lovers meet, no matter how far apart they are, no matter how long they've been apart, the seed will break through the ground again and grow into a towering tree. Looking at Star Child and Gusu Chiron holding hands and sitting in front of the stone block, Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh. One night ago, at dusk, an infatuated woman drank the forgotten love water and left. One night later, at dawn, 2 infatuated men and women used love to erase the forgotten love water's effects and came here because of love. Everything in the world was strange and variegated, but this was it. Zhai Xingzi and Gusu Chiron hugged each other as they sat down. They appeared very warm and cozy under the sunlight. After a long while, Zhai Xingzi lifted his head and smiled at Xiaohua. Daoist Xiao, thank you for bringing Qiu and me here. I am more grateful than if you had saved our lives. I've given you everything in my Qinquan bag. Everything I've learned in my life, and the forces I control. I've also given them all to you. Fellow Taoist has my Tao sex inheritance in your heart, so you'll definitely treat these cultivators well. I have no more regrets to be able to meet Qiu again in this life. Qiu and I only have 3 days left to live, we want to quietly spend our last days. No way. Xiaohua was a bit dumbfounded, but looking at Gusu Chiron's tranquil smile, he already understood what the two were thinking. At this moment, even if he had the power to overturn the three realms, so what? How could it compare to the happiness of being close to the person you love the most? Fellow Taoist Xiao. Gusu Churan also smiled. I won't hide it from fellow Taoist, I'm a sinner of the Immortal Palace, I've been demoted to Star Lord Palace to confess my crimes. My things are also in my Qinkuan bag, fellow Taoist can also take them. If you're fated, you can bring them to the Immortal Palace. If not, fellow Taoist can take them yourself. Immortal Palace? Xiao Hua's eyes turned, he had an idea and smiled. Fellow Taoists, your friendship is so deep that it can move heaven and earth. Today, we've finally reunited. I originally shouldn't disturb your last moments of peace. However, if fellow Taoists can help those two couples in the same situation as you two, wouldn't it be more meaningful than waiting for death here? What do you mean by that? Star Child was a bit confused. After all, he and Gusu Churan were both crippled, how could they help others? Does Fairy Chiu know about the Heaven Punishment Prison Crystal? Xiao Hua asked. Gusu Churan was stunned, she turned to look at Star Child. The two exchanged glances and nodded, I know. Thus, Xiao Hua told Gusu Churan and Star Child about Fujiwen, then looked at the sky and said solemnly, counting with my fingers, in 2 days, that Lady Yutan should come out. Chapter 3699. Hearing Qiu Xianzi talk about the Jade Seal inscription, Xiao Hua's heart moved. He said with a smile, well said, Qiu Xianzi. This Xiao has been thinking hard for a long time, but I don't know how to help you to detoxify. This inscription has enlightened this Xiao. If you two don't worry, this Xiao can try to cure it, but, this Xiao can't guarantee. Really? Gusu Churan was overjoyed. But Jai Xingzi frowned. He looked at Xiao Hua and said, Taoist Xiao, if we don't go to Fujiwen's place, can you help us cure the poison? Xiao Hua looked at Jai Xingzi and said seriously, Taoist Jai Xingzi, do you think this Xiao is the same as old Huide? This Xiao just didn't know how to cure the poison. Hearing Qiu Xianzi's words, this heart-corroding bone-corroding poison was refined by the Immortal Palace. It must be tried from the perspective of a Confucian cultivator. But Gusu Churan nodded like a chick pecking rice. Yes, but Taoist Xiao knows my Confucian cultivation method. Qiu Xianzi doesn't need to worry about this. Let this Xiao think about it carefully first. Saying this, Xiao Hua waved his hand and pulled the two up from the mountain rock. Auspicious clouds appeared under his feet and he took the two to Fujiwen's wooden house. A day later, Xiao Hua took Jai Xingzi and Gusu Churan to Fujiwen's wooden house. Looking at the small wooden house and the cave on the stone wall, Jai Xingzi and Gusu Churan knew that Xiao Hua was telling the truth. When Fujiwen came to greet them, the two's expression was very good. However, Fujiwen was stunned. He knew that Xiao Hua would definitely come back and that Xianzi Jing might not necessarily follow. He didn't expect Xiao Hua to bring two dispirited seniors. However, Fujiwen didn't dare to say anything. He hurriedly tidied up the house and invited the two seniors to sit. Seeing the two of them sit down, Fujiwen brought up some spirit fruits that didn't seem to be anything special. Xiao Hua waved his hand and had Fujiwen leave the wooden house. Afterwards, his face changed into a layer of solemnity, and he said in a deep voice, this Xiao has two pieces of news, one is bad news, the other is good news. I don't know which one the two fellow immortals want to hear first. Good news. Gusu Churan smiled. But there are still 2 days left. Wouldn't it be better to be a little happier? Jai Xingzi shook his head and said, let's hear the bad news first and leave the good news for last. I'll listen to you. Gusu Churan was clearly a strong woman, but in front of Jai Xingzi, she was so timid and obedient. Yes. Xiao Hua nodded, the bad news is that after thinking about it for a long time, I still feel that my detoxification skills are too shallow. I'm afraid that I won't be able to cure the two of you. You haven't tried it yet, how do you know it won't work? Gusuchuran immediately shouted, why don't you try it on me right now? I'm not afraid, I'm not afraid. Zhai Xingzi hurriedly said. If you want to try, you should try it on me. Why are you snatching it? Of course not. Gusuchuran retorted, in this life, I've let you do whatever you want, but today, you have to listen to me. Since you've been listening for a lifetime, why? Zhai Xingzi said. Suddenly, his heart moved. Looking at the smile on Xiaohua's face, he couldn't help but laugh. Daoist Xiao, then, what's the good news? At this time, Zhai Xingzi seemed to understand something. Xiaohua was definitely not the kind of cultivator who was inflexible. Instead, he liked to watch others make a fool of themselves. Cough cough. Xiaohua awkwardly touched his nose and said, Xiao is really impatient. Why didn't you wait for this Xiao to finish? You didn't say it yourself, and you said I was impatient. Gusuchuran of course also realized that Xiaohua was laughing at her. Ha ha ha. Xiaohua laughed. With a wave of his hand, he took out a jade bottle and said, the good news is naturally, this Xiao found the antidote from Old Man Huada's universe bag. Impossible. Gusuchuran immediately shouted, even I don't have this kind of secret medicine, how could Jin Yuta have it? Xiaohua shrugged and said very confidently, this Xiao doesn't know. Anyway, if you don't want to take it, I'll throw it away. With that, Xiaohua pretended to throw it away. This old man will try it first. Zhai Xingzi didn't know whether to laugh or cry and hurriedly said. I'll try it first. Gusuchuran rushed to say. Xiaohua walked in front of Zhai Xingzi and rolled his eyes at Gusuchuran. Qiu is a fairy of the immortal palace, don't you know that men and women shouldn't touch each other? You can watch from the side first. You. Gusuchuran pouted. Her grey face showed a kind of anger, as if no one other than Zhai Xingzi could make her suffer like this. Xiaohua opened the jade bottle and a refreshing sweet fragrance immediately spread out. Xiaohua pointed his finger and a drop of milk-like juice fell into Zhai Xingzi's mouth. Gusuchuran had never seen a real heart and bone-corroding antidote before. Her eyes unconsciously widened and her heart jumped as she stared straight at Zhai Xingzi. After the antidote entered his mouth, Zhai Xingzi immediately closed his eyes. After a while, he opened his eyes. His eyes were dim and he slightly shook his head, impossible. Xiaohua scratched his head and looked at the antidote in his hand, this should be, at this time, Zhai Xingzi's slightly regretful voice sounded, alas, it's a pity that this is the antidote. Otherwise, this old man would like to see Daoist Zhao's detoxification technique, Che. Xiaohua flung his hand and threw the jade bottle at Zhai Xingzi, not caring whether Zhai Xingzi could really move or not. Zhai Xingzi rarely teased Xiaohua. Gusuchuran was just in a good mood. At this time, Xiaohua immediately threw the jade bottle and hurriedly shouted, catch it, Xingzi. Of course, Zhai Xingzi was very anxious. The antidote was not wrong, but how could it be so effective? Zhai Xingzi's primordial spirit and Yuanying had just recovered. His limbs were still stiff and it was impossible for him to catch the jade bottle. Seeing the jade bottle fall on his body, Zhai Xingzi was flustered. After catching the jade bottle with great difficulty, his forehead was already covered with sweat. As a late Yuanying master, Zhai Xingzi seemed to have never been in such a difficult situation. However, at this time, Zhai Xingzi did not have any superfluous thoughts. He hurriedly clumsily took the jade bottle and poured the antidote into Gusuchuran's mouth like an old man of thousands of years. After a drop of antidote entered her mouth, Gusuchuran hurriedly closed her eyes. She opened her eyes in an instant and said with a smile, Xingzi, Jinren is right. This is the antidote to the heart and bone erosion. This Jin Yuta really has Kong Hongwu's trust. That's good. Zhai Xingzi had just opened his mouth when the jade bottle in his hand flew back into Xiao Hua's hand. Xiao Hua's faint voice could be heard. This kind of poison that can kill without leaving a trace is really a good item to have at home. I have to keep this antidote for myself. Hee hee. Zhai Xingzi was in a very good mood after surviving a disaster. He took out a small Qinkuan bag from his arms and handed it to Xiao Hua. There is the pure young ancestor that I got from Yaotai Mountain. There is also the jade eye in the jade box, which is the way to unlock the inscription seal. I haven't had time to see it yet. You can see it yourself. Good. Xiao Hua was not polite. He took the small Qinkuan bag and put it in his arms. Cough cough. Zhai Xingzi coughed twice and said, Zhenren Xiao, there are also some jade slips in the small Qinkuan bag. They are the secret books of my Dao cultivator lineage. Please return them to me. Oh. Is that so? Xiao Hua put his hand into his bosom and was about to take out the small Qinkuan bag. However, after taking out half of the Qinkuan bag, he stopped there. Xiao Hua tilted his head and asked curiously, what is the secret book of your lineage about? This. Zhai Xingzi looked at the small Qinkuan bag and hesitated for a moment before saying, when I was young, I obtained some secret techniques about the power of stars. Oh, no wonder. I understand now. Xiao Hua's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, no wonder you call yourself Zhai Xingzi. When I heard the name Zhai Xingzi, I couldn't help but think of Zhai Xinglu. I thought you were the shopkeeper of Zhai Xinglu. Oh, do you know Zhai Xinglu? Could it be that I didn't recognize the mountain? I've heard of Zhai Xinglu. However, I don't have any relationship with Zhai Xinglu. It's just that my name is a little coincidental. Zhai Xingzi was now somewhat regretting that he had impulsively given the small Qinkuan bag to Xiao Hua. However, it was still all right. The small Qinkuan bag was right in front of Zhai Xingzi's eyes. He reckoned that Xiao Hua wouldn't be able to do anything to it. Xiao Hua nodded and took out the small Qinkuan bag from his bosom. However, he stopped as if he had thought of something again. He didn't return the small Qinkuan bag to Zhai Xingzi. Instead, he blinked his eyes and asked, then has Zhai Xingzi been to Zhai Xinglu before? I once saw a map of the stars in Zhai Xinglu and was deeply moved by it. Cough cough. Zhai Xingzi coughed again. He shook his head and said, I've never been to Zhai Xinglu before. If I have time in the future, I'll go back and take a look. Daoist Master Xiao, please take the jade box away and return the Qinkuan bag to me. Oh, all right. Xiao Hua opened the small Qinkuan bag with a smile. He took a look and said with a smile, fellow Zhai Xingzi, you have a lot of private collections. Hee hee, it's nothing much. It's just some junk. Zhai Xingzi smiled as he watched Xiao Hua take out the jade box. Xiao Hua suddenly asked, that's right. Fellow Zhai Xingzi, why didn't you open it and take a look? Zhai Xingzi was startled. He smiled and said, didn't I say earlier that I wasn't interested in the pure young ancestor? What I wanted was the azure abyss dragon saliva. However, that item was taken away by Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong, so I could only take this item. As for the other treasures on Yaotai Mountain, I wasn't interested in them. Therefore, I never opened them. At this point, Zhai Xingzi hesitated for a moment and said, actually, I have a secret technique that I haven't been able to make any progress in. It requires the help of a treasure with the power of the stars and moon. Therefore, I wanted to use this item to exchange for a treasure with the power of the stars and moon. However, before I could say anything, I was framed by Hua De. Chapter 3700. Really? Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said, that's really too much. I don't know if it's my fate or Zhai Xing's. Oh. What do you mean? Zhai Xingzi was stunned. He looked away from the small universal pouch in Xiao Hua's hand. Xiao Hua looked very excited. He glanced at Gusu Churan and said, I have an appointment with a Taoist cultivator from the Single Yang Kingdom. We'll go treasure hunting somewhere in the Jing province in a month. Single Yang Kingdom? Zhai Xingzi frowned. He looked at Xiao Hua and asked, which Taoist is the state teacher of the Single Yang Kingdom? How come I've never heard of him? Even if Zhai Xingzi didn't mention the state teacher of the Single Yang Kingdom, Xiao Hua would have thought of a way to mention it. Now that Zhai Xingzi was so cooperative, he immediately told Xiao Jian and Xiao Jun's story with a smile. He then explained, that Taoist isn't a state teacher. I just happened to meet him. However, I heard from him that it's an ancient ruin. His cultivation isn't enough, so he didn't dare to go. He wanted to ask for help, but he himself, the help he could find was limited. So he asked me to take him there. Now that you want to get the Star Moon treasure, the ancient ruin might have it. Why don't you go with me? This. Zhai Xingzi hesitated when he heard about the ancient ruin. Just as Fairy Jing said, the ancient ruin was too dangerous. Ordinary Taoist cultivators wouldn't go there unless they had no other choice. After thinking for a moment, Zhai Xingzi said, let's discuss this after Qiu and I detoxify the poison. That's fine. There's still enough time. Xiao Hua replied happily. Soon after, he came to his senses and hurriedly returned the small cosmos bag to Zhai Xingzi. Zhai Xingzi saw that the small universal pouch didn't leave his sight and didn't sense any spiritual sense or magic power fluctuations. He didn't suspect anything. Unfortunately, he didn't expect Xiao Hua to copy the jade slip. Why would he need to do it himself? Zhai Xingzi and Gusu Churan both closed their eyes. They either activated their vital essence or vital essence to detoxify the poison. Xiao Hua glanced at them and left the wooden house. Outside the wooden house, Fu Jiwen stood there respectfully. Seeing Xiao Hua come out, he hurriedly bowed and said, Senior. An. Xiao Hua looked at the sky and said with a smile, are you feeling especially excited right now? Yeah. Fu Jiwen didn't hide it. Junior can only see my wife for 2 hours a year, so of course I'm excited. Hee hee. Xiao Hua smiled and said somewhat disrespectfully, unfortunately, no matter how excited you are this year, I'm afraid you won't have enough time. Fu Jiwen blushed and smiled. Senior, has Fairy Jing left? Yeah, she's gone. Xiao Hua was somewhat disappointed and frustrated. Some people are very smart and can always be melancholy without rain. Stupid people like you and me are unable to reach that level. It's fine if this old man is stupid, but I've never seen you. You clearly know that this kind of marriage is impossible, but you still wait for it year after year. In the eyes of a smart person, this kind of wait is not worth it. Where is Senior? Fu Jiwen faintly smiled. Since Fairy Jing has left, she must have realized that Senior is as stupid as this Junior. Perhaps. Xiao Hua stretched. Everyone has their own choice, and everyone has their own path to walk. Bystanders can't force them. Yes, this Junior understands. Fu Jiwen lowered his head. After a while, he quietly said, I wonder who these two seniors are. One is a late-stage nascent soul Taoist master. The other is a Confucian master who has refined his spirit back to the void. Xiao Hua said indifferently. But they're also a pair of ill-fated mandarin ducks. Ah. Fu Jiwen was really shocked. He didn't expect that the two poison people had such a great background. They were both people that he couldn't compare to, so he couldn't help but cry out in a low voice. What's so strange about it? Xiao Hua glared at him. You'll be such a person sooner or later, as long as you walk your own path. Yes, yes. Fu Jiwen was sweating profusely. He was only at the second level of essence energy. He was far from the upper fourth level and fifth level of essence energy. Even if he had this ambition in his heart, he didn't dare to say it out loud. Last time, this old man saw that the inscription you used was very strange. Aside from being able to form sentences and chapters like ordinary inscriptions, it can also form formations. Has your cultivation improved in these past few years? Xiao Hua asked indifferently. Then, he waved his hand, and a restriction covered the two of them. Back then, Fu Jiwen still hid some things from Xiao Hua, but now, he was sincerely convinced of Xiao Hua's abilities. He only pondered a little before telling Xiao Hua about his cultivation. It had to be said that Fu Jiwen was also a genius. In addition to being familiar with poetry and books since childhood and condensing the noble spirit, he had also comprehended the Tao Sect's cultivation method. In particular, he had obtained an incomplete talisman cultivation method. At that time, Fu Jiwen didn't know much, but he liked these strange things. Therefore, while condensing the true qi and refining the essence into qi, he had also tried these powerful things. Who would have thought that he would hit the jackpot by a stroke of luck when the noble spirit in his middle dantian condensed into something that looked like a page of a book? This book page seemed to be a seed, a golden core, and even a tortoise shell. However, Fu Jiwen's cultivation was still shallow. Although there were some simple inscriptions on the book page, the inscriptions were faintly discernible. Moreover, the outline of this book page was already incomplete. It was very damaged, like a mulberry leaf that had been swallowed by a silkworm. Although Fu Jiwen still didn't know what this book page in his middle dantian was, he did know that this thing was extraordinary. Therefore, Fu Jiwen called this book page the Heavenly Book. In particular, because the book page condensed from the noble spirit, although it also looked like a Confucian book page, it was different from ordinary cultivation. Fu Jiwen didn't dare to tell anyone and could only explore and cultivate by himself. As Fu Jiwen continued to understand the Heavenly Book, not only did the book page of the Heavenly Book slowly become complete, the inscriptions inside also gradually became clear. At the same time, more inscriptions appeared for Fu Jiwen to comprehend and use. According to his own cultivation of talismans, Fu Jiwen began to impart these inscriptions according to these inscriptions. In addition to the unique attack and defense methods, he also used different inscriptions to form different array talismans. These array talismans could be used for both defense and attack. The degree of defense and attack was different according to the array talismans. When he was in the Bronze Pillar country, Fu Jiwen used the inscriptions to form an array talisman to cover his body. In recent years, Fu Jiwen's array talisman technique had made progress. The offensive array talisman that he used in the past had a new change. It could be formed into 36 array talismans with different power to be used together. Fu Jiwen called it the Tiangang Talisman Array. Now, he was comprehending more array talismans, which was the Earth Demon Talisman Array that he had not yet completed. Senior, please take a look. While speaking, Fu Jiwen's genuine qi surged around his body. One by one, the inscriptions flew out. These inscriptions danced slightly and formed a flying sword that was more than a foot long. The flying sword was overflowing with layers of inscriptions and wisps of noble spirit drifted. The sharp sword edge looked no different from a Tao Sect's magic weapon. Fu Jiwen said with some pride, "This is the latest discovery of this junior. This junior has tried it and its power is not small." With that said, Fu Jiwen waved his hand. OM. The flying sword rushed out with a roar and landed on the stone wall. Shwa. Like penetrating a piece of tofu, the flying sword went straight through the stone wall. Good. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and praised, "This kind of noble spirit is the source of the Confucian cultivator's noble spirit and is used in the Tao Sect's way is rare. Especially the Heavenly Book in your dantian. If this old man does not expect, in the future, if you cultivate properly, you will definitely reach the peak of 5 Chi's unification. However, as for how to cultivate, this old man still needs to carefully consider for you." Hearing this, if Fu Jiwen missed it again, then he was really a fool. Fu Jiwen almost did not hesitate to kneel on the ground, kowtowed and said, Disciple Fu Jiwen is willing to become a disciple of Benevolent Master. Benevolent Master, please guide disciples' cultivation. He, Xiaohua laughed and said, This old man and you are quite fated. Last time, I had the thought of accepting you as a disciple, but you may not believe this old man. This old man also laughed and felt that we were not fated to be together. Who would have thought that I could meet you here? Especially you can be loyal and devoted, which is quite to this old man's taste, so, this old man will accept you as a disciple. Many thanks, Benevolent Master. At this time, Fu Jiwen was really lonely and felt that there was nothing in this world that he could trust. Seeing that Xiaohua did not abandon him and even accepted him as a disciple, faint tears flowed down his face. He respectfully kowtowed 9 times and shouted. What a pity. Just as Xiaohua reached out to help Fu Jiwen up, Zhai Xingzi and Gusu Qiran walked out of the wooden house behind him. Gusu Qiran had a strange expression, looking at the world's simplest apprenticeship and sighed. This concubine heard that Fu Jiwen is a Confucian cultivator, and that he is so faithful to his wife. This concubine wanted to accept him as a disciple, but who would have thought that Taoist master would be 1 step ahead of me? Fairy, you are not just 1 step behind. Xiaohua helped Fu Jiwen up and said with a smile, This Xiao has already formed a relationship with Fu Jiwen. You are 1 step behind and 1 step behind. How can you accept him as a disciple? Fu Jiwen. Gusu Qiran actually looked at Fu Jiwen and said with a smile, Although Taoist Master Shaoan knows some Confucian cultivation methods, you can rest assured that what he cultivates is definitely not the orthodox method of the 100 schools of thought. Although this old man has been banished to the hidden immortal continent, this old man was originally a soldier of the immortal palace. In the future, I will definitely return to the immortal palace. You are a Confucian cultivator. If you accept this old man as your master, not only will you be able to cultivate the orthodox method, you will also be able to step into the immortal palace. You have to think clearly, are you willing to accept this old man as your master? Fu Jiwen respectfully saluted and said carefully, This question, actually senior doesn't need to ask. You should already know the answer. Why make things difficult for junior? Chapter 3701. What a smart kid. Zhai Xingzi laughed, took out a jade eye and handed it to Fu Jiwen. This is a cultivation method that I obtained in my early years. It's useless for me, so I'll give it to you. Thank you, senior. Fu Jiwen didn't care whether he needed it or not, and hurriedly took it and bowed. Gusu Qiran was a bit embarrassed. She looked at Zhai Xingzi and said, I came out in a hurry, so I didn't bring any imperial tools. In fact, the imperial tools of the immortal palace are really good. Xiaohua smiled and said, It's okay if you don't have any imperial tools. As the saying goes, it's better to teach a man how to fish than to give him a fish. Fairy, just take out 1 imperial tool refining method. Taoist Xiao is really good at scheming. Gusu Qiran pursed her lips and smiled, but a moment later she took out a jade eye and said, I really do have one here, it's a greeting gift. Thank you, senior. How could Fu Jiwen not know that Xiaohua wanted it himself? He hurriedly took it and prepared to give it to Xiaohua. Zhai Xingzi asked again, Fellow Taoist Xiao, what is the pure young ancestor? Have you seen it? Hearing this, Xiaohua was immediately on guard. He said with a careful face, I haven't seen it yet. But it's already mine, so fellow Taoist Zhai Xing shouldn't think about it. Zhai Xingzi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He really didn't understand. Xiaohua's cultivation is higher than his, and he is thousands of years old. How can his expression be so rich? Actually, I'm also very curious. Gusu Qiran smiled and said, Star Lord Hall, speaking here. Gusu Qiran apologetically stopped and said embarrassedly, I won't talk about Star Lord Hall. I also want to know what kind of treasure the immortal palace took to lure the Tao cultivators of the hidden immortal continent into a trap. Okay. In fact, Xiaohua was also curious. After all, it was one of the 3 great treasures of the Jade Pavilion gathering. Moreover, it was the last one to appear, so it had a huge gimmick, pure young ancestor. Xiaohua really couldn't think of any treasure that deserved the name of pure young ancestor. Xiaohua opened the jade box and took out the jade eyes. After a moment, an inexplicable smile appeared on his face. Zhai Xingzi and Gusu Qiran were confused. Zhai Xingzi suppressed his curiosity and did not ask. Gusu Qiran asked, "Jinren Xiao, what do you mean?" "There's no other reason." Xiaohua said with a smile, "Opening the inscription chain requires the true qi of a Confucian cultivator, and there are also requirements for the control of the true qi. If there's even the slightest mistake, the inscription chain will explode, and the things inside will disappear." "Hee, I knew it. How is it possible for a pie to fall from the sky?" Zhai Xingzi mocked himself. This old man doesn't have the confidence to open these inscription chains. "I'll leave it to you." Xiaohua handed the jade eyes in his hand to Fu Jiwen and said, "Help your master first." "Me?" Fu Jiwen was surprised, but he didn't dare to hesitate. He quickly took the jade eyes and looked at it carefully. Gusu Qiran smiled and said, "If you are not confident, then let me help you. Or, it won't be too late for me to help you after I recover my cultivation." "It doesn't matter, I can do it myself." Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand, "It's just that I want to see Fu Jiwen's background." Fu Jiwen looked at the cultivation method for an entire meal, then handed the jade pupils over to Xiaohua, an eager expression appearing on his face. Seeing this, Xiaohua simply didn't ask any more questions. He tossed the jade box in his hand and said with a smile, "You open it." "Yes, master." Fu Jiwen took a deep breath, and a huge vortex appeared above his head. The awe-inspiring qi rushed into the vortex, and then Fu Jiwen opened his mouth, and hundreds of inscriptions flew out in a very orderly manner. Buzz buzz buzz. As soon as these inscriptions appeared, they immediately flashed with different lights. As the lights flashed, the inscriptions also made strange sounds. When the sounds fell into Gusu Qiran's ears, a kind of surprise arose spontaneously. Fu Jiwen raised his hand and put his index finger and middle finger together, as if he was making a sword gesture. "Quick!" As Fu Jiwen chanted the incantation, the hundreds of inscriptions rushed toward the inscription chains in the jade box. The inscriptions were only a few feet away from the jade box. The chains of inscriptions inside the jade box seemed to have sensed something and instantly shone brightly. Wisps of clouds emerged from between the inscriptions. Immediately, several chains of inscriptions began to circulate within the clouds, as if several dragons were roaring in the clouds. Shua! Fu Jiwen urged the inscriptions to rush into the jade box. In the blink of an eye, the inscriptions were divided into several parts, and each part covered an inscription chain. Moreover, the inscriptions were a little slow at first, but gradually they became similar to the inscriptions' chains. In the end, they were almost exactly the same as the inscriptions' chains. Fall. Just as Fu Jiwen urged the inscriptions to circulate in the same way as the inscriptions' chains in the jade box, Fu Jiwen shouted. Boom! The hundreds of inscriptions immediately turned into array talismans and fell into the inscriptions' chains. Salala! An unpleasant and obscure sound came out, like the friction between flying swords. The hundreds of inscriptions were like ants falling between the inscriptions' chains. Separate. Fu Jiwen saw that his formation talisman could easily fall into the inscription chain, and his face was filled with joy. He reprimanded again without hesitation. Swish! Like the sound of rain hitting banana leaves, the inscription chains fell from the jade box one by one like dead insects. Good! Others may not know, but when Gusu Qiran saw this control of inscriptions, she couldn't help but applaud, and even said with great regret, "What a pity." It seemed that it was a great pity that she couldn't accept Fu Jiwen as her disciple. Good! Xiaohua smiled faintly, and gently opened his mouth. Puff! A sharp sword cry sounded, and a green light seemed to break the restriction formation under the inscriptions. Immediately, a hot and sharp green light gushed out from the restriction formation, and wherever the green light passed, the void was burned and cracked. Tai he green light. Seeing the slightly familiar green light, Xiaohua couldn't help but be happy. He opened his mouth again, and the flying swords of Tai Wei green light and Tai Yi green light fell into it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The Tai He green light seemed to have spiritual qi, and rushed into the air with the flying swords of Tai Wei green light and Tai Yi green light, revealing a red and delicate object in the Tai He green light. This is innate fire essence. Zhai Xingzi didn't know how powerful it was, and when he couldn't see it clearly with his naked eyes, he released his newly recovered divine sense. As soon as his divine sense scanned the object, it was immediately burned by the object, and even cut by the sharp Tai He green light. Zhai Xingzi immediately thought of the legendary object. No wonder it's called Pure Yang Ancestor. Gusu Churan was also shocked, its innate fire essence. How strange. Xiaohua smacked his lips. He knew better than anyone that innate fire essence, innate gold essence, and innate jellyfish couldn't be wrapped with divine sense, and couldn't be taken away by ordinary techniques. Therefore, even when Kong Hongwu said it was pure young ancestor, he didn't think that it was innate fire essence, because he didn't think that the Confucian cultivator had any means to take innate fire essence, let alone put it in a jade box. Zhai Xingzi felt lucky and said, luckily, that old man Huade gave himself away first. If he had hidden for another half a year, I would have given him the innate fire essence when I saw that I couldn't use it. When he finished refining it, I'm afraid that even I wouldn't be his opponent. Xiaohua didn't answer Zhai Xingzi. With a wave of his hand, his mind wrapped around the entire jade box and the scattered restrictions, sending them all into the space. As for the Taihe green light, Xiaohua had already absorbed it into his middle dantian, fusing it with the sword intent of the 9 stars soaring the sun for Xiaohua to refine. Fellow Taoist Zhai Xing, Xiaohua received the innate fire essence and was very happy. He smiled and said, "This Xiao has great use for it, thank you very much. Since this Xiao obtained it, I hope you won't be empty-handed. What's your decision now?" "Go, Zhai Xingzi." Gusu Churan smiled and said, "Now that we've reunited, although I don't know who forced us to drink the forgotten love water, it's obvious that their strength is far beyond ours. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the Immortal Palace's law enforcement envoy. If you want to stay with this concubine forever, your strength must be raised. Only after you reach the out-of-body realm can you negotiate with the Immortal Palace and make the Confucian family compromise. And, what you said is very true." Zhai Xingzi nodded, "My cultivation hasn't improved for many years. If I don't go to the ancient ruins to gain experience, how can I break through the bottleneck? When my cultivation recovers in the next 2 days, I'll immediately go with Taoist Xiao. This concubine also wants to go." Gusu Churan didn't hide her attachment. In the future, this concubine doesn't want to leave Zhai Xingzi for even half a step. "Good." Xiaohua clapped his hands and smiled. He originally wanted to pull a late nascent soul cultivator, but he didn't expect that the other party would give away a Confucian cultivator of the lower 5th level for free. This transaction was really interesting. "Humph." Gusu Churan pouted and snorted, saying to Fujiwen, "Fujiwen, is your wife coming out tonight?" "Yes." Fujiwen's face was slightly red as he replied. "If possible, why don't you take out the Heaven Punishment Prison Crystal and let this old one take a look?" Gusu Churan asked, "Perhaps this old one can give you a surprise." Fujiwen was overjoyed and hurriedly took out the thunder amplification wooden box from his body. After opening it, he revealed the jade crystal inside. Gusu Churan didn't reach out her hand. Instead, clouds flashed above her eyes, and circles of golden brilliance rotated in her eyes, falling towards the Heaven Punishment Prison Crystal. Unfortunately, after looking at it for a cup of tea's time, her face still didn't change. When she withdrew the clear eyes technique, she shook her head and said, "This old one's words were too big. This old one can only see that this is indeed the Immortal Palace's heaven punishment prison crystal, but as for which punishment palace did it, which law enforcement envoy controlled it, I can't see." Chapter 3702. So you won't be able to unlock it? Xiao Hua asked disappointedly. Of course I won't be able to unlock it. Gusu Churan retorted, I've said it clearly before, this inscription law chain is completely different from the one on the innate fire mother. This inscription law chain contains a trace of the immortal emperor's will, and it also contains the pressure of the immortal palace. Without a jade seal, it's impossible to unlock it. The surprise I'm talking about is, I might be able to tell from the inscriptions on the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal that it was carved by the Master of Law. I might be able to find which punishment hall it belongs to. With these clues, I might be able to help Fujiwen. Confucian cultivators have always been particular about order, and the Immortal Palace is the leader of order. This inscription law chain contains the order of Confucian cultivators, it's not something we Dao sect cultivators can unlock. Zhai Xingzi sighed. Fujiwen's expression didn't change, he took the inscription law prison crystal from Gusu Churan and said respectfully, Junior thanks two seniors. Junior is already prepared to be able to stay by my wife's side, regardless of the method, Junior is satisfied. All right. Xiao Hua nodded, you must be happy to have such thoughts. There aren't many family members in this world who can stay by your side for the rest of your life. I don't know about others, but Zhai Xingzi and I will definitely be able to. Gusu Churan smiled at Zhai Xingzi with a happy expression. If Gusu Churan was so affectionate in front of Xiao Hua, Zhai Xingzi wouldn't feel anything, but in front of a junior like Fujiwen, Zhai Xingzi felt a bit awkward and coughed slightly. Who knew that Gusu Churan would pout and become even more aggressive as she hugged Zhai Xingzi's arm? Zhai Xingzi moved his arm but didn't dare to pull it out. At this moment, Gusu Churan didn't look like a level 5 elemental energy grandmaster anymore. Time passed very quickly. Seeing that it was almost night, Fujiwen carefully placed the wooden box containing the thunder amplification wood on the floor of the wooden house. He clasped his hands together and waited for the moment to arrive. Gotcha! Suddenly, several thunderbolts appeared in front of everyone's eyes like horned dragons. Soon after, the thunderbolts struck the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal. However, before the thunderbolts could land, they were blocked by the wooden box. Shwa shwa sounds could be heard from the thunder amplification wood. It was as if there was sand moving inside. Soon after, some purple lightning in the wooden box entered the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal. Whing! The Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal let out a rumbling sound in the lightning and floated up from the wooden box. The inscription chains began to float and overflow again. A kind of indescribable solemnity, a kind of orderly, irresistible and rebellious feeling was born from these chains and gradually spread throughout the entire wooden house. Not to mention Xiao Hua and the others who were standing solemnly, even the somewhat messy books began to move on their own without any wind, gradually moving on their own and becoming orderly. Order. Xiao Hua suddenly realized. Rules. Enchantment. Since he was enlightened, Xiao Hua immediately closed his eyes. He didn't release his divine sense and only used the heavenly infusion technique. The pores all over his body opened wide as he carefully comprehended the power of the Immortal Palace's rhythmic chains. Xiao Hua's abnormality immediately attracted Zhai Xingzi's attention. Unfortunately, with Zhai Xingzi's late Yuanying stage cultivation, he still didn't understand the power of rules. Perhaps he somewhat understood, but he didn't sense anything from the order of the Confucian cultivators. This Taoist Master Xiao is a bit strange. Zhai Xingzi wanted to release his divine sense to see what Xiao Hua was doing. Unfortunately, just as his divine sense was released, it was immediately defeated by the inscription chains. At this moment, the wooden house was filled with the order of the Confucian cultivators. Taoist technique simply couldn't be used. Gotcha. A series of faint sounds like the blooming of winter plum blossoms appeared in everyone's hearts. The order that enveloped the entire wooden house was swept away. Several intertwined inscription chains broke from the middle. One by one, they turned into inscriptions and fell into the heaven's punishment prison crystal. Then, a cloud rushed out from the crystal. A beautiful woman wearing a flawless heavenly robe appeared from the cloud. Fu. When the woman appeared, she didn't look at anyone else. She flew into Fu Jiwen's arms like a little bird. Fu Jiwen was greatly embarrassed. He hurriedly opened his mouth and prepared to remind Yutan. But at this moment, an even more surprised voice sounded. Bai Hen. Why? Why is it you? Ah. The woman called Yutan, but actually called Bai Hen, was greatly shocked. She unbelievably stuck her little face out of Fu Jiwen's arms. When she saw Gusuchiran, she was similarly shocked. Gusuchodi. You, however, just as Bai Hen was halfway through her words, she saw Zhai Xingzi again. The surprise on her face was even greater. Moreover, there was a kind of excitement and disappointment in her surprise. You. Why are you with Luo Kong again? Didn't you drink the forgotten love water? Sigh, I've been punished for nothing. Bai Hen had only appeared for a moment. Her two sentences were like two huge thunderbolts that immediately knocked everyone unconscious. Zhai Xingzi opened his mouth. He was really surprised. Luo Kong was his original name. Ever since he became a nascent soul, no one had called him that for many years. He had almost forgotten this name. And Gusuchuri's face was even more excited. She shouted, "That's right, Zhai Xingzi, you're called Luo Kong. I remember now. Your Dharma name Zhai Xingzi was given to you by me. You. Bai Hen was a little confused. She looked at Gusuchuri and then at Zhai Xingzi. Her gaze also fell on Xiaohua. However, at this moment, Xiaohua still had his eyes closed as if he was an outsider. Bai Hen just glanced at him and then skipped over. Wife. What's going on? Fu Jiwen was really at a loss. He asked softly. Bai Hen broke free from her surprise. Her face was slightly red. She first looked at Fu Jiwen apologetically and said, "Husband, before. I hid a lot from you. But now. No need to say more. I know that you found someone to help me. My original name is Bai Hen. There's no need to talk about my background. The reason why I was imprisoned in the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal was because I violated the immortal law of the Immortal Palace. As for the immortal law, it's actually related to Sister Gusu. As for what it's related to, husband, it's better that you don't know. The more you know, the more it will affect your safety." Fu Jiwen took a deep breath and said with a smile, "I'll listen to my wife's orders. If my wife doesn't want me to know, then I won't ask." Good. Bai Hen looked at Gusuchuri with an indescribable expression. She asked, "Sister Gusu, what's going on? Didn't you and Luo Kong both drink the forgotten love water? Why, did you recognize each other again?" He. Gusuchuri laughed, "I naturally drank the forgotten love water and completely forgot about Xingzi. He also did the same. However, I was banished from the Immortal Palace to the Star Lord Palace of the Yaotai Mountain. This time, Xingzi and I happened to meet during the Yaotai Mountain gathering held by the Star Lord Palace. I really didn't expect. When I saw Xingzi, I felt very familiar with him. So, I took advantage of the collapse of the Yaotai Mountains array and ran out. Who knew? Xingzi was the same as me. He also felt a rush of excitement. We even remembered the Broken Heart Mountain in our hearts. So, we came to the Broken Heart Mountain. Although we still don't know why we were forced to drink the forgotten love water, we've already guessed it. Speaking of this, Gusuchuri glanced at Xiaohua who was daydreaming and said, "We happened to meet your husband's master and followed him here. Who knew that we would actually meet you? I couldn't find any news about you in the Immortal Palace. I thought you were out on business. When I came to the hidden Immortal Continent, I didn't know anything. Who knew that you were actually imprisoned in the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal? From what you said just now, could it be that you, being punished by Heaven's punishment has something to do with me?" "Nonsense." Bai Ben smiled bitterly, "If it wasn't for me sneaking into the Immortal Palace with you, how could you have met Luo Kong? If it wasn't for me leaking information, how could you have escaped from the Immortal Palace in advance? Your master was furious. Not only were you captured and forced to drink the forgotten love water, I naturally had to be punished too. Of course your family can protect you. But what about me? Although that person from the Emperor's Star Palace pleaded for mercy for me, but Heaven's face is hard to predict. In the end, I can't compare with you. Not only did you stay in the Immortal Palace to accept your punishment, you were also purposely arranged to go to the Star Lord Palace. Isn't this just to let you meet Luo Kong? Why is my life so bitter?" "Hee, what's so bitter about you?" Gusuchuri smiled, "Although you were punished by Heaven's punishment and lonely for thousands of years, didn't you still find your ideal husband? Look at the thunder-amplifying wood. Your thunderbolt technique must have reached an extremely high level, right? Oh, besides, you come out every year to get some fresh air. Isn't it also because someone tampered with it? What do you know? Tao Cheng was helpless, you didn't go through the test of the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal. This isn't a place for people to stay. If it wasn't for the princess secretly giving it to me, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to stand it. Don't worry, don't worry." Gusuchuri smiled, "If I didn't know about you, I wouldn't have said anything. But since I know, I will definitely help you get out of this prison. Please don't." Tao Cheng heard this and turned pale with fright. Clearly, she was frightened by Gusuchuri's recklessness. She hurriedly said, "You are already a criminal. Don't torture yourself. You only need to bring my news to that person from the Emperor's Star Palace. I'm sure she was also kept in the dark about me falling into the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal. She's the only one who can help me now." Got it, got it." Gusuchuri covered her mouth and laughed, "It's not easy for you to come out. You should have a private conversation with your little husband. Us masters need to discuss this." Tao Cheng heard this and blushed. She glared fiercely at Gusuchuri. "Let's go, Junren Xiao." Gusuchuri urged when she saw Xiaohua not moving. "Fujiwen, you take Tao Cheng to the cave." Xiaohua's voice was a bit strange, as if he was speaking from his stomach. "Zhai Xingzi and Qiu Xianzi should leave too. I have some things to comprehend." Chapter 3703. Yes, Master. Fujiwen doesn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly bows and answers while pulling Tao Cheng. Tao Cheng stares at Xiaohua for a moment and doesn't dare to speak loudly. Following Fujiwen out of the wooden house, she lowers her voice and asks, "Husband, when did you acknowledge a master? This master of yours, is very strange. I just acknowledged him." Fujiwen says with a smile, "However, I met him a few years ago. This thunder amplification wood was given to me by my master. I told you earlier." "Oh, it's that Taoist cultivator you're especially grateful to?" Tao Cheng somewhat understands, "But at that time when you told me, I didn't think he was very powerful. But now he's very strange." Fujiwen is somewhat puzzled. "Yes, very powerful." Tao Cheng looks at the cave and her eyebrows are already filled with spring. Her eyes overflow with light as she says in a low voice, "Follow your master well. In the future, your cultivation will definitely surpass Luo Kong." It has to be said that girls side with outsiders. Just after meeting Gusu Tao Qing tosses aside her former good friend's feelings and starts to plan for Fu Jiwen. She even compares her husband with Gusu husband. Impossible, right? Fu Jiwen's heart is also burning with anger. But he still can't help but be surprised. Zhai Xingzi is a late Yuanying stage senior. How can I be more powerful than him? He, don't worry. Tao Cheng's small hand tightly grasps Fu Jiwen's hand. I may not be good at other things, but I'm absolutely accurate in judging people. I believe Gusu has already noticed the anomaly. As she speaks, Tao Cheng's body unconsciously trembles and becomes somewhat hot, not to mention Fu Jiwen and Tao Cheng who are in the cave fusing their souls and bodies. Gusu also hastily pulls Zhai Xingzi and the two quietly float out of the wooden house. The two leave the wooden house and look at the night sky above with a face full of horror. Gusu transmits, this Xiao Hua, which Taoist cultivator is he? Do you know his background? Even though Zhai Xingzi transmits, he doesn't dare to speak loudly. He lowers his voice just like Tao Cheng, I really don't know. I only heard old man Huada mention him and belittle him to be worthless. However, a few juniors also told me that this Xiao Hua is close to Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong. In other words, because of Xiao Hua, the two of them, who were originally at odds with each other, unexpectedly joined forces. This is also the main reason why I didn't obtain anything in this Yaotai gathering. Looking at the wooden house that was already a little far away, Zhai Xingzi no longer dared to release his divine sense. Similarly, Gusu no longer dared to use her eye-clearing technique. Just a moment ago, the two of them sensed that something was wrong with Xiao Hua's situation. They couldn't help but use their divine sense and eye-clearing techniques. What they saw was absolutely shocking. One of them saw the inscribed chains and the other saw the majestic void. How could they dare to stay in the wooden house? Fu Jiwen is so lucky. Gusu very abruptly gnashed her teeth and said, No, Xingzi, you have to become Xiao Hua's sworn friend. Ah. Why? Zhai Xingzi was very surprised. He didn't understand why Gusu would suddenly say this. You don't know. Gusu thought of something and hurriedly shook her head. You don't need to know the details. You just need to befriend Xiao Hua. There's no need. After all, Zhai Xingzi was a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Although he also understood that Xiao Hua was very powerful, he still couldn't react for a moment. It's related to the secrets of the Immortal Palace. I dare not say too much. And I don't really understand either. Gusu also secretly transmitted her voice. You only need to know that Xiao Hua is a Taoist cultivator and also has the cultivation method of Confucianism. It seems, he's not inferior to me at all. Use your brain to think, if he attracts the attention of the Immortal Palace in the future, that's right. Zhai Xingzi slightly narrowed his eyes. If the Immortal Palace doesn't eliminate him, then, he's a hero of a region. He might even be, on par with that person. I should befriend him at this time. Xiao Hua's most powerful is not only this. Gusu analyzed again, you and the Immortal Palace don't know about his current cultivation. This kind of concealment method, who can compare to him? At this point, Gusu eyes brightened again. She said in a low voice, Zhai Xingzi, if I recommend Taoist Xiao to the Immortal Palace, will I be able to escape punishment? Sure. Zhai Xingzi heard this and his face changed greatly. He hurriedly stopped her, please don't. Xiao Hua claims to be a Taoist cultivator and just came out from Yaotai Mountain. Right now he's extremely conflicted with the Immortal Palace. If you mention this matter, it's fine if it succeeds. If it doesn't, it'll be harming Xiao Hua. I'm just thinking. Gusu laughed, no matter what, he's our savior. I won't harm him. Then the two snuggled up to each other and looked at the starry sky. Sweet flowers bloomed and withered. As for Xiao Hua, when the aura of the engraved law chains was produced, the immortal palace's law locked the entire wooden house. This was a rare opportunity. Xiao Hua immediately retracted his aura and opened all the pores on his body. He tried his best to comprehend the influence of this law on space. Although Zhai Xingzi and the others could sense the terror of this law, they could only see the surface. And Xiao Hua practiced the blood drop paradise, so he was naturally sensitive to this law. Moreover, he had suffered this kind of hardship several times. He always wanted to experience it for himself. Now that the harmless aura of the law spread out, Xiao Hua immediately began to swim in this aura like a fish. When Xiao Hua's mind entered the aura, his entire body was like one of the engraved law chains. Along with the order of the engraved law chains, a solemn aura was released. What was special was that some obscure things that Xiao Hua had obtained from comprehending the heavenly Tao suddenly appeared in his memory. It pushed Xiao Hua's comprehension deeper and deeper. Xiao Hua's eyes were filled with veined patterns. Some of these veined patterns were curved, some were straight, some were extremely long and seemed to have no end. Some were extremely short and seemed to be invisible to the naked eye. The veined patterns rushed out of the entire space. They seemed to be disorderly and orderly. The veined patterns were like chains and also like blood droplets. They were constantly changing shape. At this moment, Xiao Hua's mind also turned into a veined pattern and changed along with the other veined patterns. However, Xiao Hua tried his best to follow the changes. Unfortunately, he couldn't keep up with the changes at all. He was always rejected by the veined patterns. Xiao Hua chased for a moment and understood. He was far from understanding this law. How could he merge with it? As a result, he simply ignored it and let the veined patterns formed by his mind drift with the waves. It was also during this casual movement that Xiao Hua's mind saw the faint fine lines on the veined patterns. These fine lines were more subtle than the veined patterns. These fine lines were like armor inscriptions and also like gold inscriptions. They were even more similar to green seal characters. However, when Xiao Hua's mind carefully examined them, the fine lines disappeared. Xiao Hua gained some understanding. He knew that his cultivation was insufficient at this moment. Now, the most important thing was to see these fine lines clearly. As a result, he focused his attention on these fine lines. When he saw a fine line appear, Xiao Hua immediately followed it. When the fine line disappeared, he tirelessly pounced on another fine line. It was as if he was fishing, trying one after another. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Hua sensed that the number of fine lines he was seeing was increasing, and the fine lines were also becoming clearer. Seeing another fine line appear to his left, Xiao Hua's attention immediately pounced over like a hungry tiger. Coincidentally, just as Xiao Hua's attention shifted, another new fine line appeared midway. Xiao Hua was completely caught off guard, and his entire mind immediately crashed into the fine line. Boom! Xiao Hua only saw countless lights and shadows swaying in front of him. Some were fireballs flying, some were ghosts walking in the night, some were boundless waves, and some were brilliant stars. In an instant, Xiao Hua's mind seemed to have turned into thousands of pieces and disappeared into these lights and shadows. At the same time, in another instant, all of his mind crashed into a ripple and appeared under the same starry sky. This. Xiao Hua was greatly shocked, and he was extremely bewildered and astounded. Could it be? Could it be that an enormous starry sky is hidden within every tiny fine line that can't be any smaller? Every seemingly infinite starry sky, the law is just a tiny, fine line. Just as he was thinking, the thousands of pieces of his mind turned into thousands of stars, each with different trajectories, each with different fluctuations, and flew towards Xiao Hua. Boom! There was another burst of sound that seemed to split heaven and earth. All of the pieces of his mind condensed together. Suddenly, Xiao Hua had a kind of understanding. The starry sky in front of him was so familiar. Wasn't it the starry sky of the heavenly Tao in his space? At the same time, Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand and a mirror appeared in front of him. Wasn't the thing condensed from the thousands of pieces of his mind? Xiaohua. This. Jade Archive. Xiaohua hurriedly looked around, but under his body, wasn't it his own space? It was just that this space had been baptized by the falling stone matrix at the Jade Pavilion conference. With the expansion of his divine sense and mind, it was now 10 times bigger than before. It was at least hundreds of thousands of li wide. See. Jade Archive. Xiaohua turned pale with fright. An inconceivable feeling rushed into his heart. How could a fine line of law in the wooden house near Heartbreak Mountain be the starry sky of his space below it? The biggest secret in his heart was actually blocked by a fine line of law. What is the connection between them? Is it the law? Is it the law? Is it the boundary? Or is it, the heavenly Tao's? Xiaohua? The more Jade Archive Xiaohua thought, the more confused he became. He looked up at the starry sky of the heavenly Tao. That incomparably huge heavenly Tao's Xiaohua was also ethereal and boundless. Forget it, my realm is not enough, my cultivation is not enough. It's difficult to find the reason. Jade Archive Xiaohua sighed, but then he smiled again. I'm afraid this time's comprehension will end here. However, peering into the mystery of the law is extremely useful for I's cultivation. Chapter 3704. With that thought, Jade Archive Xiaohua exits the space. His mind returns to its original position and he opens his eyes. Seeing that the sky is bright, Xiaohua's heart moves. He pinches his fingers and does some calculations. He shakes his head slightly and walks out of the wooden house. Ha! Taoist Xiao, you are indeed powerful. The moment Xiaohua exits the wooden house, Zhai Xingzi immediately notices. He flies over from the top of the mountain and cups his hands. Just a mere 100 days of meditation actually allowed Taoist Xiao to advance so much. If I did not see it with my own eyes, I would not dare to believe it. You flatter me, you flatter me. Xiaohua says with a smile. Even if I were to cultivate in seclusion for 100 days, I am afraid I would still not be able to catch up to Taoist Zhao's late nascent soul stage. I still have to continue working hard. Congratulations Taoist Xiao. Gusu Chudi also flies over from afar. Following behind her is Fu Jiwen. Gusu Chudi's face is also filled with shock as she speaks from afar. Congratulations Master for coming out of seclusion. Fu Jiwen is overjoyed. He lands on the ground and bows. Same to you, same to you. Xiaohua cups his hands towards Gusu Chudi again. Looking at Fu Jiwen, he says with a smile, Master was actually in seclusion by accident and missed your good thing. Master is really embarrassed in his heart. Come, take out your heaven punishment prison crystal. Yes, Master. Fu Jiwen didn't know what was going on, so he respectfully took out the wooden box. Xiaohua raised his hand, and the heaven's punishment prison crystal flew out of the wooden box. Xiaohua's eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked at the somewhat familiar inscription law chains. He opened his mouth, and 3 green lights that looked similar, but were actually completely different, flew out. They instantly turned into hundreds of tiny sword hairs, and fell into the inscription law gaps on the chains. Gusu Chudi did not expect Xiaohua to break the inscription law chains right after coming out of seclusion. Seeing the sword hairs enter, she hurriedly yells, Taoist Xiao, stop. It was a pity that Gusu Chudi's words were too late. The sword tip strangely landed in the gap between the engraving law. At this moment, the engraving law chain was overflowing. The sword tip abruptly pierced through and nailed the entire chain. Shwa. Just like how the engraving law chain collapsed that night, hundreds of engraving laws began to flicker, Kacha. A total of 9 different colored thunderbolts emerged from within the inscription rule, and then 9 dragon-shaped phantoms appeared from within the thunderbolts. The 9 dragons danced and condensed into an oval phantom, and a suffocating supreme aura immediately rushed out from the oval phantom, pushing everyone back by over 30 meters. Star Child, quick, quick, put me into your Chinkuan bag. Gusuchuri didn't have the time to explain in detail, she hastily shouted. When Zhai Xingzi saw Gusuchuri's panicked expression, he knew that something bad was going to happen. He flung his emperor robe and took out his Chinkuan bag, wanting to take Gusuchuri into it. Unfortunately, Gusuchuri's body only moved a few times but she didn't fly up. Zhai Xingzi said anxiously, Chiu, your strength has surpassed mine, I can't use my Chinkuan pouch to keep you. I'll do it. When Xiaohua saw this, although he didn't know why Gusuchuri was panicking, he didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly waved his hand. Boom! The Kunlun mirror's light beam rushed out and landed on Gusuchuri's body. Gusuchuri thought for a moment, then withdrew her resistance, and her body disappeared along with the light beam. Clear sky mirror. Zhai Xingzi's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise, and he asked in surprise. Without waiting for Xiaohua's reply, a loud rumbling sound of thunder filled the air. In an instant, the area within a radius of 1,000 miles was filled with red clouds. A kind of black clouds that suffocated everyone was like an invisible wave that drowned everyone in a moment. An enormous distorted light that could split the heaven and earth appeared in front of everyone amidst the sound of thunder. Which daring cultivator dares to touch the immortal palace's inscription rule? An ethereal voice that was sometimes high and sometimes low, sometimes far and sometimes close sounded in everyone's ears. This. Xiaohua's face turned ashen, and his body trembled as if he was scared out of his wits. He bowed and said, I don't know, what is this? You don't know, yet you dare to touch it? Thunderclaps resounded, but the shocking thunder still couldn't cover up that voice. You Taoist cultivators are truly daring. Say. Senior. Xiaohua gathered his courage and bowed, saying, I thought, this was a strange treasure sealed by a Confucian cultivator, so, even if it's a strange treasure, with your cultivation level, it's impossible for you to break it. Unless you can use the power of heaven and earth or a Taoist forbidden formation, that voice said coldly. This thing isn't for you to touch. Quickly return it to its original place. Today, I'm the one on duty. Since you're inexperienced and don't know the importance of this thing, I won't take your lives. If you try to break it in vain and get discovered by other enforcers, you'll definitely be struck by 10,000 lightning bolts, and your souls won't be able to reincarnate. After the voice finished speaking, another series of thunderclaps wreaked havoc within 1,000 miles. Soon after, the light shadow disappeared, the lightning disappeared, and even the red clouds dissipated. What does this mean? Xiaohua's brows furrowed as he looked at the scorching sun in the sky, as if he was thinking of something. Xiaohua's expression changed as he pondered. Cough cough, Taoist Master Xiao. Zhai Xingzi was still inferior to Xiaohua. When the light shadow appeared, his entire nascent soul was imprisoned, and he couldn't use the mana in his body at all. He couldn't sense the qi of heaven and earth around him at all. After the person left, Zhai Xingzi let out a long breath. He looked at Xiaohua who was standing quietly and coughed twice. Can you let Chiu out first? Xiaohua nodded slightly. He waved his hand, and the Kunlun mirror appeared in his hand. With a flash of light, Gusuchuri appeared in front of Zhai Xingzi with a happy expression. Without waiting for Zhai Xingzi to speak, Gusuchuri asked first, Taoist Master Xiao, is the Kunlun mirror in your hand? Yes. Xiaohua nodded slightly. How strange. Gusuchuri said curiously, the immortal palace spent 1,000,000 years searching for the Kunlun ruins, but they only found a small fragment of the Kunlun mirror in the buried immortal continent. There were no other traces of the other parts. This fragment has no use at all. That's why the immortal emperor left the fragment in the buried immortal continent. Who knew, that you actually have an almost complete Kunlun mirror. It's really strange. Xiao Hua was shocked and forced a smile. Since Fairy Chiu knows, I hope you can keep this a secret for me. Of course. Gusu Chudi smiled. I still have something to ask of you. How would I dare to leak it? What is it? Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. However, after a moment, Xiao Hua came back to his senses and smiled. Fairy, are you saying that you want to hide in the Kunlun ruins? I have no problem with that. I just don't know if Daoist Jai Xingzi will be jealous. Jealous? Gusu Chodi was stunned. Then, she covered her mouth and laughed loudly as if she understood the story. She looked at the embarrassed Jai Xingzi and said, Xingzi won't be jealous. Usually, I'll be outside with Xingzi and hide inside when something happens. Oh, if you're afraid that Xingzi will be jealous, why don't you lend the Kunlun mirror to my Xingzi? TSK. You wish. Xiao Hua pursed his lips and immediately put away the Kunlun mirror. Gusu Chudi was just joking. She looked around and said softly, the law enforcer came, right? He didn't make things difficult for you, right? No. Jai Xingzi shook his head. I was so scared that I didn't dare to move. Only Daoist Xiao dealt with it. It's fine. Xiao Hua explained the matter. In the end, he said, the law enforcer said, unless you have the ancient Dao sect's forbidden formation. It's quite strange. Could it be that he wants us to save Wuri Tan from the heaven punishment prison crystal? Master. Fu Jiwen said apologetically, disciple's humble wife's name is Bai Hen. That Wuri Tan is trying to hide her origin. Xiao Hua didn't find it strange. Gusu Chudi also smiled and said, also, I'm not called Gusu Chiron, but Gusu Chudi. All the sinners of Star Lord Palace have to change their last word to Ran when they enter Star Lord Palace. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and said with a bitter smile, Qiu Xianzi, I don't even know your name. Is that okay? Hee hee. Gusu Chudi smiled and said, let's not talk about names. Daoist Zhao's intuition is right. This law enforcer. Although I don't know who he is, he should be on good terms with the school of the Emperor Star. If I'm not wrong, he should be the one who showed mercy to Bai Hen. School of the Emperor Star. Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, where is that? This is a place of the Immortal Palace. Gusu Chudi shook her head and said, however, I don't dare to reveal the secrets of the Immortal Palace. Let Fu Jiwen tell you what happened that night. Yes. Fu Jiwen answered from the side and told Xiao Hua about what happened that night. Xiao Hua's heart was shaken as he listened. In just 2 hours, so many secrets had been revealed. It was really exciting. After Fu Jiwen finished, Xiao Hua looked at Gusu Chudi and asked with interest, so, Bai Hen was punished because of Qiu Xianzi. Could it be that Qiu Xianzi doesn't want Bai Hen to be freed? Of course I want to. Gusu Chudi smiled bitterly and said, but I'm just a small general of the Immortal Palace. I was lucky enough to be punished lightly because of my family's power. Didn't you see it too? Even someone as strong as the law enforcer doesn't dare to be too biased. How can I help Bai Hen to be freed? Then how can this heavenly punishment prison crystal be broken? How long will it take to get out of internal trouble? What did the law enforcer mean by that sentence? Xiao Hua asked step by step. Gusu Chudi's expression was calm as if she had already thought about it. She said slowly, good question. I've thought about it carefully these days. If Bai Hen is to be freed, there are only 2 ways. The first is when the heavenly punishment prison crystal's punishment ends. The Jade Seal and Law will return to the Immortal Palace and Bai Hen will naturally be freed. The second is to rely on external forces. This external force has to be stronger than the Jade Seal and Law of the Immortal Palace. At this point, Gusu Chudi looked at Xiao Hua again and said, I'm sure you already know how powerful the Jade Seal and Law are when you tried to break the seal just now. Indeed. Xiao Hua nodded. My current cultivation is not enough to break the seal. Yes. Moreover, anyone who activates the Jade Seal and Law of the Immortal Palace can summon the Law Enforcer. We were lucky this time. If it wasn't for the Law Enforcer next time, we would be in trouble. Gusuchuri continued, however, just like what the Law Enforcer said, the Heavenly Punishment Prison Crystal was thrown on the hidden Immortal Continent. Other than human power, it might encounter other forces of heaven and earth and seal. If these forces can directly break the Jade Seal and Law chains inside the Heavenly Punishment Prison Crystal, then it belongs to the power of heaven. The Immortal Palace is known to punish on behalf of heaven. Since it can be broken with the power of heaven, then the punishment will be over. Chapter 3705. Yes, that should be the case. Xiao Hua nodded slightly. If we encounter an apocalypse, won't we just throw the Heavenly Punishment Prison Crystal in? The problem is, if the Heavenly Punishment Prison Crystal couldn't withstand the calamity, how could she withstand it? She might die the moment she comes out, right? Gusuchuri reminded. Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat as he thought of his own space. In that space, whether it was the Jade Archive Xiao Hua or the green-robed Xiao Hua, they had the power to destroy mountains and tsunamis. This power was enough to destroy the Heavenly Punishment Prison Crystal. However, when Xiao Hua thought of the fine lines on the inscription chains on the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal, his heart almost trembled. He didn't dare to imagine what kind of disaster it would be if the fine lines of the inscription chains passed through the starry sky of the space and rushed out of the space. Not to mention that his greatest secret would be exposed, even those magic treasures and spiritual herbs of immeasurable value within the space would bring a calamity to him, right? While Xiao Hua was pondering, Zhai Xingzi said, "Qiu, didn't you say, you're going to an ancient Taoist ruin in the next few days? Perhaps there'll be some opportunities there." Yes, that's right. Gusuchuri's face lit up. If there's a powerful restriction array inside, it'll definitely be able to resist the Immortal Emperor's Jade Seal. And will definitely be able to escape from there. Gusuchuri's definitely left and definitely right made Fu Jiwen's face light up with joy. Taoist Zhai Xing, have you decided to follow me to that ancient restriction array? Xiao Hua returned to his senses and asked with a smile. Zhai Xingzi was already used to Xiao Hua's tone and asked back, "When did I say I wasn't going?" "Not only Zhai Xingzi, but I also want to go." Gusuchuri shouted eagerly. "Master." Fu Jiwen's tone was somewhat pleading. Needless to say, he also wanted Xiao Hua to bring him along. "Your cultivation is insufficient. If you go, it'll be dangerous." Xiao Hua denied. "You should go to Black Wind Ridge first. You're spoiling your disciple too much." Zhai Xingzi smiled. "You said that Xue Ping was only at Foundation Establishment. Fu Jiwen is stronger than Xue Ping, right? If Xue Ping can go, why can't Fu Jiwen? Xue Ping's life was important, but Fu Jiwen's life wasn't. Besides, if Fu Jiwen doesn't go, who's going to bring the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal?" Xiao Hua frowned slightly. What Zhai Xingzi said wasn't wrong. The ancient forbidden formation was indeed dangerous, but it was also a fortuitous encounter. Such a rare experience was absolutely important to Fu Jiwen. "Don't you have the Kunlun mirror?" Gusuchuri said with a smile, "If things go south, you can just take Fu Jiwen into the Kunlun ruins. And, this Xiao will consider it again." Xiao Hua nodded slightly. Zhai Xingzi looks at Xiao Hua's old hen-like appearance and says with a smile, "Jinren Xiao, I'm afraid you don't have much time to think. Previously, you said that you would arrive at Jingzhou after a month or so. Now, half a year has almost passed and we still haven't moved. Only half an hour. This Xiao will consolidate my previous comprehension." Xiaohua thought for a moment and then landed on the mountain peak. He sat down cross-legged and formed a seal with both hands. Immediately, the wind and clouds on the mountain peak changed and yuan qi of heaven and earth gathered. Gusuchuri was surprised and asked, Xingzi, what is Zhenren Xiao doing? Zhai Xingzi could not see the seal in Xiaohua's hand and shook his head slightly. I don't understand either, but didn't you say? Consolidate your realm. Who would believe that? Gusuchuri snorted coldly. I realize that this Xiaohua is very honest sometimes, but he's also very cunning at other times. Didn't the Confucian cultivators always say that there are no perfect people? Such a person is reassuring, Zhai Xingzi said with a smile. Of course, Xiaohua was not consolidating his comprehension. He had just comprehended the order, and he could not help but feel ambitious. He wanted to try the karma seal that he could not control previously. Looking at Xiaohua sitting cross-legged and forming a seal with both hands, who knows how long he had been planning in his heart. As the yuan qi of heaven and earth gathered, light and shadow began to appear in front of Xiaohua's eyes. Then, an incomparably strange power began to be born from the seal and madly rushed into Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua knew that this was the backlash of the seal, so he naturally did not dare to be careless. His body's imbuing body technique was activated, and those 13,200 small dots also madly absorbed the yuan qi of heaven and earth. In an instant, a huge storm was born with Xiaohua as the starting point and gradually expanded. Shock appeared on Zhai Xingzi and Gusuchuri's faces. They looked at each other and turned into rainbows. Before they flew away, the two of them did not forget to bring Fu Jiwen, who was at a loss, along with them. Behind the three of them, the wooden house that Fu Jiwen built was swept up into the sky like breaking dry weeds and rotten wood. The wooden planks were instantly torn into pieces. The storm grew extremely fast. Zhai Xingzi and the other two flew out 3,000 feet and stood in midair. The storm behind them had already enveloped several thousand feet. Zhai Xingzi released his divine perception and felt the chaotic yuan qi of heaven and earth in the surroundings. Just as he was about to send his divine perception into the storm, a sharp pain like a knife cut off a wisp of divine perception. See. Zhai Xingzi's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly withdrew his divine perception and wanted to say something. It was also at this moment, whing, whing. A strange sound came from the center of the storm. No matter if it was Zhai Xingzi or Gusuchuri, their Naiwan palace was greatly shaken. A kind of dizziness appeared, and before they could activate their divine ability to resist, swoosh. The entire several thousand feet wide storm suddenly stopped. The time of stopping was extremely short, and in the blink of an eye, all of the storm abruptly shrunk back. A powerful suction force pulled the three of them into the storm. Gusuchuri was a great grandmaster who was at the lower stage of the 5th grade of essence energy. When had she ever been in such a difficult situation? Her entire body immediately glowed as she tried her best to resist. However, just as her true qi was generated, the suction force suddenly reversed and turned into a pushing force. Boom! The storm actually collapsed from the inside out. Gusuchuri was caught unprepared, and her figure flew very inelegantly into the sky. Sigh. The storm gradually calmed down. The mountain peak had already changed. Xiaohua, who had already changed into a Taoist robe, flew out with a strange expression. Originally, he wanted to rush into the hand of karma's spell with the remnants of the order that he had just comprehended. Unfortunately, his cultivation was still insufficient, and he still couldn't use this spell. However, Xiaohua didn't come out empty-handed. Just as the spell failed, Xiaohua was seized by a sudden impulse and realized that Fu Jiwen and the others had followed him into the ancient forbidden array. It was a frightening but not dangerous ending. As for the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal, Xiaohua didn't sense it at all. Taoist Xiao. Seeing such a huge formation, Zhai Xingzi called out, "Fellow Taoist," with a bit of embarrassment. Seeing Xiaohua fly out safely, he asked loudly, "Are you injured?" He, Taoist's comprehension is really not bad. You gained something in just a moment. Gusuchuri said with a smile, and you even destroyed Fu Jiwen's wooden house while you were at it. He. Xiao Hua also said with a smile, I'm fine. It's just that I was thinking of something and couldn't control my magic power. That's why I failed. Since the wooden house is already gone, that's a sign for Fu Jiwen to follow me. This is the will of the heavens. Many thanks, Master. Hearing this, Fu Jiwen was overjoyed. He bowed and said, Let's go. Xiao Hua flicked his sleeves and helped Fu Jiwen up. He looked into the distance and said, I didn't expect that we would stay here for so long. I'm afraid that Xue Ping is already waiting anxiously in Jingzhou. Jingzhou? Zhai Xingzi looked at Xiao Hua. He couldn't help but laugh. He said with a low voice, Daoist Xiao, the direction of Jingzhou, is behind you. Oh. Xiao Hua said with a smile, I was just lamenting about the Buddhist sect of the single Yang country. That. Gusuchuri covered her mouth and laughed. Without holding back, she pointed it out, the single Yang country is to your left. Go, go, go. Xiao Hua flicked his sleeves, I just want to see the sunset. Is that not enough? If I don't go now, when will I go? Seeing that Xiao Hua was about to turn into a rainbow, Zhai Xingzi hurriedly called out, Daoist Xiao, don't be anxious. I have a flying boat here. Xiao Hua helplessly glared at Zhai Xingzi, why didn't you say so earlier? That. Zhai Xingzi laughed in his heart. He didn't show it on his face, Daoist Xiao is impatient. I'm not as good as you. Hurry up. Xiao Hua waved his hand to hide his awkwardness, there's an ancient forbidden formation waiting for us to enter. Daoist Xiao, aren't you happy? He. Zhai Xingzi took out the flying boat while laughing, it's precisely because it's an ancient forbidden formation that we can't be anxious. Chapter 3706. Xue Ping and the others watched Xiao Hua and Zhai Xingzi disembark from the flying boat. Xiao Hua was just a newly famous nascent soul cultivator, but Zhai Xingzi's reputation was well known in the hidden immortal continent, especially when he won the last rare treasure in the Jade Pavilion gathering. His emperor's outfit was particularly eye-catching. As soon as he flew out of the flying boat, there were immediately cultivators who came to their senses and came forward to greet him with joy. Xiao Hua, on the other hand, had long been placed in second place by them. Xiao Hua didn't care about this. He bowed to the cultivators facing him, but in reality, he waved his hand at the cultivators who had been paying attention to Zhai Xingzi. Gusuchuri and Fu Jiwen were the last to disembark. Fu Jiwen's cultivation was on par with Xue Ping and the rest, while Gusuchuri concealed her cultivation. She appeared to be around the third grade of essence force and was dressed in a Taoist robe. Zhai Xingzi looked at her with concern from time to time, and the cultivators immediately understood. Although they weren't as respectful as Zhai Xingzi, they were more respectful than Xiao Hua. Xue Ping and the other cultivators were happy, but Zhai Xingzi wasn't. Looking at the 12 cultivators' crooked cultivation, he almost curled his lips. Normally, Zhai Xingzi would have reprimanded them, but seeing Xiao Hua's indifference, Zhai Xingzi couldn't say anything. After all, he was invited by Xiao Hua. You've waited for a long time. Are there only these few cultivators? Although Zhai Xingzi was dissatisfied, he still asked according to the discussion on the flying boat. Senior, please no. Xue Ping's cultivation wasn't the highest, but he was the first to initiate and knew that Zhai Xingzi was invited by Xiao Hua. He hurriedly bowed and said, there were originally 15 people, but when we discussed waiting, they felt that this trip was too dangerous and they didn't know Senior Xiao well, so they chose to withdraw. The remaining fellow Taoists are very confident in Senior Xiao. Now that Senior has joined this trip. My ass. Zhai Xingzi reprimanded Xue Ping without holding back. He pointed at the dozen cultivators who were only at the third grade of essence force and said, "What do you think this ancient forbidden formation is? Even I, don't dare to recklessly enter it. With your cultivation, you're just going to die." "Yes, this junior understands." Xue Ping smiled apologetically, knowing that Zhai Xingzi was speaking the truth. He replied, "I was the one who found the clues to the ancient forbidden array in the beginning. I've already discussed it for a long time, and I feel that, if we don't enter, we'll feel indignant. However, if we enter, we don't have any confidence at all. Now that Senior Xiao and Senior Zhai Xing are here, I feel that this is a great opportunity. We juniors can't compare to senior, and we have very few choices. Under the pressure of the Confucian cultivators, we juniors have no choice but to risk our lives." Hearing Xue Ping's pitiful words, the dozen or so cultivators' faces were also filled with unwillingness. Zhai Xingzi sighed and said, "When Taoist Master Xiao mentioned this to me, I had already thought about it. Your idea is indeed correct. You want to use this ancient forbidden formation to raise your cultivation base, especially to obtain some fortuitous encounters from within. However, there were many ways to break through bottlenecks. It was possible to do so without relying on restrictive arrays. According to what this old man knows, there are a few hidden danger zones near Jing province. If you are willing, this old man can tell you the locations and you can go there to search for opportunities." "That's right." Xiaohua chimed in from the side, "If you feel that you won't be able to gain much from those dangerous places, this old man can give each of you a usable magic treasure. Even if you return empty-handed from those places, you can still use those dangerous places to refine magic treasures." This. Xue Ping was somewhat surprised, and he also felt some regret. When he met Xiaohua in the Danliang state, Xue Ping was very assured of Xiaohua because the state preceptor of the Danliang state was present. Although he didn't tell Xiaohua all the information he had, he still flaunted some details to Xiaohua. However, he didn't expect how Xiaohua would deal with it. Would he not want them to enter the forbidden area? Seeing Xue Ping's expression, Xiaohua smiled and said, "Of course, this is only this old man's consideration. The specific choice will be up to you. After all, this ancient forbidden array was found by you all with great difficulty. This old man and the others have no reason to stop you from entering." Phew. Xue Ping let out a long sigh and turned to look at the other cultivators. This news was rather sudden, so the cultivators weren't prepared at all. Furthermore, this choice was extremely difficult. Xue Ping thought for a moment, looked at the other cultivators' troubled expressions, and asked respectfully, "Seniors, this matter is of great importance. Would you allow us to discuss it further?" "It's fine." Xiaohua smiled and said, "Feel free to discuss it. It doesn't matter if it's 1 day or 10 days. It's fine as long as there's a result." "Thank you, Senior." Xue Ping bowed and raised his hand. This junior didn't expect that Senior Xiao would be able to invite Senior Zhai Xing, so the meditation room wasn't prepared enough. This junior will get someone to clean it up. "Alright, go ahead." Xiaohua waved his hand. Actually, this old man didn't consider it thoroughly before. "On the way here, I heard fellow Taoist Zhai Xing explain the dangers inside, so we made this decision at the last minute. Sorry for making things difficult for you." No, this is also Senior's consideration for us. This junior and the others understand very well." Xue Ping hurriedly waved his hand. Facing Xiaohua, who even his own state preceptor had to treat with respect, Xue Ping really couldn't bear any complaints. Faced with the temptation of the restriction array, the choice was truly difficult. Xue Ping and the others understood very well that this restriction array was naturally extremely dangerous. If they weren't careful, they would die, but the benefits were also great. Not to mention that traveling between life and death was very beneficial to one's temperament, Tao Foundation, and so on. Even if they obtained a damaged cultivation technique or an ancient Dharma artifact from the ancient restriction array, it would immediately allow their cultivation to enter another realm. Now that the Tao cultivation techniques of the hidden immortal continent had already been annihilated, Dharma artifacts, Dharma treasures, and so on were ordinary and mediocre. Any item from the restriction array would cause a sensation if taken out. Xue Ping and the others didn't dare to pin their hopes on a great opportunity like Xiao Hua and the others. They only needed a little from Xiao Hua and Zhai Xing, and it would be enough for them to roam the hidden immortal continent freely. This was also the reason why they had always coveted the ancient restriction array even though they knew it was dangerous. Xiao Hua and Zhai Xing didn't seem to be in a hurry. They each occupied a quiet room. Fu Jiwen waited in front of Xiao Hua's room while Gusu Qiudi cultivated in Zhai Xing's room. She actually seemed to have thrown the matter of Xue Ping and the others to the back of her mind. After more than 3 days, Xue Ping and the others finally came to a decision. It wasn't out of Zhai Xing's expectations. 8 of Xue Ping's cultivators chose to follow Xiao Hua and the others into the restriction array, while the other 5 chose to withdraw. Zhai Xing and Xiao Hua didn't go back on their words. They gave each of them a Dharma artifact in jade eye. The 5 cultivators were filled with joy as they left together. Presumably, they were going to travel to another dangerous place. Alright, since you've chosen to enter the restriction array with me, then I'll have to make it clear. Zhai Xing and Xiao Hua sat at the head of the cave abode that Xue Ping and the others had temporarily opened up. Looking at the 8 cultivators standing before them, Zhai Xing was the first to speak. Daoist Master Xiao and I will do our best to guarantee your safety. However, if you encounter a place that even we can't protect ourselves, we won't have the time to fend for ourselves. Yes, we understand. Xue Ping and the others said respectfully. We're already extremely grateful to be able to follow the 2 seniors into the restriction array and fulfill our wish. Also, Xiao Hua added. If the restriction array is divided into a few sections, then everyone should act according to your abilities. If there's some opportunity, then hurry up and leave. Don't lose your lives over there. Yes, we understand. Xue Ping and the others replied again. However, they were also unconvinced. After all, Fu Jiwen, who was behind Xiao Hua, seemed to be less than a 3rd-grade essence force cultivator. Since Fu Jiwen could enter, why couldn't they? After Zhai Xingzi gave a few more instructions, Xue Ping respectfully took out a few jade eyes from his bosom and handed them over. He said, "This is the information we have gathered over the past dozen years, regarding the Misty Mountain Maze Formation. Please take a look." Misty Mountain Maze Formation. Zhai Xing's face revealed a shocked expression. He waved his hand and took the jade eyes. He asked in a low voice, "Xue Ping, are you sure this is the Misty Mountain Maze Formation? I seem to have heard that the Misty Mountain Maze Formation is at Yongzhou's Misty Mountain." "Alright, I'll let you know." Xue Ping's face revealed a trace of pride. He cupped his hands and said, "To tell you the truth, we didn't know this was the famous Misty Mountain Maze Formation. We only thought it was an ordinary ruin. However, as we investigated further and searched for clues around the maze formation, we didn't dare to believe that the Misty Mountain Maze Formation, which was far away in Yongzhou, could be in Jingzhou. If it's really the Misty Mountain Maze Formation, then, it's no wonder that countless Daoist cultivators have been searching for this maze formation in Yongzhou's Misty Mountain all these years. It's obvious that it's impossible to find it." Zhai Xing sighed. Even back then, I went to Misty Mountain and returned empty-handed. Actually, it's also a coincidence. Xue Ping smiled apologetically. When we first met Senior Xiao, we weren't sure, so we didn't dare to mention it to you. Later on, we left Yuzhou, and received the help of a fellow Daoist named Dao Cheng. Only then did we confirm that this ruin is the Misty Mountain Maze Formation. Dao Cheng. Zhai Xing looked up at the 8 people before him and smiled. Why isn't he here? I'm afraid Dao Cheng isn't fated to meet him. A cultivator beside Xue Ping said, before you two came, he felt that the ruin was too dangerous and left early. What a pity. Zhai Xing looked at the jade eyes in his hand and thought for a moment before handing it to Xiao Hua. Daoist Xiao, you should take a look first. There's no need to look at the details in the jade eyes for now. Xiao Hua shook his head slightly. Exalted Sun Kong and Zhang Daoran haven't come yet. When they're all here, we'll discuss it together. What? Xiao Hua's words were no different from a stone thrown into a pond. Xue Ping and the others were stunned again. Senior Xiao, you said that there are more seniors coming. Chapter 3707. Xue Ping clearly hadn't heard of Sun Kong and Zhang Daoran's names. A cultivator beside him was overjoyed. Senior, are you Sun Kong from Ji Province and Zhang Daoran from Jing Province? Of course, isn't this Jing Province? Since I'm here, how could I not inform him? Xiao Hua smiled. Great. The cultivator praised. Junior is a cultivator from Jing Province and has long heard of Senior Daoran's reputation. Unfortunately, I've never had the chance to meet you. Even, when fellow Daoist Xue mentioned the ancient forbidden formation, Junior had thought of asking Senior Daoran to take action. However, Junior's status and cultivation were truly low and I didn't want more people to know about this matter. That's why I kept delaying it. If Senior Daoran were to join us, we would have a greater chance of success. Hee, I hope so. Xiao Hua looked at Zhai Xingzi and smiled. Finding Sun Kong Shangren and Zhang Daoran for help was Zhai Xingzi's idea. Xiao Hua naturally didn't know that it was because Gusu Churi saw that Sun Kong Shangren and Zhang Daoran had a very good relationship with him at the Jade Pavilion conference. That was why she encouraged Zhai Xingzi to befriend Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong Shangren. He only felt that since Zhai Xingzi, Zhang Daoran, and Sun Kong Shangren were all late Yuanying stage cultivators with good temperaments, if they worked together, whether it was this ancient forbidden area or their future cultivation, it would be beneficial. Therefore, after thinking about it, he agreed. Xiao Hua's communication methods naturally couldn't compare to Zhai Xingzi's. Xiao Hua only gave the communication talisman to Zhai Xingzi and had him use an unknown magic tool to send it out. He didn't care about anything else and took the opportunity to find Xue Ping on the flying boat. Xue Ping took advantage of the gap between the cultivator's words and discussed with the other cultivators in a low voice. He immediately found out that the two cultivators who didn't come were also late nascent soul cultivators. His face lit up with joy and he was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. Not only did he feel that he was lucky to have met Xiao Hua that day, he also felt that it was fortunate that he didn't choose to leave a few days ago. Many thanks, Senior Xiao. Xue Ping sincerely thanked Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua pointed at Zhai Xingzi and said, this idea came from fellow Daoist Zhai Xing. You should thank him. While Xue Ping and the others were complimenting Zhai Xingzi, Xiao Hua gave Fu Jiwen a look. Fu Jiwen was slightly stunned at first, but he understood in an instant. After Xue Ping and the others had thanked Zhai Xingzi, he said, fellow Xue, I was born in Yu Province, which is quite far from Yong Province and Jing Province. I've never heard of this misty mountain maze. If you have the time, can you tell me about it? Xue Ping already knew that Fu Jiwen was Xiao Hua's disciple. Although Fu Jiwen and Xiao Hua were not master and disciple in name, they were master and disciple in reality. In the future, Fu Jiwen's cultivation would definitely be above Xue Ping's. Therefore, Xue Ping did not dare to slight Fu Jiwen. He glanced at Zhai Xingzi and Xiao Hua and said with a smile, since fellow Fu doesn't know, and Senior Xiao and Senior Zhai Xing are also free, then I'll explain it to you. Alright, all of you, sit down. Xiao Hua smiled and took out a small Qinkuan pouch from his bosom and handed it to Fu Jiwen. Since you asked Xue Ping to explain, you should at least show some appreciation. This is a spirit fruit that this old man has been waiting for a while. Share it with them. Yes, Senior Xiao. Fu Jiwen did not address Xiao Hua as master in front of so many cultivators. After receiving the small Qianquan pouch, he took out some spirit fruits and spirit wine and gave them to Xue Ping and the other cultivators. Everyone sat down and tasted the spirit fruits and spirit wine while listening to Xue Ping's detailed explanation. Inside the cave, most people were tasting the spirit wine with relish, but Xiao Hua was listening to Xue Ping's explanation with relish. Xue Ping had spent more than 10 years gathering information about the Misty Mountain Maze formation, so he naturally knew the records in his jade eyes. At this moment, he was extremely fluent in describing everything, no matter how big or small. Xiao Hua nodded repeatedly as he listened. Not long after, Xiao Hua already understood that this Misty Mountain Maze formation indeed had some background. It was indeed worthy of being a legendary ancient forbidden formation. This Misty Mountain Maze formation was different from the sage's palace under the river. It was not a place where relics were enshrined, nor was it a place where demonic artifacts were suppressed. Instead, it was a cave abode used by a famous ancient Taoist cultivator, Zhang Langzi, for a long time before he underwent tribulation. Of course, Zhang Langzi wasn't famous because he was a cultivator who went through tribulation, nor was it because he had ascended. Instead, it was because of the ink cloud pupil that appeared on the hidden immortal continent. Many of the ancient records recorded a heaven-shaking battle. This battle was a life and death battle between Zhang Langzi and 1,000 demons' sacred realm demon ancestor. Zhang Langzi was known as the most promising Taoist disciple to undergo tribulation and enter the Mahayana realm at that time, and the 1,000 demons' sacred realm demon ancestor was also known as the most promising one to become a great sage. There seemed to be no winner or loser in this life and death battle between the two, at least in the known ink cloud pupil, there was no record of victory or defeat. All the ink cloud pupil only described the ferocity of the battle between the man and the demon, the vastness of their magical powers, and the living beings within a radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers that were affected. It was not an exaggeration to say that the sky was dark and the earth was falling apart. After the battle that lasted for more than 10 days, everything returned to normal. Neither the man nor the demon died. The demon seemed to have been defeated and left. Zhang Langzi did not say anything and immediately entered the Misty Mountain Maze to cultivate in seclusion. When he came out of seclusion thousands of years later, Zhang Langzi welcomed his heavenly tribulation. Zhang Langzi easily passed the heavenly tribulation and reached the Mahayana realm. Then he sealed the Misty Mountain Maze and floated away, disappearing without a trace. As for whether he ascended or became an immortal, no one knew. According to the ink cloud pupil's records and the inference of others, the Misty Mountain Maze not only contained the magic treasures that Zhang Langzi collected before his tribulation, but also all kinds of rare Taoist spirit pills. Of course, the most important thing was Zhang Langzi's orthodoxy, as well as his comprehension after the battle and what he obtained before his tribulation. However, the Zhang Langzi's cave abode was very rich and the restrictive spells were very powerful. Before Zhang Langzi went into seclusion, he sealed the cave abode with a Misty Mountain Maze to prevent others from disturbing him and the invasion of the 1,000 demons' sacred realm. It was very difficult to enter without great magic power and great magic power. There were even some strange things recorded in the ink cloud pupil's records. When Zhang Langzi was in seclusion, the Misty Mountain Maze was activated 3 times. The first time, there was a strange phenomenon of thousands of Buddhas chanting together. In the space of tens of thousands of miles, there was a rampant image of the heavenly dragon and many Buddhas. However, the chanting lasted for several months and finally disappeared. The second time, there was a strange phenomenon of rosy clouds covering the sky. The Misty Mountain Maze was covered by colorful clouds for thousands of miles. All the cultivators' divine thoughts, divine senses, and eye-clearing spells could not see through it. Moreover, outside the rosy clouds, there was an endless amount of noble spirit that was more turbulent than the tide. The chanting of the students was not inferior to the chanting of the Sanskrit. The strange phenomenon lasted for a whole year. Unfortunately, it still disappeared mysteriously. Although the misty mountain maze was damaged, it was not broken. There was another time that was the most dangerous. It was said that the mountain shook and the earth shook. Thousands of demons attacked the misty mountain maze crazily. Even the stars from outer space came to help. The landscape of thousands of miles around the misty mountain was changed. However, in the end, the strange phenomenon was the same as the previous 2 times. It ended with blood rushing to the sky. Although the misty mountain maze was almost destroyed, it lasted until the end. Although there was no record of the cultivators who came to the misty mountain maze 3 times, everyone could see the power of the misty mountain maze. After that, there was no record of a famous battle. Of course, the reason why the misty mountain maze had been preserved from ancient times until now was not only related to the power of the misty mountain maze, but also to the illusory nature of the maze. This was because not only did the Tsang Langzi enter and exit from different locations, but the locations of the 3 strange phenomena were also different. It seemed that other than the Tsang Langzi, no one knew where the misty mountain maze was. At first, Xiao Hua was listening with interest. However, as he listened, the expression on his face changed. In the end, there was a strange look in his eyes as he looked at Xue Ping in disbelief. This was because, in his opinion, the secret land that Xue Ping could find could not be that great. At most, it was a place for training. Previously, he needed to rely on this secret land to shatter the earth crystal Yao milk in his body. However, now, he no longer needed to do so. However, since he had promised Xue Ping, at most, he would bring Xue Ping in for training and ensure Xue Ping's safety. Even in the country of Danliang, Xiao Hua did not mind when Xue Ping bragged that he had accidentally found the ancient forbidden formation. After all, Xiao Hua had seen the ancient forbidden formation before. However, at that time, he was already a little vigilant. That was why he brought Zhai Xingzi and Gusu Qiudi over. He even specially used the karma hand on Fu Jiwen. However, he never expected that the ancient forbidden formation would have such a great background. It was so great that it made him fearful. That was the cave abode of a great cultivator who was close to the tribulation stage. How could it be broken by a mere nascent soul stage cultivator like him? In particular, how could such an important maze be preserved until now? And it just had to be found by a small cultivator like Xue Ping who had just reached the 3rd level of cultivation. This was truly inconceivable. However, when Xiao Hua shifted his gaze from Xue Ping to Zhai Xingzi, he could not help but be stunned. This was because Zhai Xingzi's face was no longer as surprised as before. His usually calm face was actually filled with eagerness. This was really rare for the extremely dignified Zhai Xingzi. Even Gusu Qiudi's eyes flashed with fanaticism. It was as if the danger of the misty mountain maze did not attract their attention. That. Xiao Hua could not help but speak. He frowned and said to Zhai Xingzi, "Fellow Taoist Zhai Xingzi, don't you think that our strength is not enough to explore the cave abode of this tribulation stage, senior?" Xue Ping naturally stopped when Xiao Hua spoke. He looked at Xiao Hua in confusion. As for Zhai Xingzi, he raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, "Why do you say that?" "Our strength is around the lower 5th level of cultivation. Is it not enough to deal with this ancient maze? And, this Xiao feels that it's beyond my ability." Xiao Hua replied earnestly. Chapter 3708. I don't think so. Zhai Xingzi laughed. Xue Ping has already explained it clearly. Moreover, to be honest, I have some understanding of this misty mountain maze formation. Although Senior Tsang Langzi was a cultivator who went through the tribulation, he went through the tribulation after coming out of the misty mountain immortal abode. In other words, when he set up the maze formation in the Cloud Mountain immortal abode, he was merely a 7th grade essence force cultivator. Even though the maze formation was powerful and could withstand an 8th grade essence force cultivator, Taoist master, don't forget, that was during the ancient era, millions and millions of years before our Tao sect's legacy was wiped out. Time has always been the best method to break any formation. I don't think that after so many years of erosion, this misty mountain maze formation can still resist against an 8th grade essence force. Moreover, based on my previous experience of entering ancient formations, it is already not bad for this misty mountain maze formation to be able to resist against a 6th grade essence force. It might even be able to resist against an upper 5th grade essence force. Taoist Master, have you entered an ancient formation before? Xiao Hua asked thoughtfully. Yes. Zhai Xingzi nodded. My cultivation technique actually came from the ancient times. According to what I know, that formation was more than 1,000,000 years later than the Misty Mountain Maze formation. If I could break that formation with my cultivation back then, this Misty Mountain Maze formation shouldn't be a problem. I see. Xiao Hua was still hesitant. Zhai Xingzi looked at Gusu Qiudi beside him and said, actually, I want to enter Senior Tsang Langzi's abode not only to break through my current bottleneck, but also to find the answer to a riddle. Riddle? Xiao Hua frowned slightly, but then he came to a realization and smiled. The Misty Mountain Maze formation is merely the abode that Senior Tsang Langzi used to cultivate before his tribulation. I'm afraid it's not realistic for Taoist Zhai Xing to find the secret of ascension inside. No. Zhai Xingzi shook his head solemnly and said word by word, I didn't enter the Misty Mountain Maze formation to find the trace of Senior Tsang Langzi's ascension, but to find the mystery of our Taoist abode's destruction. Ah. It wasn't just Xiao Hua. Even Fu Jiwen and the others, as well as Gusu Qiudi, turned pale with fright. They truly didn't expect Zhai Xingzi to have such thoughts. Zhai Xingzi stood up and walked step by step to the entrance of the cave. With both hands clasped behind his back, he looked at the clear sky outside the cave, took a deep breath and said, Our Tao League cultivators, regardless of whether they are of the 1st tier or the 4th tier, are all more profound and powerful than Confucian cultivators of the same tier. Taoist cultivators breathe in the qi of heaven and earth, communicate with heaven and earth, and draw upon the power of heaven and earth. Meanwhile, Confucian cultivators absorb the qi of righteousness, collude with the humanities, and draw upon the accumulated power. Compared to them, Taoist cultivators are much stronger. However, on this hidden immortal continent, our Tao cultivators are firmly suppressed by Confucian cultivators. The entire continent is the world of Confucian cultivators. Although there are traces of our Tao sect in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm and Paradise, our Tao sect is only a supporting role. This old man has cultivated for several thousand years. I don't dare to say anything else, but anyone who is of the same tier as this old man is no match for this old man, no matter if it is Confucian cultivators, Buddhist disciples, or demons. Therefore, this old man feels that even if Confucian cultivators and Buddhist cultivators join hands, they may not be able to completely wipe out our Tao sect's orthodoxy. This old man wants to find the answer to this riddle from the ancient ruins. Hiss. Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Zhai Xingzi in a daze. He also didn't expect that this nascent soul cultivator of the hidden immortal continent who was suppressed by Confucian cultivators to this extent still didn't eat his tough bones, still didn't bend his straight waist, and actually wanted to explore the truth buried deep under the dust of time like him, a cultivator from the Dawn Rain continent. Good. This concubine supports you. Gusu Qiudi slapped the table and stood up, clapping her hands and saying, Everyone in the world, regardless of their background, is fair. Be it Confucian cultivators or Taoist cultivators, everyone has the right to cultivate. Xiao Hua smiled. Looking at this female general of the immortal palace who was at the lower 5th level of elemental energy, and then looking at the Taoist nascent soul cultivator who was overlooking the world outside the cave, this is a true match made in heaven. Xiao Hua pondered for a moment and also said, Fellow Taoist Zhai Xingzi's idea is good, but Senior Tsang Langzi's cave existed before our Tao sect declined, there may not be any clues inside. In particular, This Xiao has read all the ancient records of the hidden immortal continent. The records of our Dao sect's decline are very clear. The process of the immortal and Buddhist cultivators joining hands to destroy the Dao, and there are also very few ancient records. It can be said that it's as if it's been washed by water, abnormally clean. Even if we take the risk and enter, it's unlikely that we'll find anything. Burning scriptures and destroying the Dao. Zhai Xingzi smiled coldly and said, "This is a common method used by Confucian cultivators." Not only did Confucian cultivators destroy ancient records, they even erased the cultivators' memories. Who would know what happened millions of years ago? Not to mention Confucian cultivators, even Buddhist cultivators and demons have this method. At this point, Zhai Xingzi looked at Xiaohua and said, "This old man also didn't expect that Taoist Xiao would have the same intention as this old man. I wonder if Taoist Xiao has found anything." "He, temporarily not," Xiaohua said with a somewhat concealed smile. Zhai Xingzi didn't ask any more questions and continued, "Of course, even if we can't find the answer to our Dao sect's destruction in Senior Tsang Lang Zi's cave, if we can find his Dao sect's orthodoxy, it can be considered as finding the complete inheritance of our Dao sect. Our trip will not be in vain." "Ha!" Xiaohua laughed loudly and said, "Fellow Daoist Zhai Xing, this Xiao was right to bring you here. Could it be that you also found a flaw in our Dao sect's cultivation method?" "Ah! Could it be that Daoist Xiao?" Zhai Xingzi was somewhat surprised. He turned his head to look at Xiaohua and said very thought-provoking, "It seems that there are indeed many people with intentions in this world. Since we're all people with intentions, then we should be able to cooperate." Xiaohua's words seemed to have a double meaning. Actually, Gusuchuri opened her mouth and seemed to want to say something. However, she only said 2 words and didn't say anything else. Regarding the Dao sect, Xiaohua and Zhai Xingzi could only stop at this point. Then, under Fu Jiwen's urging, Xue Ping roughly recounted the process of him finding the Misty Mountain Maze formation. Xiaohua carefully listened and analyzed at the side, but it was obvious that Xue Ping's experience was impeccable. Over 10 years ago, Xue Ping accidentally stepped on dog shit, allowing him to be extremely lucky and find a trace of the Misty Mountain Maze formation. Then, over 10 years of painstaking investigation proved an old saying, "There's nothing in this world that's difficult for those who are willing." This ancient forbidden formation that even nascent soul cultivators couldn't find after racking their brains was actually found by Xue Ping and other cultivators of the 2nd and 3rd grade. Forget it. After Xue Ping finished speaking, Xiaohua waved his hand and looked at the extremely lucky Xue Ping, whose face was flushed red, and said, "Let's talk about what preparations you've made. Don't just prepare to break the formation empty-handed." Xue Ping's face was slightly red, and he smiled apologetically, "Of course we've made some preparations. However, our strength is limited, and our knowledge is shallow. Especially after we found out that this was the Misty Mountain Maze formation, we realized that our preparations were indeed insufficient. However, the preparations we've made over these years have been recorded in the Jade Eyes. Senior will understand after taking a look." Zhai Xingzi smiled and said, "No matter, I've made some preparations myself. Moreover, the message talismans I sent to Master Sun Kong and Zhang Daoran also mentioned that they should have made some preparations." However, at this point, Zhai Xingzi smiled mysteriously and said, "Of course, I didn't know that this was the Misty Mountain Maze formation before coming here. Now that I know, there's still one more thing to prepare. Daoist Xiao, I'll have to trouble you to hold the fort here and wait for the 2 of you to arrive. I still have to make a trip out with Chiu." Xiaohua pondered for a moment and nodded, "Go ahead. Since we're going to enter the abode of an ancient tribulation transcending senior, no amount of caution is excessive. We have to consider all possibilities. I'm inexperienced in this aspect, so I'll have to trouble you for everything." After that, Zhai Xingzi and Gusuchuri turned into rainbows and flew away. They didn't say when they would return. Xiaohua thought for a moment and wanted to contact Ao Zhantian and Shui Mingzi, who were also late nascent soul cultivators. However, he only thought about it for a moment before tossing it aside. After all, there was a huge difference between making friends with sincerity and being forced to swear loyalty. If the two of them had any ulterior motives in the ancient maze formation, it wouldn't be good for either of them. After Zhai Xingzi flew away, Xiaohua stayed in the quiet room and cultivated. Fu Jiwen finally had a great teacher and wanted to ask Xiaohua more. However, when he saw how hardworking Xiaohua was, he felt a little embarrassed. Fortunately, Xiaohua saw some clues and told Fu Jiwen that if he had any questions, he could ask Fu Jiwen at any time. There was no need to be afraid of anything. Furthermore, Xiaohua spent 3 days examining Fu Jiwen's cultivation realm. Finally, to Fu Jiwen's astonishment, Xiaohua gave him the cultivation method for the heavenly tomes and array talismans in his body. Although it wasn't a complete system, it was enough to shock Fu Jiwen. This cultivation method that transcended Confucianism and Taoism allowed him to see his future. It was just as Bai Pen had said. As long as he cultivated according to Xiaohua's instructions, his future realm would be limitless. Fu Jiwen was impressed by Xiaohua's strength, but he couldn't help but admire his wife's foresight. What a pity! Even so, Xiaohua still sighed. Although I have the art of array formations, I'm still lacking in simple and basic array formations. When I have the time in the future, I'll create some for you to study. Yes, thank you, Master. After Fu Jiwen thanked him, he began to cultivate. Moreover, he followed Xiaohua's instructions and immediately asked for advice whenever he encountered a problem. He didn't dare to slack off. While Xue Ping and the others were envious of Fu Jiwen, they also discussed with each other. When they found out how Xue Ping befriended Xiaohua, they all gathered their courage and came to ask for advice. Xiaohua didn't dislike it. However, when he saw that they all wanted to come and ask for advice, he simply let them come along. As long as one of them had a problem, he would let everyone come and listen. This made everyone ecstatic. During this time, there were quite a few people who revealed that they wanted to become Xiaohua's disciple. Unfortunately, Xiaohua only smiled and didn't say anything. These people's aptitudes were all ordinary. It seemed like they weren't fated to be Xiaohua's disciples. Chapter 3709. Zhai Xingzi had been gone for several months and had not returned. This was within Xiaohua's expectations. After all, these two people had made a last-minute decision. Whether it was searching for a person or an item, it was not that simple. However, Sun Kong Shangren and Zhang Daoran, whom Xiaohua had sent a message to, had not come either, which made Xiaohua somewhat surprised. Sun Kong Shangren was not in Jingzhou, so it might be a bit of a journey. However, Zhang Daoran was in Jingzhou. With his flying speed, it was impossible for him to not appear for so long. Moreover, Xiaohua calculated that there was still some time before the auction that Zhang Daoran was hosting. Zhang Daoran would not delay the trip to the Forbidden Formation for the auction. Of course, when he thought of this, Xiaohua's heart thumped again. He had an ominous premonition. He was not afraid that the two of them would have any disloyalty. After all, they had gone through the trials of the Sun, Moon, and Star formations of the Jade Pavilion Conference. Xiaohua could still trust their characters. What Xiaohua was afraid of was that the news of Star Lord Hall's Lord Kong Hongwu being killed by him would be leaked without him knowing. Star Lord Hall's master being killed, this was definitely a matter of Star Lord Hall turning the sky upside down. Moreover, Xiaohua also knew, this kind of matter would definitely be reported to the Immortal Palace. However, Xiaohua had been thinking for a long time and did not feel that he would give himself away. In particular, he had appeared in the Scorching Sun formation with serious injuries. How could he have the ability to kill a Confucian Great Grandmaster of the upper 5th grade of elemental energy? The most dangerous ones were the few nascent soul cultivators who watched him kill Jing Mubai. However, This was the most dangerous and also the safest evidence. Because he could kill Jing Mubai completely by scheming. The strength he showed was just at the lower 5th grade of elemental energy. There was still a big gap from the upper 5th grade of elemental energy. It was impossible for him to kill Kong Hongwu. Of course, there were many nascent soul cultivators who died in the sun, moon, and star formation. Xiaohua did not know how many of them could survive, but in any case, Xiaohua felt that he was safe. As the saying goes, what you fear will happen. Just when Xiaohua carefully sorted out again and did not feel that there were any flaws and was preparing to meditate, Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong Shangren came with a dozen disciples with a somewhat gloomy face. Naturally, Xiaohua could not reveal that he was guilty. With a smile on his face, he greeted them and said, "Fellow Taoists, why did you come so late? I thought that the two of you didn't take my message to heart." "No, no." Zhang Daoran forced a smile and said, "Back at Yaotai Mountain, this old man had already said that fellow Taoist Zhao's matter was my matter. Now that fellow Taoist sent a message, how could this old man not come?" But suddenly, something happened. "Also, didn't you say that you sent a message to Brother Sun Kong? This old man sent him a message and waited for him to come to Jingzhou before we came together." "Oh. Something happened all of a sudden?" Xiaohua naturally asked in surprise. "What happened?" Zhang Daoran looked at Venerable Sun Kong. Their eyes met, as if the two had already discussed this along the way. Then, Zhang Daoran waved his hand and said in a low voice, "Let's talk after we enter the cave." "All right." Xiaohua nodded and invited the two to land. Fu Jiwen and the others were already waiting in front of the cave. Normally, when Zhang Daoran and Venerable Sun Kong knew that Fu Jiwen was Xiaohua's disciple, they would definitely express something. But now, the two were absent-minded and only waved their hands as a greeting. They left the group of disciples outside the cave to exchange greetings and followed Xiaohua into the quiet room. After Zhang Daoran waved his hand and laid down the restriction, he glanced at Venerable Sun Kong again and asked Xiaohua very seriously, "Brother Xiao, tell this old man the truth. This time, at the Yaotai Mountain gathering, did that person come?" "Who?" Xiaohua first raised his eyebrows and then frowned. As Xiaohua expected, there were indeed rumors about Star Lord Hull. But what puzzled him was that he did not understand who the person Zhang Daoran mentioned was. This. Xiaohua's reaction was not out of Venerable Sun Kong and Zhang Daoran's expectations. However, Zhang Daoran was slightly embarrassed, and Venerable Sun Kong could not help but ask, "Brother Xiao, are you really not that person's subordinate?" Xiaohua's heart moved, seeming to have thought of something. He said with a smile, "Fellow Taoists are talking about Hong Shu." Unexpectedly, just as Xiaohua said a word, Zhang Daoran hurriedly raised his hand, stretched out his index finger and placed it by his mouth, saying in a low voice, "Brother Xiao, this person's name can't be spoken carelessly. This old man has already reached the stage of reversing yin and yang. If we mention his name, he will sense it." Xiaohua pondered slightly, then wrote a large Hong on the table and said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoists, are you talking about this senior?" "That's right." Venerable Sun Kong and Zhang Daoran's expressions were somewhat strange. They both nodded and replied, "To be honest, ever since we returned from Yaotai Mountain, the more we thought about it, the more we felt it was strange. Because with Brother Zhao's cultivation, how could you not have a reputation in hidden immortal continent? Although Jing province is far from Yu province, it's not at the end of the world. I seem to have never heard of a cultivator in Yu province called Xiaohua. So fellow Taoists feel that I am this senior's disciple?" Xiaohua asked with a smile. Venerable Sun Kong nodded, "Exactly. Not only Brother Zhao's cultivation, even Brother Zhao's strength of character in the rockfall matrix is extremely similar to that legendary senior. Special." Zhang Daoran stared at Xiaohua and asked again, "Before we return to our respective caves, we received news from Yaotai Mountain. After the meeting at Yaotai Mountain, Star Lord Hall completely sealed off Yaotai Mountain, unlike before where there were some decent ceremonies. Although Venerable Sun Kong and I don't know what happened at Yaotai Mountain, thinking about how strange it was when we came out, I feel that Star Lord Hall has already undergone a great change. So fellow Taoists feel that I am that senior's disciple. Moreover, you feel that senior also sneaked into Yaotai Mountain. Xiao Hua's eyes turned and he asked in reply. If that's not the case, I really can't think of any other possibility. Zhang Daoran smiled bitterly. On this hidden immortal continent, other than that senior, who else has this strength, who else has this courage, to dare to cause trouble on Yaotai Mountain? Xiao Hua laughed inwardly. The name of Grand Mist Ancestor was indeed useful. Even if he didn't use his name as a scapegoat, there would naturally be someone who would send him this so-called pillow. Xiao Hua had the intention to insinuate that Grand Mist Ancestor had sneaked into Yaotai Mountain, but he still shook his head and answered honestly, fellow Taoists, to tell you the truth, before entering Yaotai Mountain, there was a Qing Su Taoist who came to find me, hoping that I would rely on this senior. However, I was somewhat hesitant and didn't agree. However, I also didn't refuse. After all, he was a Tao sect senior. If I could help, I would still help. Thus, I made some transactions with this Qing Su Taoist. However, if you say that I'm this senior's disciple, I absolutely don't dare to admit it. As for whether or not this senior took the opportunity to sneak into Yaotai Mountain, I don't know. At this point, Xiao Hua's heart was moved again. He wanted to ask about the background of this Grand Mist Ancestor. Moreover, on this hidden immortal continent, other than Grand Mist Ancestor, why did Zhang Daoran feel that there was no one who had the strength to kill Kong Hongwu, who was at the upper 5th grade of essence energy? However, Xiao Hua knew that he was facing a martial grandmaster who had cultivated for several thousand years, not an inexperienced Confucian scholar like Fu Jiwen. Although Zhang Daoran and Venerable Master Sun Kong spent most of their time cultivating, the saying that old people become shrewd wasn't nonsense. If he was slightly careless, he might give himself away even more. In the end, silence was gold. Venerable Master Sun Kong glanced at Zhang Daoran, nodded and said, I feel that what Brother Xiao said is true. That cultivator called Qing Su also came to find me and promised me many benefits at the same time. It's just that I don't like restrictions, and the Yaotai gathering also has a unique treasure that I want. Therefore, like Brother Xiao, I only said some ambiguous words. Zhang Daoran let out a long sigh and shook his head slightly. Master Qing Su didn't come to find me, but I heard about some of his actions after he got out. Since we Taoist cultivators know about these actions, then Confucian cultivators should know even more. It looked like, the incident at Star Lord Palace was caused by this old man. It should be a warning to the Immortal Palace and Confucian cultivators. The problem is. Xiao Hua continued to ask, what happened to Star Lord Hall? How should we deal with it? No one knows what happened to Star Lord Hall. Perhaps only Star Lord Hall's own Star Lord and Hall Master can know. Zhang Daoran smiled slightly at this time. What we need to do is the same as usual, just tuck our tails between our legs, that's all. However, we need to tuck our tails even tighter now to avoid being caught by Confucian cultivators. And the future of Hidden Immortal Continent. I'm afraid there will be some storms. At this point, Zhang Daoran said apologetically, also, this old man has already sent a message to the auction that the three of us discussed. Push it back 10 years. I believe they will know about the news of Star Lord Hall and understand our painstaking efforts. N. When Xiao Hua agreed, he was slightly distracted. Since Zhang Daoran's auction was postponed, what about him? Those Taoist cultivators who worked for him, should he also inform them not to go to Black Wind Ridge for the time being? However, Sun Kong disagreed and sneered. I don't think there's anything good about this. Since Star Lord Hall's matter has nothing to do with you and me, we should do what we should do. Why should we care about what Confucian cultivators think? The more you avoid it, the more they will think that you have a guilty conscience. Moreover, Brother Shao, you don't have to worry. Didn't you get the lot of the imperial preceptor in the Yaotai gathering? You should establish a country and kill Confucian cultivators. If you don't establish a country, the lot of the imperial preceptor can't be recorded in Star Lord Hall. On the contrary, it will attract the attention of others. Chapter 37:10. That's right, that's true. When Xiao Hua heard this, he immediately had a plan in his heart. I originally planned to return to Black Wind Ridge after exploring the ancient Forbidden Formation, but the information you two fellow Taoists had about Star Lord Hall really scared me. Now that I've heard Brother Sun Kong's words, I'm suddenly enlightened. Since it has nothing to do with us, we don't have to worry about anything we do. If that Confucian cultivator wants to find trouble with us, he doesn't need to see if we've done anything. Forget it, forget it. Zhang Daoran waved his hand. Since Brother Shao isn't that senior's disciple, you naturally have nothing to do with this matter. We don't need to mention this anymore. Let's talk about this ancient Forbidden Formation. He. Xiao Hua smiled mysteriously and waved his sleeve. Several jade eyes appeared in front of them. Take a look first. It'll definitely exceed your expectations. Huh. Sure enough, when their divine senses saw the jade eyes, both of them were greatly shocked, and it was even more so than Xiao Hua and Zhai Xingzi. Zhang Daoran even cried out involuntarily, why have I never thought that this cloudy mountain maze formation is actually within my Jing province? He. Exalted Master Sun Kong laughed after recovering from his shock. Brother Daoran, although you were ahead of me before the Jade Pavilion meeting, I'm confident that I'll be able to keep pace with you after the restriction formation. Ha, I'm looking forward to it. Zhang Daoran also laughed. Right, where's Zhai Xingzi? Sun Kong only thought of Zhai Xingzi now. Where did that guy run off to? I don't know. Xiao Hua shrugged. Fellow Taoist Zhai Xing is so mysterious. I don't know if he's looking for someone or something. He disappeared with his lover. Lover? When did that guy have a dual cultivation partner? Sun Kong's eyeballs were about to fall out. That guy has always been arrogant and thinks he's on par with immortal emperors. How did he suddenly find a celestial empress? Ha, when he returns, you two will naturally know. Xiao Hua laughed. Zhang Daoran rubbed his nose and said strangely, Brother Shao, not to mention that your luck is especially good, after this old man and Sun Kong met you, not only did we obtain 2 strange treasures, we even obtained the opportunity to enter the Misty Mountain Maze Formation. Let's talk about your social relations. Zhai Xingzi usually doesn't associate with Taoism cultivators. How did you meet him? About this. Xiao Hua was slightly hesitant, and he thought for a moment before he said with a flattering smile, the reason for this is slightly related to a secret, so it's inconvenient for me to explain. Let's wait for fellow Taoist Zhai Xing to return and see what he has to say. Then I won't ask. Sun Kong said with a smile, I believe in Brother Zhao's character. Since you feel that old man Zhai Xing can get along with you, then I'll believe you for once. Let's go explore the cave abode of this tribulation transcending senior. That. Zhang Daoran hastily called out to Sun Kong and handed him a jade eye. Brother Sun Kong, take a look at this. It seems like, we should also go and make some preparations. Sun Kong took a look and exchanged glances with Zhang Daoran. However, this is Jing province. I'm not too familiar with Brother Shao, so I'll have to trouble Brother Daoran. No problem. Zhang Daoran nodded. I'll go with my disciple to various places in Jing province to borrow some magic treasures from fellow Taoists that I'm familiar with. However, it's a bit impolite to ask my disciple to go to some places. If it's convenient, I'll write down the address in the jade eye. No problem, Sun Kong said with a smile, I still have some face. If Brother Daoran has something to say, feel free to say it. Xiao Hua waved his hand. Don't count me in. I can't differentiate between north, south, east, and west. Moreover, they might not recognize me. Since that's the case, Brother Xiao, stay here and carefully inspect these jade eyes. See if there's anything you missed out. Ancient forbidden formations aren't good places. Zhang Daoran agreed very straightforwardly. Then, he and Sun Kong used 3 days to look through the contents of the jade eyes. After assigning their respective tasks, they hurriedly left with their disciples. Looking at Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong's orderly appearance, Xiao Hua's heart was even more at ease. This was the normal rhythm of entering an ancient forbidden formation. Previously, he explored the secret area purely blindly, the rhythm of courting death. Xiao Hua sent Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong off. He used his hand to pinch his chin as he thought to himself, there's no other way. They've lived for so many years. They have to know more than I do. At this point, Xiao Hua already understood that he probably wouldn't enter the misty mountain maze in a short period of time. He had the intention to go to Black Cloud Ridge, but he was afraid that the round trip would take too long. In the end, he simply didn't think about it. After all, Li Xiang was overseeing Black Cloud Ridge, and now there was also Xiong Yi's help. Both of them had the experience of ruling a country. Which one of them wasn't stronger than him? What he had to do was to raise his cultivation and be their strong backing. After Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong left for a few months, their disciples returned one after another. These disciples were all respectful to Xiao Hua and didn't conceal their whereabouts and gains. Among the 10 people, 7 of them completed their master's orders. It seemed like Zhang Daoran's reputation in Jingzhou was still rather great. Another half a month later, Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong also returned. Both of their expressions were slightly unsightly. Xiao Hua knew that the two of them didn't have a smooth journey and didn't ask much. He only smiled and said, I haven't seen the two of you return for so many days. I thought that the two of you had also become meat buns. Fortunately, the two of you are much stronger than Zhai Xingzi. Oh. Sun Kong was originally slightly displeased, but after hearing Xiao Hua's words, he was slightly stunned and asked curiously, what? Old ghost Zhai Xing hasn't returned yet? Could it be that this guy really fled at the last moment? Zhang Daoran waved his hand and said in disbelief, impossible. Although Zhai Xingzi's starlight is arrogant, he has always been a man of his words. What he says is absolutely trustworthy. Perhaps, he's the same as us, and has been refused entry. Sun Kong couldn't help but become infuriated when he heard this, and he said furiously, motherfucker. Isn't it just borrowing a few magic treasures? What's so great about that? Wait until I come out from the Cloudy Mountain Maze formation, I'll deal with all of you one by one. Looks like things didn't go smoothly. Only at this moment did Xiao Hua ask with a grin on his face. Zhang Daoran laughed bitterly. Actually, it's nothing much. If it was a normal time, these fellow Taoists ought to be able to agree. But because of the matter of the Jadestage meeting, the situation in the hidden immortal continent is slightly subtle, and they don't dare arbitrarily get involved with us. Even though I participated in the Jadestage meeting, I didn't do anything, and I almost perished within the formation. Sun Kong spoke with slight indignation. Forget it, forget it. Xiao Hua's eyes spun as he waved his hand and said, fellow Taoists, what are the magic treasures that you didn't borrow like? Perhaps I have them here. Zhang Daoran naturally didn't believe what Xiao Hua said, and he only took it as Xiao Hua consoling himself, so he spoke of the might of the 2 magic treasures absent-mindedly. While Xiao Hua listened carefully, he instructed the green-robed Xiao Hua to search among the magic treasures that were still repaired, and further refine them. Zhang Daoran didn't care, but Sun Kong blinked his eyes and looked at Xiao Hua thoughtfully, as if he had seen something. Subsequently, Zhang Daoran and Sun Kong took back the jade eyes, and brought their disciples, Xue Ping, and a few other cultivators to discuss the details of the inside. From time to time, they would send disciples to investigate several miles away. Until more than 20 days later, a divine sense swept over from afar, and an apologetic voice came, "I came back late. I'm really sorry for the long wait. Hee, Meat Bun is back." Sun Kong withdrew his divine sense from the jade eyes, and as he spoke, he looked into the distance. Why did Zhai Xingzi bring back a Confucian cultivator? When Xiao Hua heard this, he immediately understood that this Confucian cultivator wasn't invited by Zhai Xingzi, and must be a close friend of Gusuchuri. Of course, whether he was a Confucian cultivator or not, Xiao Hua and the others had to come out to welcome him. When Zhai Xingzi and the others appeared, Xiao Hua saw clearly, and he couldn't help but frown, because beside Zhai Xingzi, besides Gusuchuri, there was actually another beautiful woman. This woman looked a little thin and weak, and her clothes were a little fluttering on her body. This woman didn't have anything special except for her high forehead and two extremely bright eyes. However, the very arrogant expression on this woman's face was much stronger than Zhai Xingzi's. Xiao Hua turned to look at Sun Kong and Zhang Daoran. In their eyes, besides puzzlement, there was vigilance, and it seemed that they didn't know this woman, and she didn't seem to be a famous disciple of the Jing province. Chapter 37:11. This immortal friend is. Zhang Daoran's expression did not change as he glanced at the girl and asked. Sun Kong, who was standing at the side, was a little angry. He glared at the woman. Zhai Xingzi's face was very awkward as he quickly smiled and said, "This is my wife's good friend." Then Zhai Xingzi said to Gusuchuri, "Chiu, why don't you introduce her? No need to trouble Chiu's sister." That girl was not polite as she looked at everyone and said, "This one is Gongshu Exian." Then she looked at Xiao Hua and said proudly, "You're Xiao Hua, right? You look very ordinary. Also, you used 1,000 years to cultivate to 4th level middle stage, you can't be considered a talent. However, when I saw you hiding behind everyone and apologizing to them, I feel that you're just very good at hiding yourself. Then you reveal yourself when others are not paying attention, making others feel that you're very outstanding. So much so that Chiu's sister was fooled by you and said a lot of good things about you in front of me. Looks like, you're not worthy. Exin. Gusuchuri was very embarrassed. She did not care about anything else as she quickly stopped Gongshu Exian and smiled to everyone, "This Gongshu Exian is my good friend. She comes from the Gongshu clan and is a famous array master. Gongshu clan is Gongshu clan, Gongshu Exian is Gongshu Exian. Chiu's sister, how can you be so unscrupulous?" Gongshu Exian frowned and said with dissatisfaction, "Could it be that you've been tainted by the secular world after being banished to the mortal world?" Gusuchuri blushed and did not know how to answer. This question with a double meaning, was really awesome. Xiao Hua rubbed his nose and smiled, "This one is the Xiao Hua you're talking about. Of course, this one does not know how Chiu's sister praised this one does not care how others view this one. This one only cares about the 3 Dao friends of my Dao sect who are on par with each other and fought to the death in the Jade Pavilion gathering because of the Confucian cultivator's trap. Now that they saw their own shortcomings and knew their mistakes, they were brave enough to admit it. Even if these few simple words could not eliminate each other's wariness, but, this is still an improvement. Although it's just a little bit, it's enough for them to sit together, enough for them to have the possibility of working together. What's the use of saying so much? These were all fake. Humans were selfish. When there was no conflict of interest, they could be closer than brothers. Once there was a conflict of interest, who would be able to stay true to their hearts? Who would be able to restrain their own selfish desires? Who can restrain their greed? Gongshu Isin retorted without any trace of politeness. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and looked at Gongshu Exian. He said with a smile, "Miss is very insightful and understands a lot. It's a pity, you've lost a lot because of this." Old Senior Xiao, save it. Gongshu Exin said coldly, in this world, there are too many hypocrites like you, that's why the world is so foul. If everyone was as magnanimous as me, how could there be so much trouble? Exin, take a look. Gusu Chiodi raised her hand. It was the location of the Misty Mountain Maze. She smiled and said, that is the famous Misty Mountain Maze. No one has been able to break it for tens of millions of years. Come, I will accompany you to take a look. Hearing this, Gongshu Exin's eyes lit up, she said anxiously, is that so? Right here. Let's go, sister will accompany me to take a look. Gusu Chiodi winked at Xiaohua and left with Gongshu Exin. Xiaohua touched his nose helplessly and looked at Zhai Xingzi, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Zhai Xingzi, what's the matter with this girl? Sun Kong Shangren didn't care so much and shouted, if Daoist Xiao was not here, don't blame this old man for not giving face. Sorry. Zhai Xingzi knew he was in the wrong and hurriedly said with a smile, I believe Daoist Xiao has already told you two fellow Daoists. As soon as this old man arrived here, I heard this was the Misty Mountain Maze. I began to plan how to break this great formation. My humble wife transmitted that she knew a great formation master. This old man knew that our Dao Sex formation Dao had been lost for a long time. If we could find a great formation master, it would naturally be of great help to us. Therefore, this old man didn't tell Daoist Xiao. I wanted to give everyone a surprise and went with my humble wife to find her. Unexpectedly, this lady Gongshu was really famous. There were many people begging her to break formations. She wouldn't meet with ordinary people. Because my humble wife was close friends with her, my humble wife was able to meet her. Unfortunately, when my humble wife met her, the Gongshu clan's clan head happened to have a clan order for her to help someone set up a formation. Naturally, she didn't dare to disobey the clan order. This old man and my humble wife could only accompany her. See, we were delayed after a round trip. However, this trip also broadened this old man's horizons. This Gongshu Exin's formation Dao is indeed formidable. That, a clan within 1,000 li radius was protected by her formation. In this old man's eyes, without the strength of mid-5th level origin energy, I'm afraid it's impossible to break through. Hiss. Sun Kong Shangren sucked in a breath and said in surprise, this little girl seems to only be mid-4th level origin energy. The formation she set up is actually so formidable. That's not the only thing that's formidable. Zhai Xingzi said with a smile, Brother Sun Kong, do you know why this little girl is so arrogant and doesn't put us late-stage nascent soul cultivators in her eyes? Why? Even Zhang Daoran was curious in his heart. Fellow Taoists, please go first. Xiaohua saw Zhang Daoran fly up and said with a bitter smile, I was just ridiculed by the little girl, so I'll look for confidence from fellow Taoist. Huh, Taoist is already not bad. Zhai Xingzi smiled. Seeing that Sun Kong Shangren didn't move, he cupped his hands and flew up with Zhang Daoran. Sun Kong Shangren waited for Zhai Xingzi to leave, then smiled and followed behind. Xiaohua flew at the back. In this way, the position of the four Taoists of the hidden immortal continent was confirmed. The group of cultivators did not release their divine sense. After flying for several li, they saw a huge mountain that looked like a steamed bun covering an area of 100 li. The mountain was covered with strange rocks, and there were small bumps that looked like stone chains tied to the mountain peak. Looking at the bottom of the mountain, they saw a meandering river rushing into the mountain peak from one end, then rushing out from the other side. It made a few twists and turns at the foot of the mountain, then plunged back into the mountain peak. When it came out again, it was on the other side of the mountain. After a few more twists and turns, a huge river surrounded the entire mountain peak on the ground. There were some green trees on the mountain, and they were scattered very unevenly. Similarly, there were also some thorns mixed with these green trees. Occasionally, Some strange hissing sounds would come from somewhere in the mountain, but when they looked, they didn't see any wild beasts. Chapter 37:12. Similarly, the river at the edge of the mountain continued to flow, but there was a hint of green fluorescence in it. There were no fish or aquatic plants to be seen. At the riverside, there were also fist-sized cobblestones. Each one was smoother than the next, shining under the sunlight. Aquatic plants that were usually seen at the riverside were nowhere to be seen here. Only a few thousand feet away from the riverside, there were sparse aquatic plants and moss. Only then did some tiny grasshoppers and other small things become active. The mountain looked a little strange, but when one's divine sense swept out, there were no fluctuations of magic power. Even the chi of heaven and earth was no different from other places. There were no signs of condensation. Furthermore, at the far end of the mountain, there was a large forest. The trees were lush, and the wind blew. It was full of vitality. Apart from the place where Xiaohua and the others came from, there was a large flat area that was several li wide. On the other side of the mountain, there were even taller mountain ranges. It seemed that those two mountain ranges were precipitous and had strange peaks that were even more imposing than this mountain. When Xiaohua and the others arrived, Gusuqiodi and Gongshu Isin weren't near them. They probably went to the side to explore. Xiaohua and the others didn't mind. Zhang Daoran looked to the left, then turned to Xue Ping and the others and said, "After I got your jade eyes, I studied it carefully. I found that your opinions were not unanimous. Some said this was the Four Gates Dragon Binding Formation, some said it was the Milky Way Spirit Sealing Formation, and some said it was the Goldwater Flathill Formation. Now that we are going to break the formation, we have to understand the formation first." Xue Ping said respectfully, "Senior, please know that I was the first to arrive at this place according to the map. However, I'm not well versed in the Tao of array formations. Based on the trajectory of the mountain and the few jade eyes I have, I discovered that the ridges on the mountain are like chains. Furthermore, the mountain is above the water, which is very similar to the Four Gates Dragon Binding Array passed down in ancient times. As for the other formations, they are the opinions of the other Taoists. Of course, I know that our cultivation is shallow and our knowledge is even more limited. These things are recorded in the jade eyes for reference. It's nothing." Zhang Daoran nodded, then looked towards Zhai Xingzi and Xiaohua, asking, "Fellow Taoists, what do you think?" Zhai Xingzi smiled and said, "I've thought about it before, and I've even looked at the terrain here. But now that the formation master of the Gongshu family is here, I'd better not embarrass myself." That's right. Xiaohua also said with a smile, "Everyone has their shortcomings and strengths. The matter of breaking the array should be left to Miss Gongshu." When Zhang Daoran was about to speak, Sun Kong waved his hand and said, "Although the girl from the Gongshu family is a formation master, all she knows is origin formations. We are Dao sect cultivators and Senior Tsang Langzi's cave is also a Dao sect formation. Even if we listen to the girl's opinion, we can't embarrass the Dao sect. We still have to say what we want to say." This old man had some misgivings earlier. "Now, I'm going to take a closer look. When I find something, I'll discuss it with you." "All right." Zhang Daoran nodded. "This old man will go with you." Then, he said to Xiaohua, "Brother Xiao, follow fellow Daoist Zhai Xing to find the girl from the Gongshu family." Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "That girl is obviously disgusted with me. I'd better not provoke her. Fellow Daoist Zhai Xing can go by himself." "Fine." Zhai Xingzi knew that Gusuqiodi helped Xiaohua and felt a little self-defeating. He smiled and said, "This old man will go by himself. Spiritual master, take these disciples and stand guard by the side." After saying that, the three of them flew away. Xiaohua said to Xue Ping and the others, "Let's go. Take this old man and take a look at this large array." "Yes." Xue Ping and the others were very respectful. They took Xiaohua from the foot of the mountain and explored bit by bit. As they walked, they explained to Xiaohua and took out the jade eyes from time to time to explain. At first, Xiaohua only nodded slightly and didn't speak, as if he didn't know anything about arrays. However, after half a meal, when Xue Ping pointed to a place and explained his array, Xiaohua opened his mouth and pointed to that place to refute Xue Ping. He also began to explain the method of setting up the array in simple terms. Although Xiaohua only spoke to Fu Jiwen, Xue Ping and the others heard him clearly. At first, other than Fu Jiwen who listened carefully, the others didn't care. However, gradually, a few cultivators who had studied the large array in depth, including Xue Ping, began to change their expressions. Their faces became more respectful and admiring. They compared the jade eyes and the large array's problems with Xiaohua's explanation and solved them one by one. Although the other cultivators didn't understand the Tao of arrays, they knew that Xiaohua also knew about arrays. They hurriedly listened attentively, unwilling to let go of this rare opportunity. Xiaohua led the group of cultivators and explained as they flew. He also asked the cultivators who had studied the array to share their opinions. Although the mountain was only 50 kilometers in size, it took a lot of time to fly around. However, when the group of cultivators flew back to their original place, they still didn't see Zhai Xingzi or Zhang Dairen's summons. Xiaohua understood that Gongshu Yisin and Sun Kong must have encountered a difficult problem and didn't dare to easily break the array. In fact, although Xiaohua himself taught Fu Jiwen and the others a lot of the Tao of arrays based on this large array, it had nothing to do with breaking the array. He himself was also confused about this large array. This was a large array set up by a cultivator who had passed the tribulation. How could it be easy to break? Fu Jiwen, according to what I said, take a look at it yourself. This kind of ancient forbidden array is really hard to come by. It's a good opportunity. Xiaohua waved his hand. It's quite difficult to get started with the Tao of arrays, but you have the foundation after all. Now that you've combined it with this large array, you'll be able to grasp it well. Of course, what I said is only my understanding. It's only a general explanation of the array and the array collected by Xue Ping and the others. It's still very far from breaking the array. Or to put it bluntly, I'm just drawing on gourds and ladles. What I said has nothing to do with the real Misty Mountain Maze array. Do you understand? Yes, this junior understands. Fu Jiwen replied respectfully. Senior, you're just stringing together the Tao of arrays that Xue Ping and the others found. It has nothing to do with the Misty Mountain Maze array. This junior doesn't dare to rashly break the array based on what I just learned. It's good that you understand. Xiaohua nodded and motioned for Fu Jiwen to comprehend it himself. Xue Ping and the others were well aware of this and bowed to Xiaohua. Thank you, senior. Then, they flew to various places and combined what Xiaohua said to verify what they had learned. Their previous thoughts were very simple. No matter what kind of array it was, they just needed to break it. However, now that they saw a late-stage nascent soul senior being so serious and not daring to casually make a move, they rejoiced even more. Xiaohua flew into the sky and scanned with his divine sense. As expected, Gongshu Yixian in front of him was frowning. She raised her right index finger and gently scratched her nose. A faint silver light flashed between her eyes. It was obvious that she had some unresolved questions. Looking to the right, Venerable Master Sun Kong had already released Chang Gung. The monkey was also flying in the air, its eyes flashing with brilliance. Its long tail shook slightly in the air. The monkey flew to one place after another, not staying for long at any place. Venerable Master Sun Kong's expression was somewhat unsightly. Zhai Xingzi saw Xiaohua flying over and was about to come over. Xiaohua waved his hand at him and transmitted his voice. Fellow Taoist, you don't have to come over. I'll go take a look too, oh. Taoist knows about arrays too. Zhai Xingzi was a little surprised, but he didn't move. Xiao Hua smiled. I know a little, but compared to the Gongshu family's girl, I'm still lacking a lot. Seeing Xiao Hua fly away, Zhai Xingzi's expression changed. He transmitted his voice to Gusuchuri. When Gusuchuri heard that Xiao Hua also knew about arrays, she couldn't help but be stunned. She took a few more glances at Xiao Hua's back. Clearly, the impression Xiao Hua gave her was even more mysterious. Meanwhile, Xiao Hua flew to the other side of the mountain. He raised his hand and patted. It was really between his eyebrows. He saw that the delusion breaker Dharma eye was flashing with a dark green halo. The Dharma eye gradually opened, and the silver-white pupils were revealed without any emotions. Hiss. When the Dharma eye saw the situation in front of him, Xiao Hua couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He saw that below him, an oval-shaped light circle was flashing with a faint golden and green brilliance. Vaguely, there were some words flashing within the golden brilliance and green brilliance. However, Xiao Hua's Dharma eye couldn't distinguish them clearly. Moreover, this golden and green brilliance was very restrained. There wasn't even a trace of ripple spreading out. There was even a slightly black fog blocking the surface of the brilliance. However, this fog was extremely thin, as if it was transparent. Not only that, outside of this fog, there were chain-like brilliances that crisscrossed and bound the entire chicken. These chains not only blocked the golden and green brilliance, but also locked the fog. Opposite these chains, there was a thin and long green belt of light. It pierced through a section of the chicken like a needle piercing through a seam. Within the halo, it pierced through the chicken where the chains weren't. The chains were outside, the belt of light was inside. The chains didn't move, and the belt of light flowed. They seemed to really complement each other, imprisoning the entire chicken on the ground. Damn it, what kind of array is this? Xiao Hua was somewhat dumbfounded. How do I break it? After looking for a while, Xiao Hua still didn't have any clue. However, his heart was moved again. His figure began to fly, flying in the direction of the golden and green brilliance. After waiting for an hour, the corners of Xiao Hua's mouth revealed a smile. He secretly said in his heart, as expected, when Xiao Hua was about to go to the side to take a look, Zhai Xingzi's voice transmitted to his ear, "What did Reverend see? If you didn't find anything, please turn back. Gongshu Isin already knows how to break it." Oh. This little girl is really powerful. Xiao Hua agreed, secretly thinking in his heart. When Xiao Hua flew back, Sun Kong Shangren and the others were already standing around Gongshu Isin, clustered around her like stars surrounding the moon. Chapter 37:13. Gongshu Xian's face was a little red, and her sparkling eyes showed a kind of excitement. Apparently, she had found her favorite thing. Gongshu Xian saw Xiao Hua fly back and asked with a smile, "Senior Xiao, what did you find?" Gongshu Xian's words didn't have any malice, but it was absolutely harsh in the ears of others. Xiao Hua looked at this proud girl and knew that she was loved by all. He wouldn't lower himself to her level. He smiled and replied, "I didn't see anything. Even if I did, it's just some stupid opinions. Why don't I listen to Miss Gongshu's opinion first? Then what about Senior Sun Kong?" Gongshu Xian's lips curled up slightly, but it was a smug smile that wasn't easily noticed by others. She looked away from Xiao Hua and turned to ask Sun Kong Shangren. The corner of Sun Kong Shangren's right eye twitched slightly. Apparently, he was a little unhappy. If it was an ordinary disciple, Sun Kong Shangren would have already taught him a lesson. However, although Gongshu Xian was a little arrogant, she came to help after all. Zhai Xingzi was standing next to her. Even if Sun Kong Shangren was angry, he couldn't vent it on this Confucian junior. Sun Kong Shangren glared fiercely at Zhai Xingzi, who was standing next to Gongshu Xian with an obsequious smile. He rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "Little girl, this old man is not proficient in the art of formations. I just happened to obtain an ancient jade slip 1,000 years ago, which roughly explained the mysteries of formations. Unfortunately, even so, I can't understand it with my talent. As for why I stepped forward to explore this jade mountain formation, it was because of my beast pet." Sun Kong Shangren proudly patted the spirit monkey Chang Gung next to him. "My Chang Gung was born with the ability to see through the void. He can see through many formations, you." Gong Shu Xian blushed. She really couldn't compare to Sun Kong Shangren in terms of cunning. Even if she wanted to refute, she couldn't. Because as soon as she opened her mouth, she would be on the same level as Sun Kong Shangren's Chang Gung. However, Gong Shu Xian wasn't going to give up easily. She rolled her eyes and said with a smile, "Elder Sun Kong, Jr. seems to have heard that there is a Tai-Bai Jinxing immortal official called Chang Gung in the Immortal Palace. How come your demon pet has the same name as him? If he knew about this, he would definitely fly into a rage, right?" Ha ha ha. Unexpectedly, Sun Kong Shangren was simply a troublemaker. He was not afraid at all. He stroked Chang Gung's small head and laughed loudly. Chang Gung, when did you go to the Immortal Palace to be a high official? Why didn't I know about it?" In a flash, Gong Shu Xian understood that Sun Kong Shangren deliberately named his demon pet Chang Gung in order to humiliate the Confucian immortal cultivator in the Immortal Palace. It would be fine if Tai-Bai Jinxing didn't know, but if he told Tai-Bai Jinxing, what would Tai-Bai Jinxing do? Perhaps at that time, Tai-Bai Jinxing would not be angry at Master Sun Kong, but himself. Gong Shu Xian was not stupid, but she had seen through a lot of the ways of the world. Once she understood, she fell into an awkward situation again. Fortunately, Gusu Chiodi hurriedly said with a smile, "Fellow immortal Sun Kong, quickly tell us what you found." "It wasn't me who found it, it was my Chang Gung who found it." Exalted Master Sun Kong had a smile on his face as he emphasized again. Then, he pointed at the spot that Chang'ing had been looking at and said, "Xue Ping and company's guesses are basically correct. However, they don't understand array formations after all. They are only following the picture and can only see the surface and one-sided. According to Chang Gung's observation, there are two formations fused together. One of them should be the famous 9-dragon bone battle. Take a look. The ridges on this mountain are made up of 9 dragon souls. Senior Tsang Langzi condensed them into chains to seal the entire formation. If we can't break the 9-dragon bone battle, we won't be able to reveal the cave." "What else?" Gong Shu Xian asked with a smile, as if she had a card up her sleeve. Sun Kong Shangren looked at the smile and immediately understood the meaning behind it. However, since he had already said it and used Chang Gung's name, he was not afraid of making a fool of himself. Then he pointed at the long river and said, "This long river is similar to Xue Ping's observation. It's also a formation. If I'm not wrong, it should be the 9 demon subduing formation. However, this formation is a hidden one, which should complement the 9-dragon bone battle formation. One is bright and one is dark, one is yin and one is yang. If we want to show Senior Tsang Langzi's cave residence, we have to break the two formations at the same time. If we break one first, the other formations will counterattack. Of course, if we can't break any of the formations, the yin and yang formations will counterattack together, which will be more powerful. Presumably, the vision recorded in the jade eyes is that we can't break the formations at the same time and cause the formation to counterattack." Clap clap. Before Zhang Daoran and the others could speak, Gong Shu Xian clapped her hands and said, "Senior Sun Kong is indeed amazing. You really saw through this formation. Hee, little girl." Hearing Gong Shu Xian's praise, Sun Kong Shangren didn't look happy at all. He said faintly, "You should say the but first." As expected, Gong Shu Xian continued, "But you only saw through 30 to 40% of the formation. If you break the formation, I'm afraid we won't have any chance to enter. 30 to 40%. Not to mention Sun Kong Shangren, even Zhai Xingzi and the others were shocked. If what Gongshu Exin said was true, the 9 Dragon Bone Lock formation and the 9 Yin Demon Subduing formation were only 30 to 40%, then didn't that mean there were still 2 or 3 other formations? They had never heard of a formation that could combine 4 great formations into one. Gusuchiodi was also surprised. Exin, are you sure you saw it correctly? He, Sister Chiu, my Gongshu family's silver moon eyes are not inferior to the immortal palace's golden eyes. If I can't see it, who can? Gongshu Exin replied proudly. That's true. Gusuchiodi nodded. Sister's clear eyes technique didn't seem to be able to see anything. But Gongshu Exin raised her voice. Seniors, before I break the formation, I want to make it clear that when Sister Chiu invited me, I didn't ask for anything. It's not that I don't have any requests, I just want to see if I can break the formation. Now that I'm sure I can break the formation, I'll first discuss the conditions with you seniors. Zhang Daoran nodded. Lady Gongshu, please state your conditions. As long as they are reasonable, we'll agree. I have 2 conditions. Gongshu Exin replied confidently. First, I have the right to choose first from the items in Senior Tsang Langzi's cave residence. No. Sun Kong Shangren sneered. Senior Tsang Langzi is a Daoist senior. The items inside are all Daoist treasures. You're a Confucian disciple. What do you want them for? Yes, Sun Kong Shangren's opinion is also our opinion. Xiaohua nodded. Since Xiaohua had spoken, Zhai Xingzi also smiled and said, Miss Gongshu, this old man knows that you don't care about the difference between Confucianism and Taoism, so this old man won't hide it from you. One of the reasons why we entered Senior Tsang Langzi's Immortal's Cave was to obtain his orthodoxy. Yes, I understand. Gongshu Exin interrupted Zhai Xingzi impolitely, but it was this interruption that revealed her determination to enter the cave residence. Gongshu Exin said, in that case, I can take a step back. Except for the Daoist cultivation method jade slips, I want the right to choose first. How about this? Xiaohua said, you can choose first from the formation items. As for the other items, you don't have to take first. Fine. Although Gongshu Exin was arrogant, she was also straightforward. She nodded. Then I'll talk about the second condition. How many conditions do you have? Zhang Daoran frowned and asked. Just these 2. Good, please. Zhang Daoran saw Xiaohua's calmness and was relieved. The second condition is, in addition to the cultivation method, I want 50% of the treasures, medicinal pills, formations, and other items. Gongshu Exin's bright eyes curved into crescents. She knew her conditions were harsh, but Zhang Daoran and the others had to agree. Sure enough, Zhang Daoran heard this and felt bitter. The reason was obvious. Without Gongshu Exin, they couldn't break the formation and enter the cave residence. But even if he allowed Gongshu Isin to break the formation, with her cultivation level, she wouldn't be able to do it. The ones doing the work would still be the Daoist cultivators themselves. They put in a lot of effort, but a bossy Confucian cultivator took half of it. Zhang Daoran couldn't accept it. Zhang Daoran didn't want to agree, but other than Gongshu Exin, who could break the formation? No. Exalted Master Sun Kong immediately spoke and pointed at Xue Ping and the others. Senior Tsang Langzi's cave abode was discovered by these Dao sect disciples, so they should have 20% of the items inside. We should take 60% while the remaining 20% belongs to you. Then I'll have to ask all of you seniors to break the formation yourselves. I still want to live to see the sun rise tomorrow. Gongshu Exin didn't have any intention of bargaining and said with a smile. How about this? Gusuchiodi naturally stepped forward and said with a smile, Exin, I don't want my share. You take 30%. After all, Senior Daoran and Daoist Shao are the main force. Without them, even if you know the method, you can't break the formation, right? Says who? Gongshu Exin retorted, my Gongshu clan has no lack of 4th or 5th level cultivators. As long as there's an ancient maze formation here, it's easy to call a few over. Chapter 37:14. Xiaohua heard Gongshu Exin's tone and felt a bit better. He didn't know if he cared about Gusu Churi's face or if he met his own expectations. He thought for a bit and said, Miss Gongshu, if you want to invite Gongshu family cultivators, I think, you should invite some 6th level essence energy cultivators. If those 5th level upper level Confucian cultivators come, even if they suppress the 2 outer formations, they won't be able to stop the inner formation's attack. They won't be able to see tomorrow's sun. Ah! Gongshu Exin's expression changed, she almost shouted in disbelief, You, how did you know? It doesn't matter how I know, what I care about is. Xiaohua said faintly, if you don't agree to this 30%, we'll have to break the formation ourselves. At that time, you won't even get 30%. Humph, if I can't get it then I can't. Gongshu Exin snorted, you just saw through the flaws, I don't believe you can, hee. Gusu Churi quickly laughed, Exin is joking, since you can see through the flaws, isn't it just right to help Exin break the formation? Everyone can study the formation together, isn't that better? Exin, tell me what you found out. Humph, Elder Shao first. Gongshu Exin thought for a bit and nodded, but she still looked at Xiaohua angrily. Xiaohua smiled and stretched out his hand. Shrugging his shoulders, he said, this old man didn't say that he saw any flaws. This is what the young lady said. I was just guessing. You. Gongshu Exin was so angry she almost vomited blood. She said everything herself, Xiaohua didn't say how she knew there was an origin formation inside. I don't believe you, you didn't see it, how do you know there's an origin formation inside? At this time, Gongshu Exin was no different from a little girl who was vindictive. She completely exposed the purity of her cultivation. Xiaohua said, what's so hard about that? San Langzi was a tribulation senior. This formation had been attacked by Confucian cultivators, Buddhist cultivators, and demon cultivators, but it had not been broken. Obviously, San Langzi was a master of formations. It would not be strange if the defensive formation he had set up had 3 or 4 layers, let alone 2. Even if there are origin formations, Buddhist formations, and demonic formations inside, this old man wouldn't be surprised. This old man only said that there's an origin array inside, what's there to be surprised about? You. Gongshu Exin was completely speechless. Xiaohua's words were really not wrong. He didn't need any special silver moon eyes. He could guess it just by thinking about it. Of course, there was an essential difference between seeing and guessing. The problem was that she had mixed up what she saw with what Xiaohua had guessed. She thought that Xiaohua had also discovered it, which was why she had given in. Humph, you stinky men only know how to bully us weak women. Gusu Churi smiled and pulled Gongshu Exin's arm, don't lower yourself to the same level as these men. Quick, show them what you found and let them know the power of us women. Also teach them what it means to be a woman who is not inferior to a man. Gusu Churi's words were obviously biased towards an outsider. Gongshu Exin was straightforward but not an idiot. Of course she could hear it. But she also knew that this was a way out and she should take advantage of it. Thinking for a moment, Gongshu Exin fiercely glared at old Senior Shao and pointed with her finger, it's exactly as old Senior Shao guessed, this guest was very heavy. Moreover, Xiaohua's face that was stared at by the Gongshu family's silver moon eyes secret technique twitched slightly as if he was stung by a wasp. Speaking of formations, Gongshu Exin seemed to have changed into a different person. She was no longer arrogant, willful, or haggling. Instead, her face was full of excitement as if she would be happy even if you didn't give her a single primordial stone. She pointed with her finger and said, "This formation is divided into 2 layers as old Senior Shao guessed. The outer layers are 2 Taoist formations. However, they are not the 9 Dragons Bone Lock formation and the 9 Yin Exorcism formation, but the Xianqing Spirit Forbidding formation and the Blue Sky Spring formation. The 2 formations that old Senior Sun Kong mentioned are similar to the 2 formations that I mentioned, but there are essential differences. The 9 Dragons Bone Lock formation is a defensive formation, while the 9 Yin Exorcism formation is a suppressing formation. Old Senior Tsang Langzi wouldn't place the 9 Yin Exorcism formation outside his cave residence to suppress himself, right?" Sun Kong blinked his eyes and didn't say anything. The Xianqing Spirit Forbidding formation and the Blue Sky Spring formation are different. They are both offensive formations. People often say that the strongest defense is offense. Old Senior Tsang Langzi must know this very well. Of course, one of these 2 formations is in the light and the other is in the dark. It's just as old Senior Sun Kong said. Gongshu Isin continued, "However, the difference between the Xianqing Spirit Forbidding formation and the 9 Dragons Bone Lock formation is that, the Spirit Forbidding formation doesn't have a dragon vein inside. Instead, it imprisons a formation spirit. With this formation spirit, the entire formation isn't static. It's constantly changing, making it unpredictable and impossible to break. The most amazing thing is that the Emerald Spring formation is a concealment formation. The Emerald Spring formation is the softest of Yin. It is also invisible and ever-changing. I can't be sure if there is a formation spirit in the Emerald Spring formation, but even if there is only one formation spirit, the 2 formations complemented each other and were equivalent to 3 independent formations. Formation spirit? Xiaohua frowned, "What's that? Is it a formation spirit?" "No." Gongshu Isin shook her head, "Formation spirit, that's just a legend. Not to mention this one doesn't know about it, even my Gongshu family, and even the Confucian inheritance have never had this kind of formation spirit. The formation spirit I'm talking about is the demon spirit, living soul, or beast soul imprisoned inside the formation. These formation spirits can not only increase the flexibility of the formation, but the more powerful the formation spirit is, the more powerful the formation will be." "Oh, I see." Xiaohua understood, "Then what's the origin formation I'm talking about?" Gongshu Isin rolled her eyes at Xiaohua and said, "In addition to the 2 Taoist formations outside the Misty Mountain Maze formation, there are 2 more formations inside." "What?" Zhai Xingzi was shocked, 2 origin formations. "No, one is an origin formation, and the other is a Buddhist formation." Gongshu Isin shook her head. "However, my silver moon eyes are not strong enough. I can only see the origin formation and the Buddhist formation from the flaws of the 2 Taoist formations. I can't tell what kind of formations they are for now. Only after we break the 2 Taoist formations can I begin to break these 2 formations. But, seniors don't worry about the origin formation. Senior Tsang Langzi is a Taoist senior after all. This one has some confidence in breaking his origin formation." "Girl, didn't you say it just now? If we don't break the 2 formations inside at the same time, when we break the 2 outer formations, will we be attacked by the 2 inner formations?" Sun Kong Shangren frowned and asked, "Why do we have to wait until the end?" Gongshu Isin nodded, "If the inner formation is a Taoist formation, this one can't do anything about it. But since it's a Confucian origin formation, this one has confidence that it won't be activated." Xiaohua nodded. What he saw was similar to what Gongshu Isin saw, but he saw it more clearly. Thinking for a moment, Xiaohua looked at Sun Kong Shangren and said a few words through voice transmission. Sun Kong Shangren frowned and looked at Xiaohua with surprise. He waved his hand and Chang Gung flew out to a place in the formation. At this time, Gongshu Isin frowned and said, but Songlangzi's misty mountain maze formation is very strange. This one has a question. I've been thinking about it for a long time, but I still can't figure it out. Since we're going to break the formation together, this one will be frank with you seniors. Oh. What's so strange about it? Zhang Daoran asked. As the saying goes, flowing water doesn't rot and the pivot doesn't rust. The ordinary blue sky spring formation uses the cold living spring of the 9 underworlds, but the spring water of this misty mountain maze formation is obviously not the 9 underworlds in water, so the formation's power is reduced a lot. Also, if it weren't for the jade eyes of the seniors who knew about the misty mountains maze formation, I wouldn't have been able to see through it with my clear eyes technique. This misty mountain maze formation conceals its magic power and noble spirit very well. There's not a trace of it outside the surface. What's so strange about it? Zhai Xingzi asked curiously. Of course it's strange. Gongshu Isin smiled. We Confucian cultivators need to absorb noble spirit into our bodies. You seniors also need to absorb heaven and earth yuan qi to refine your bodies, right? It's the same for origin formations and magic formations. Without noble spirit and heaven and earth yuan qi, these magic formations and origin formations can't last long, not to mention this misty mountain maze formation is from ancient times. What do you mean? Xiao Hua's heart also moved as he thought of a possibility. From what this one knows, this misty mountain maze formation must have an inner layer. This inner layer can absorb heaven and earth yuan qi and noble spirit. Gongshu Isin nodded, especially, Senior Songlangzi handled this inner layer very well. Even if there are fluctuations of magic power and noble spirit, it won't be noticed by others. How is that possible? Zhai Xingzi shook his head. As long as there are fluctuations, it will be noticed by others. Fellow Zhai Xingzi. Xiao Hua was now somewhat convinced by Gongshu Isin. Didn't Miss Gongshu just say? Flowing water doesn't rot, the pivot doesn't rust. When will the fluctuations and noble spirit not be noticed? Naturally, it's when heaven and earth yuan qi or noble spirit flows. Zhai Xingzi's eyes brightened, as if he had thought of something. That's right. Just when everyone was shocked, Gongshu Isin said proudly, Senior Songlangzi is your Taoist sex formation master. How can his cave be discovered so easily? The array formation of the old man's cave abode, or rather, the old man's cave abode should be mobile under the activation of the array formation. It's not fixed in one place. Chapter 37:15. That's right. Hearing this, Zhai Xingzi slapped his thigh and exclaimed, that's right, that cloudy mountain maze formation should be at Yongzhou's cloudy mountain. How could it run to Jingzhou? Xue Ping and the others were thoroughly convinced. They had never understood why the cloudy mountain maze formation would be in Jingzhou. Moreover, so many Taoist and Confucian cultivators were searching for it. How could it be found by small cultivators like them? So the maze formation could move. Gongshu Isin's words immediately revealed the answer to this mystery. Actually, Senior Songlangzi's cave abode probably wasn't called Cloudy Mountain Maze Formation before. It was probably discovered when it first appeared in Yongzhou's Cloudy Mountain, so it was named after it. Gongshu Isin looked puzzled. What I'm puzzled about is that based on the current situation, Senior Songlangzi's cave abode doesn't show any signs of moving. This situation has been going on for at least 10 years. Otherwise, with Xue Ping and the others' cultivation, it's very unlikely that they'd discover this cave abode. Xiao Hua nodded. Gongshu Isin's puzzlement perfectly explained why Xue Ping was so lucky to discover this cloudy mountain maze formation. He probed, Brother Daoran said earlier that time is the best method to crack all great formations. Perhaps it's because the array outside Senior Songlangzi's abode is too old, and it's hard for the array to not be damaged as it moves. Today, the array can no longer support itself, so it stopped here. What Senior Xiao said, is the most likely possibility. Gong Shu Isin nodded. I can't see the situation inside the cave abode, so I can only guess. Let's not worry about this for now. Zhang Daoran smiled. Miss, since you've analyzed the formation so clearly, do you have a way to crack it? That's right. Master Sun Kong also asked. This great formation was baptized by many experts in the past, but none of them could break it. How confident are we? 60%. Gong Shu Isin smiled very confidently. Girl, you're bragging. Master Sun Kong laughed. 60% is basically enough to crack it. Senior Sun Kong. Gong Shu Isin smiled. What is recorded in the Jade Eye is the situation when Senior Tsang Langzi was meditating in the cave. At that time, the formation was controlled by Senior Tsang Langzi. It is very different from the current one. In terms of power alone, it would be reduced by at least 40%. Didn't old Senior Shao mention it just now? Time is the best method to break a formation. This cave abode can't even move, and the Jade Fall Spring formation has been replaced. Even the surface of the formation has a flaw. From what I know, its power has been reduced by another 30%. In other words, 30% of the initial power of the Misty Mountain Maze formation should not be a problem for all of you seniors who are at the upper tier of the 4th grade and under my command. GG. At this moment, the spirit monkey Chong Gung in the distance let out a strange hiss. Sun Kong Shangren raised his eyebrows. He looked at Xiao Hua, then looked at Gong Shu Exian and said with a smile, I'm afraid this old man's beast pet has discovered something. Gong Shu girl, come with this old man and the others to take a look. Deference is no substitute for obedience. Gong Shu Exian also felt strange and nodded. At this moment, the spirit monkey Chong Gung was abnormally happy. It stood at the place where Xiao Hua was previously standing and kept somersaulting. Its small mouth squeaked and its tongue kept sticking out of its mouth as if it was making a face. But when Sun Kong Shangren flew closer, Chong Gung suddenly flew into Sun Kong Shangren's hand. It lifted up the sleeve of its Daoist robe and hid its head inside, only revealing its red butt. Ha! Gong Shu Exian laughed loudly. Gusu Qiu Di also covered her mouth, her face slightly red. You're a killer. Sun Kong Shangren said with a smile, I just gave you credit and you dropped the ball. You really can't show off. Xiao Hua frowned and asked, Brother Sun Kong, Chong Gung seems a bit abnormal. It seems to be excited and scared. Is there a problem with the formation here? It should be. Sun Kong Shangren's face became serious. He nodded and said, this formation looks like the formation spirit that Gong Shu girl said. And it's not just one type. There are some that Chong Gung can devour and some that Chong Gung is scared of. The profound pure spirit restriction is now a bit damaged. I'm afraid the evil spirits inside are leaking out. Gong Shu Exian flew to where Chong Gung was and explained, it's also possible that there's only one type of formation spirit. But the formation's leakage is not very uniform. The evil spirits are sometimes strong and sometimes weak, causing Chong Gung to misunderstand. Maybe it's not that simple. Xiao Hua had a bad feeling in his heart. Then, what is Elder Zhao's opinion? Gong Shu Exian said with a smile, weren't you just explaining formation Dao to your disciple? From what I've heard, it's quite standard and methodical. It seems that you also understand the Dao of array formations. Xiao Hua shook his head, this old man knows a bit, but I haven't truly comprehended it. I don't have the experience of learning from the most basic foundation like you. Facing a great formation like the Misty Mountain Maze formation, this old man can't trace it back to its source. This old man can only break formation with formation. That's brute force. Gong Shu Exian was already standing in the air, criticizing Xiao Hua without holding back, to put it bluntly, it's ruthlessly destroying a flower. This kind of formation breaking method is effective, but if you can't completely break the formation, then you'll have to face the formation's full counterattack. This method isn't very suitable for the Misty Mountain Maze formation. Then, Gongshu Exion's 7 apertures began to glow with a faint silver light. This light condensed into her eyes. In just a moment, her eyes flashed with a silver-white halo. This halo was like a full moon, falling towards the Misty Mountain Maze formation. Sun Kong Shangren and the others had already flown over and surrounded Gongshu Exion. Zhai Xingzi and Zhang Daoran even channeled their Dharma powers and released their divine sense. They slowly scanned the surroundings, wary of any changes in the formation. Fortunately, after the time it took to eat a meal, Gongshu Exion withdrew the eye-clearing technique. The Great Formation didn't have any special changes, and Gongshu Exion's face carried a deep smile again. Senior Sun Kong. Gongshu Exion glanced at Chang Gung, who had been put into Sun Kong's robe, and said, "Your demon pet is really powerful. This one just used the eye-clearing technique to look. This is the most damaged part of the Great Formation. From here, you can see the situation of the Origin Formation and Buddhist Formation. Chang Gung deserves the first merit of this trip." Heh, that's good. Sun Kong intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Xiao Hua and answered with a smile, "In that case, Miss Gongshu, can you give half of the benefits to my Chang Gung?" Heh. Gongshu Exion smiled, her eyes curved like a little fox. "It's not too late to wait until Senior's demon pet learns how to break the formation." "All right." Sun Kong shrugged, "This old man will wait until I get the formation jade slip from Senior Tsang Langzi's cave and then give it to Chang Gung." Zhang Daoran whispered, "Miss Gongshu, this Cloud Mountain Maze Formation's Origin Formation and Buddhist Formation's Origin Formation, how is it?" Gongshu Exion withdrew her smile, and her face became solemn. She nodded and said, "Senior Tsang Langzi is really amazing. In addition to the 2 Dao formation mentioned before, which are the few powerful formations I've seen in my life, this Origin Formation and Buddhist Formation are also the great formations that my Confucian cultivators and Buddhist sect have lost." "Oh, if it's a lost great formation, how can misunderstand it?" Xiao Hua frowned and asked curiously. Heh, did Senior Xiao forget? This one is a descendant of the Gongshu family. Senior Xiao should know what my Gongshu family is good at, right? Gongshu Exion called him Senior Xiao very straightforwardly. Of course, Xiao Hua was also happy to hear it. Senior Xiao touched his nose and said with a smile, "This old man naturally knows. But this old man thinks these are great formations from millions or even tens of millions of years ago. Gongshu family might not be able to preserve them completely." Xiao Hua had read all the Confucian classics of the hidden immortal continent. Now, he was not comparable to when Fu Jiwen met him. However, he still only knew that the Gongshu family was extremely mysterious. They had a deep accumulation of mechanisms and origin formations. They might not be worse than the Mo family. However, the Gongshu family's reputation on the hidden immortal continent was far inferior to the Mo family. Of course, Xiao Hua wouldn't say this in front of Gongshu Exion. He only vaguely asked Gongshu Exion. Humph. How could Gongshu Exion not hear Xiao Hua's obscure words? She snorted and said, "Since the Mo family can preserve the ancient puppet refining method, why can't my Gongshu family preserve the ancient origin formation Dao? This one can reveal that the origin formation that Senior Tsang Langzi used to protect the cave is one of the best preserved ancient origin formations of my Gongshu family." 1. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "So there's a second and third one?" "I don't know." Gongshu Exion raised the corner of her mouth and didn't answer. She just pointed and said, "This one only knows that this origin formation's name is Golden Wind and Jade Dew. AI, delicate clouds play tricks, flying stars spread hatred, the silver river passes in secret. Golden Wind and Jade Dew meet, it surpasses countless things in the human world. Tender as water, auspicious days like a dream, enduring the Magpie Bridge to return home. If two people's feelings last long, why would they be together day and night? Hearing the name of the origin formation, Gusuchiodi couldn't help but sigh and recite. When Xiaohua heard this, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. He then said embarrassedly, the Confucian origin formation is really strange. This name is too lingering. Humph, what do you vulgar Taoist sect people know? Gongshu Exin said with disdain, although Taoist sect formations are powerful, their names are unpleasant to hear. What 9 dragon bone lock, what mysterious soul shattering, how can they compare to my Confucian origin formation? The golden wind and jade dew great formation is the lingering feeling of love and longing like a tide. Once one falls into the origin formation, they will wish for death, unable to beg for life. Forget it, forget it. Sun Kong waved his hand, this old man doesn't know anything about golden wind and jade dew. I only know that an old man is pushing a cart. Miss, why don't you tell me how to break this origin formation and what that Buddhist formation is? Chapter 37:16. Ba. Gongshu Exin spat, her face slightly red, and then said seriously, the other Buddhist formation has also been lost, but fortunately, this one coincidentally found a fragment of a map on a small hill when I was traveling in Nirvana. It was precisely this brilliant glazed golden light Buddhist formation. So this one has a 60% chance of breaking the origin formation and Buddhist formation inside. Brilliant glazed golden light Buddhist formation. Xiaohua slightly furrowed his brows. One of the Buddhist scriptures of the exquisite temple, Great Treasure Accumulation Sutra, Immeasurable Life to Tathagata Society, secretly flowed through his mind. He didn't quite understand the relationship between the Buddhist formation he saw earlier and this Buddhist scripture. What? Senior Xiao also knows Buddhism. Gongshu Exin was still keenly aware of Xiaohua's strangeness, and asked with a smile. It's about the same as this one's formation cultivation. Xiaohua said ambiguously. Senior Xiao is really amazing, you know a lot of things. Gongshu Exin's words were more sarcastic than admiring. Xiaohua heard this and smiled bitterly, glancing at Zhai Xingzi. Zhai Xingzi also smiled bitterly. Since Gongshu Exin came here, she gave Xiaohua a hard time, obviously because of Gusu Di. Seeing this, Gusu Di hurriedly changed the topic and urged, Sister Exin, since you have already seen through the Misty Mountain Maze formation, do you want to start breaking the formation? Sister Chiu, wait a moment. Gongshu Exin replied, being able to see through a formation is different from being able to break one. The old monks of the Buddhist sect can see through these 4 maze formations, but if you let them break the formation, I'm afraid even their bones won't be left. This little sister wants to see the big formations trend first, and speculate the big formations changes. Then, Gongshu Exin clapped her hand, took out a Qiankuan bag, took out a palm-sized formation plate, opened her mouth, and a stream of true qi fell on it. The formation plate produced clouds, and waves of inscriptions flowed out, covering the whole formation plate. Then, Gongshu Exin waved her hand and the formation plate fell into the formation. Several rays of light appeared and wrapped around the formation plate. After a while, the formation plate disappeared. Next, Gongshu Exin didn't stop. She placed a total of 81 formation discs within 100 miles of the formation. When the last formation disc was placed inside the formation, Gongshu Exin's body trembled slightly. A powerless paleness appeared on her pale face. Exin. Gusu Chiodi had been by Gongshu Exin's side. She hurriedly supported Gongshu Exin and asked with concern, Are you all right? I'm fine, big sister Chiu. Gongshu Exin's eyes were filled with fatigue as she whispered, I'll be fine after resting for a while. Then, Gongshu Isin glanced at Xiaohua and the others not far away and said indifferently, if little sister doesn't show some real ability, how can they give little sister 30% of the benefits? Then, Gongshu Exin reached out and took out a jade bottle. She crushed the bottle and a few drops of fragrant liquid fell into her mouth. As the liquid entered her mouth, Gongshu Exian's face slowly turned red. Seeing Gongshu Exian casually throw away the jade bottle, Xiaohua's heart jumped. He waved his hand and the jade bottle flew into his hand. Elder Xiao, what are you doing? Gongshu Exian raised her hand as if to stop him, but she was still weak. She knew she couldn't compete with Xiaohua's spiritual power, so she asked indifferently. Xiaohua didn't answer her. He took the jade bottle and sniffed it. He nodded slightly. Candle core grass, hongyang fruit. Lady Gongshu, this liquid doesn't seem to be an ordinary spirit medicine for strengthening the spirit. Gongshu Exian's face didn't have any expression. Instead, she showed a trace of coldness and said indifferently, Taoist cultivators are indeed vulgar. Even the liquid I took is my secret. Elder Xiao, don't you know how to respect other people's secrets? Fine. Xiaohua originally wanted to ask a few more questions. He might be able to help Gongshu Exian refine some suitable medicinal pills, but Gongshu Exian clearly had the attitude of keeping people at a distance. Xiaohua didn't need to ask for a rebuff. Then, Gongshu Exian flew above the formation and told everyone, including Gusu Qiu, to stay far away from her. She sat cross-legged on the high ground and made strange hand seals. As she waved her fingers, streams of noble qi came out of the void. Gongshu Exian opened her mouth and spat out a few mouthfuls of pure qi. The noble qi turned into inscriptions and landed on the 81 spots of the Great Formation. Whing, whing, whing. As if someone was playing a zither, a pleasant sound came from all over the place. Gorgeous scrolls flew out from various parts of the misty mountain maze and unfurled high up in the sky. Gongshu Exian's eyes shined with the color of the silver moon. Her face was serious. This scene lasted for a full day and night. When the moon fell and the stars became sparse, all the scrolls gradually disappeared in the cold dew. Okay. Elders. Gongshu Exian's voice was a bit hoarse. I've seen through the misty mountain formation. There's no time to lose. Everyone, listen to me. Sister Exian. Gusuchio hurriedly shouted, you've used up a lot of essence. Why don't you rest for a while? No need. Gongshu Exian smiled, I'm just sending people. I'm not doing it myself. I don't need to rest. Okay. You know what you're doing. Gusuchio nodded, but there was still some worry in her eyes. Elders, you must have prepared a lot to break the formation. Gongshu Exian looked at Zhang Daoran and asked. Zhang Daoran nodded, indeed, but, Gongshu Exian didn't wait for Zhang Daoran to finish and interrupted, you don't need to tell me what you've prepared. I'm only responsible for sending people to break the formation. If you're not prepared enough, don't blame me. Then Gongshu Exian asked, Elder Sun Kong, take your beast pet to the east. When the sun rises, there will be yang qi rising from the east of the formation. You can use a fire-type magic treasure to suppress it. If the formation spirit's qi leaks out, you can let your beast pet devour it. Yes. Master Sun Kong nodded and clapped his hand. It really was a palm-sized stone strip. The stone strip was engraved with countless flame-shaped runes, and the entire stone strip emitted a scarlet red light. This old man's scarlet flame stone can be used. Finished speaking, Venerable Master Sun Kong transformed into a rainbow and headed east. Elder Zhang Daoran. Gongshu Exian looked at Zhang Daoran again and ordered, if you don't have a beast pet, you can take out a cold-type magic treasure and go to the west of the formation. When the sun rises, there will be yin qi rushing out from the west. You don't need to pay attention to it. When Elder Sun Kong takes out his magic treasure and disturbs the Xianqing spirit forbidding formation, the blue sky underworld formation will be affected. The yin qi will turn back. When the yin qi hasn't completely soaked into the spring water, you can use your magic treasure to lock the yin qi in one fell swoop. As the saying goes, to beat a snake, you have to hit its weak point. This is the formation's weak point. Good. Zhang Daren's face lit up. I already have a cold-type magic treasure. I've just refined it. It's perfect for today. Elder, please. Gongshu Exin smiled and raised her hand. Then she looked at Xiao Hua and asked, Elder Xiao, do you have the fire type? Xiao Hua shook his head, I have the metal type, but I know fire type spells. Oh. Elder, you actually have the rare metal type. How rare. But compared to Elder Zhai Xing, your strength is still a bit shallow. Elder Xiao and Elder Sun Kong suppressed the Xianqing spirit forbidding formation together. Gongshu Exin said and pointed at the North Pole, instructing, Elder Dao Ran, when you seal the blue sky underworld formation, the yin qi will definitely trigger the response of the Xianqing spirit forbidding formation. If Elder Sun Kong is suppressing the dragon's head, then the North Pole is the dragon's tail. As the saying goes, when a dragon swings its tail, mountains and rivers will shatter. It's even more powerful than when a dragon raises its head. I heard that Elder Zhao's cultivation is extremely profound, so I'll entrust this important task to Elder Xiao. When Elder Dao Ran locks on the formation, the Xianqing spirit forbidding formation will shake like a landslide. Elder Xiao, use your natal magic treasure to suppress it. If this natal magic treasure is of the fire type, it's best. If it's of the metal type, it's also fine. What about this? Xiao Hua opened his mouth and the seal of the overturning sea flew out. Layers of yellow shadows floated on it. Earth-type magic treasure. Gongshu Exin was a bit dazed. She looked at Xiao Hua up and down and asked curiously, Elder Xiao, what kind of element do you have? Of course it's of the metal type. Xiao Hua said with a smile, but I have a lot of magic treasures. This seal of the overturning sea seems to be perfect for suppressing it. This magic treasure is quite powerful. Although its element isn't very suitable, it's not a big problem. Gongshu Exin nodded and then looked at Zhai Xing Zi, Elder Zhai Xing, you have to guard the South Pole, which is the tail of the blue sky underworld formation. You're good at using the power of the stars. The power of the stars has always been violent, so it'll be twice the result with half the effort to deal with the power of ice. However, you don't have to wait for Elder Xiao to make his move. When Elder Dao Ran makes his move, you can make your move as well. Okay. Zhai Xing Zi waved his hand and took the falling star in his hand. Then, he followed Xiao Hua and flew in the opposite direction. Seeing the four nascent soul cultivators standing in different places, Gongshu Exin shouted at Fu Jiwen and the others in the distance, go and find suitable seniors according to the attributes of your body or magic treasures. If you need anything, they'll tell you. Yes. Fu Jiwen and the others answered in unison and flew in different directions. Besides Fu Jiwen and Xue Ping, there were two other cultivators by Xiao Hua's side. Okay, Elder Sister Qiu, it's your turn now. Gongshu Exin said with a smile, do you have ice water or an imperial artifact refined with ice water? This. Gusu Qiu Di shook her head slightly, Elder Sister doesn't have such a powerful imperial artifact. Then, does Elder Sister have a Buddhist artifact? Even less so. Oh, then it's a bit troublesome. Gongshu Exin frowned slightly. Chapter 37:17. Hearing this, Gusu Chiodi smiled bitterly. Star Child and the others prepared a lot of things, but who knew that Senior Tsang Langzi's cave has an essence formation and a Buddhist formation? They wouldn't have prepared imperial or Buddhist artifacts. Then. Sister Chiu, ask them if they have frigid water. Gongshu Isin hesitated and said, if they don't, I'll have to think of another way. Gusu Chiodi hurriedly transmitted her voice, but obviously, no one had frigid water. Just as Gongshu Isin was about to think hard, she suddenly smiled and whispered, "Sister Chiu, you're mistaken. Frigid water is what we call Confucian cultivators. Taoism calls it innate heavy water." "He, indeed." Gusu Churi also smiled and transmitted her voice again. But after a while, Gusu Churi's face showed a strange expression and said, "They don't have innate heavy water either. But your senior Shao has innate primordial water, is it useful?" "Of course." Gongshu Isin raised her eyebrows. "Innate primordial water is more effective than innate heavy water." Saying this, Gongshu Isin took out an imperial artifact that looked like a copper cup and gave it to Gusu Churi. She then told Gusu Churi the inscriptions to activate the imperial artifact and urged her to get 3 drops of innate primordial water. When Gusu Churi returned, Gongshu Isin said, "Sister Chiu, when the 4 nascent soul cultivators suppressed the Xianqing spirit forbidding formation and blue sky underworld formation, the golden wind Jade essence formation and bright glazed golden light Buddha formation will explode at the same time. At this time, you and I must do our best to not let the noble chi of the essence formation and the Buddha light of the Buddha formation collide." Senior Tsang Langzi set up these 2 formations in the inner layer, which are completely different from the Taoist formations, so that when the immortals and Buddhas collide, the primal chi of the universe will be stimulated. When the power of the 3 formations collides, everything will be wiped out. Hiss. Gusu Churi took in a cold breath and was a bit uncertain. She whispered, "We're only at the 5th level of essence chi, can we break this ancient forbidden formation? Humans die for wealth, birds die for food." Gongshu Exayan didn't answer. She only said a few words. She raised her head and looked at the clouds in the east. She reached out and took out a strange imperial weapon. This imperial equipment was 3 inches long and looked like a small ladder. It also looked like a square fence and was engraved with densely packed armor inscriptions. When Gusu Churi heard this, she felt helpless. Everyone knew how powerful this misty mountain maze formation was. However, for tens of thousands of years, didn't many cultivators try their best to find this formation? Now that they were already in front of the door, how could they stop? Gongshu Exayan took a few deep breaths. Faint clouds surged around her body. Wisps of noble chi swarmed over. Gongshu Exayan opened her mouth and breathed true chi into the imperial treasure. The imperial treasure gradually expanded. "Little sister will go first." Gongshu Exayan flew to the north and stopped about 10 miles away from Gusu Churi. Gusu Churi also flew towards the south, stopping after flying for a full 10 miles. She then raised her hand and activated her Jin Qi. The copper cup glowed with a bronze radiance, and the 3 drops of Xiantian true water began to revolve slowly in the radiance like a bright full moon. Swoosh! Seeing that dawn had broken in the east and a ray of sunlight pierced the vault of heaven, Sun Kong had already released his divine sense to envelop an area of several dozen kilometers around him. Sure enough, under the sunlight, the side of the mountain that previously didn't have the slightest trace of magic power fluctuation suddenly soared up a blazing aura. This aura made a hissing sound in the air. This chi was different from normal Dharma power. It only had a yang chi like the rising of the sun and the setting of the moon. If Gongshu Exayan didn't warn him, Sun Kong Shangren wouldn't have cared. GG. The spirit monkey Chong Gung showed a fearful expression. It flipped in the air again, trying to dodge. Seeing this, Sun Kong Shangren didn't dare to be careless. He waved his hand and the scarlet flame stone flew into the air. Under the golden sunlight, the scarlet flame stone emitted a strong flame. Go! As Sun Kong Shangren formed a seal, a wave of Dharma power rushed into the scarlet flame stone. Whoosh! The scarlet flame stone's flame instantly grew stronger. Hundreds of heaven and earth origin chi turned into a hurricane and rushed into the flame. Now is the time. Sun Kong Shangren narrowed his eyes. He watched the chi rush straight into the sky. It seemed to be attracted by the scarlet flame stone's chi and actually changed direction. Sun Kong Shangren's heart tightened and he slapped the top of his head. Wang! A chi appeared out of nowhere. The chi condensed into a pillar and landed on the scarlet flame stone. Boom! Like fireworks, a large hand rushed out of the scarlet flame stone. It was completely formed by flames and instantly covered the surrounding several hundred feet. Roar! A hoarse roar came from the air. The chi that rushed out earlier seemed to sense something was wrong. It let out a roar and immediately fell. However, this chi only fell a few feet before Sun Kong Shangren's flaming hand fell and caught this chi in its hand. As for Chang Gung, who was next to Venerable Master Sun Kong, the hair on his body stood up, and his tail was as straight as a stick. His eyes shone brightly as he charged toward the hand, ready to take advantage of the situation. Rumble. Suddenly, the sound of thunder rang out above the oval-shaped formation. It was like a clap of thunder on a sunny day. The entire space began to tremble. Immediately afterwards, a powerful whirlwind appeared below Master Sun Kong. Sand and pebbles immediately flew up from the mountain. Just as the whirlwind appeared, Zhang Daren's body suddenly gave off a strange coldness. Then thousands of needle-like coldness appeared and surged toward Zhang Daoran. Zhang Daoran originally had an ice body, so he wasn't afraid of the cold. However, this coldness was clearly abnormal. Even with Zhang Daoran's ability, he couldn't help but shiver. He quickly raised his hand and a strange magic treasure appeared in his hand. This magic treasure was dark green and seemed to be in the shape of a beast. However, its head was missing, and only 3 of its 4 hooves were intact. A green light flashed on Zhang Daoran's face, and the magic treasure suddenly expanded. The shadow of a monster emerged from the magic treasure, and the moment it appeared, it immediately blocked the cold. At this moment, waves of crashing sounds came from under Zhang Daoran. A dark purple aura that could be seen with the naked eye rushed out from the formation toward Zhang Daoran. The aura's power was extremely strong. Even someone as strong as Zhang Daoran was shocked. He involuntarily activated his magic power and had to first take out a magic treasure to block it. Just as the magic treasure glowed, Xiaohua's voice came, "Brother Daoran, don't be impatient. See." Zhang Daoran took a deep breath and shivered. He quickly retreated. Gongshu Isin had clearly said not to block the Yin aura when it first appeared. Although Gongshu Isin didn't explain, the Yin aura was very clear. This Yin aura was the power of the formation. Zhang Daoran's cultivation couldn't block it. He should avoid it and wait for the Yin aura to return before attacking it. Who knew that Zhang Daoran actually lost his sense of propriety in the formation? If it wasn't that Zhang Daoran's Dao heart wasn't complete, then the formation had the power to bewitch him. Fortunately, Xiaohua reminded him in time. Zhang Daoran suddenly realized. Sure enough, the extremely cold aura rushed into the sky. Layers of ice fell in the nearby space. When the Yin aura reached a height of 1,000 feet, it suddenly rolled down like a waterfall and fell straight back into the formation. Zhang Daoran didn't dare to be careless. He released his divine sense. A cold aura that seemed to be able to freeze divine sense spread toward Zhang Daoran's Naiwen palace. Zhang Daoran was shocked. He hurriedly urged his Yuanying. The Yuanying stretched out its hand and a dark green object like a water droplet flew out from its body. It was the ghost gallbladder Zhang Daoran just obtained from the Jade Pavilion gathering. The Yuanying opened its mouth and spat a mouthful of golden blood on it. Wang. The ghost gallbladder vibrated. A layer of ink-like liquid seeped into the Yuanying's hand. The Yuanying's hands formed a seal. A wave of extreme Yin aura came out of Zhang Daoran's body. Zhang Daoran hadn't completely refined this ghost gallbladder. When this aura came out, a layer of ice appeared around Zhang Daoran's body. However, this cold aura blocked the invasion of divine sense. Zhang Daoran was slightly absent-minded. The Yin aura had already fallen a lot. Zhang Daoran lamented the strangeness of this formation. He hurriedly slapped his hand. A pure green light flew out from the top of his head and landed on the magic treasure in midair. The magic treasure was like the finishing touch of a dragon as it gave birth to a magnificent multicolored light. Although there wasn't any roar, it still bravely rushed toward the Yin aura. Gotcha! A strange sound came from the formation. Then, gurgle. The sound of a fountain gushing out from the large formation within a radius of 100 miles. Rumble. Just as the strange sound appeared, a series of earth-shaking movements came from the entire formation again. In the far east, Master Sun Kong, together with the red flame stone and monkey Chang Gung, was lifted up to a height of 1,000 feet. Several Taoist disciples who were preparing to help at the side were also lifted up. They couldn't maintain their balance at all. Below them, hundreds of ridges swelled up and flew into the air. The gravel fell down like rain. At the same time, Zhang Daoran was also lifted up to a height of 1,000 feet. The river that shuttled through the formation also boiled. A destructive aura of yin and yang instantly filled the space of a few hundred miles. Woo woo. As the heaven and earth rumbled, a powerful earthy yellow light beam rushed out from the North Pole where Xiaohua was. Inside the light beam, the seal of overturning the sea, which was as big as a mountain, produced thousands of pearls. Under the urging of the coiling dragon, it produced a powerful confining force that landed on a corner of the formation. Boom! The entire sky surged with a wave of air again. As the seal of overturning the sea fell, its suppressive force spread toward the far east along the ridges above the formation. The ridges that had already flown into the air were now twisting extremely, but they still slowly fell down. At the connection of these ridges, thousands of gaps were revealed. They were the traces of the Xianqing spirit forbidding formation being damaged by the erosion of time. Chapter 37:18. As soon as Xiaohua moved, Zhai Xingzi didn't dare to stay still. Seeing the hundreds of water lights and ice shards rushing towards him from all directions, Zhai Xingzi's body started to glow with starlight. His entire body gradually became blurry. Woo woo. Similarly, the natural yuan qi descended from the sky like a hurricane and landed within the starlight. Immediately after, another ray of light flew out from Zhai Xingzi's hand. That falling star was activated by Zhai Xingzi. The several zhang long starlight soared into the sky and directly pierced into the water lights. It emitted a sizzling sound. Xiaohua had already released a trace of his divine sense. He was constantly paying attention to Zhai Xingzi's movements. Although Zhai Xingzi's magic treasure released starlight, he was still activating the qi of heaven and earth. Xiaohua wasn't disappointed. He knew that Zhai Xingzi was using the power of the stars. However, this power of the stars was condensed from a magic treasure. It couldn't be considered the real power of the stars. However, even if that was the case, Zhai Xingzi's skills were still powerful. Zhai Xingzi's body was like a bright star that shone rapidly and resonated with the falling star. A desolate qi came out from the falling star and pressed down on the formation along with the starlight. Rumble. Huge tremors appeared continuously and suppressed the space around Zhai Xingzi, who was thousands of feet away from him. Sun Kong Shangren, Zhang Daoran, Xiaohua, and Zhai Xingzi were respectively at the east, west, north, and south of the misty mountain maze. They used their divine powers to suppress the Xianqing spirit forbidding formation and the blue sky underworld formation. It was as if four giant hands were pressing down on the four corners of the formation. Even if the formation spirit and the qi of yin and yang were stirring crazily, they still couldn't break free from this suppression. However, when the suppression above the four corners landed in the center of the formation like waves, puff puff. A sound like a fountain suddenly appeared. Right between Gusu Chiodi and Gongshu Isin, a crack appeared in the formation. It was as if a huge eye was slowly opening. This eye was flowing with two colors. One was a clear green chi. Inside it, billions of inscriptions flowed like tadpoles. The other was a golden Buddhist light. Inside it, layers of golden inscriptions were like a Buddha or a heavenly dragon, stirring up thousands of Buddhist chants. As the huge crack split open, the two colors began to rush madly towards each other. An indescribably terrifying aura was born along with the noble spirit in the void, as well as the power of thought that came out of nowhere. Hiss. Xiao Hua's divine sense sensed this, and he couldn't help but take a deep breath. He secretly said, "Sure enough, it's a great array carefully arranged by a great array master." If the great array was in good condition, not to mention 4 late nascent soul stage cultivators, even 4 late spirit severing stage cultivators wouldn't dare to break the array. I really don't know what other tricks this Gongshu Isin has. Just as Xiao Hua was thinking, he heard a clear sound coming from Gongshu Isin's location. It was like the cry of a phoenix or the cry of a bird. 3-colored chi rushed into the air and condensed into a Z. That somewhat graceful Z grabbed with its hand. Gongshu Isin's ladder-like imperial equipment fell into the air. Rumble rumble, countless ant-like inscriptions fell from the imperial equipment and fell into the formation called Golden Wind and Jade Dew. These inscriptions were very strange. As they fell, they expanded. Not only did they devour the inscriptions inside the formation, they also stole the noble chi from the void. Moreover, these inscriptions formed poems and articles, falling into the formation. As the number of poems increased, the formation was no longer able to drown them out. Every inscriptions that came into contact with these poems were assimilated, turning into words and sentences of the poems. What was special was that the poems and articles formed by these inscriptions condensed extremely quickly. The poems condensed into articles, and the articles condensed into scrolls. Hundreds, thousands of scrolls formed a mountain of literature, suppressing the Golden Wind and Jade Dew formation, not allowing the formation to disperse at all. What was special was that the scrolls under the mountain of literature fell one by one, forming a dragon-like book city, separating the inscriptions of the formation from the Buddhist light of the formation. While Gongshu Isin was controlling the imperial equipment to block the formation, Gusuchori was not slow either. The imperial equipment that looked like a copper cup tilted slightly, and a stream of green water poured out of the cup, rushing into the Buddhist formation like the Milky Way. The golden inscriptions in the Buddhist formation gave off Buddhist light. This Buddhist light was crystal clear, and every inch of it had a glass Buddha hidden inside. However, when the green water fell and the Buddhist light pierced into it, there was no reflection or penetration. It was as if the light had disappeared. When the thousands of chants fell into the green water formed by the primordial water, they also disappeared into the countless small chiliocosms inside the primordial water. The book mountain expanded rapidly, blocking the light of the primordial formation like an iron wall. The blue water surged like a transparent barrier, blocking the light of the Buddha formation. For a moment, the crack actually stopped there, and the rumbling of the entire formation started to weaken. Incredible, incredible. Even someone as strong as Xiao Hua was astonished when he saw the great array begin to slow down. This great array could even block a 7th grade essence energy cultivator in the past, but now it has actually declined to this extent. Can a few 5th grade essence energy cultivators like us suppress it? No, I'm afraid it's not that simple. Xiao Hua saw that things were going so smoothly, far exceeding what was recorded in the Jade Eyes. He had a bad feeling in his heart. Xiao Hua did not know about other people's divine abilities, but he himself had thought about it for a long time. Some divine abilities that were not afraid of being seen through were supposed to be used here, but just one seal of turning seat suppressed the gate guarding formation that was close to a tribulation passing expert strength. Wasn't this too much of a tribulation passing expert? Sure enough, just as Xiao Hua's doubts arose, it was like a wave rising and falling. Just now it was a wave trough, but now the formation's power suddenly rose, and a huge wave rushed up. Whether it was Xiao Hua and the other Dao cultivators, or Gusuchuri and Gongshu Isin, a huge force appeared under them at the same time, pouncing towards them. One. The seal of turning sea roared loudly, and countless phantoms pounced on the formation one after another. Powerful ripples in the void were actually struck out by these phantoms. Although this seal of turning sea had not been completely refined by green-robed Xiaohua, the aura of a spiritual weapon had already taken shape. All of you, quickly retreat. Although the seal of overturning sea had suppressed a corner of the grand formation, Xiaohua was alarmed and had a bad feeling. He hurriedly shouted at Fu Jiwen and the others, "Come back after this grand formation is broken." "Yes, disciple understands." Fu Jiwen, Xue Ping, and the others did not dare to be negligent. They urged their figures to fly far away. Sun Kong and the others also saw the figures of the other disciples hurriedly escaping. This formation was indeed not something they could participate in with their cultivation. Moreover, Xiaohua's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. The power of his spiritual weapon was powerful, and it suppressed the north pole of the formation in an instant. Then, the cultivators of the other three poles of the formation would not be able to withstand it. Boom boom boom. Three loud sounds, like the growls and roars of ferocious beasts, were heard. The counterattack of the formation pounced on Sun Kong. It was so powerful that it caused the faces of the three late nascent soul cultivators to change. Sun Kong and Xiaohua worked together to suppress the profound purity spirit forbidding formation. His counterattack was the most powerful. The hundreds of mountain ridges seemed to have come alive at this moment. They broke free from the formation and crazily extended from Xiaohua's location to Sun Kong. "Taoist Master Xiao, you are testing me." Sun Kong bitterly smiled and slapped the top of his head with his hand. Poof! A 6-feet-long baby flew out with a snake-like whip in his hand. This baby was wearing exquisite spiritual armor. As soon as it appeared in mid-air, it immediately opened its mouth. Woo! A huge wind column was born in mid-air. Several spiraling flows of vital qi of heaven and earth descended from the sky, forming a huge hole and falling into the nascent soul's mouth. One. Wind flowers flashed around the nascent soul's body. The nascent soul's entire body seemed to be inflated with air. In a moment it was 1,000 feet tall. Poof! Sun Kong's nascent soul Dharma body had just formed. He pointed his finger, and the crimson flame rock that was originally floating in mid-air immediately turned into a ball of flame. Countless fire rings flew out from the flame and enveloped an area of several miles. Go! A huge roar came from the nascent soul's mouth. The nascent soul raised its hand again, and the snake-like whip turned into a whirlwind that wrapped around its hand. Soon after, the hand grabbed the flame. The flame borrowed the wind's power and made an even more powerful sound. Tiny thunderclaps came from the void. Strands of hair like crystal threads rushed into the flame. The flame condensed into 100 feet in size. Outside the flame, there was a layer of faint green wind flow. Fall. This sound seemed to explode from the nascent soul's body. Strands of chi waves rushed in all directions along with this sound. The flaming rock fell with a loud bang. Layers of fire flowed along the roaring mountain ridges in all directions and instantly dyed one side of the formation red. Ao ao. Hundreds of tiny cries came from the mountain ridges. The mountain ridges trembled rapidly and then calmed down. Xiaohua's first move forced Sun Kong to have no choice but to use his nascent soul Dharma body. Zhang Daoran and Zhai Xingzi, who were in charge of suppressing the blue sky underworld formation, clapped their hands at the same time and released their nascent souls. Their nascent souls also solidified and turned into Dharma idols that were 100 feet in size. However, Zhai Xingzi's body flashed with strands of nebula. On the other side of the nebula were the star marks that were deeply imprinted on the skin of the nascent soul. Looking at Zhang Daoran's nascent soul, although there were some faint talisman scripts around it, these talisman scripts were gradually disappearing. The origin energy of heaven and earth swarmed around the nascent soul's body and not the talisman scripts. 1-1. Zhai Xingzi and Zhang Daoran activated their nascent soul dharma bodies almost at the same time. The difference was that Zhai Xingzi's nascent soul's 7 orifices produced a suction force. 7 dragon-like whirlwinds whizzed into the dharma body. On the other hand, Zhang Daoran's nascent soul opened the top of his head. The origin energy of heaven and earth poured in like a waterfall. For a moment, within a radius of 1,000 miles, wind and clouds surged and the weather changed greatly. Chapter 37:19. Ha, ha. Zhang Daoran and Zhai Xingzi's nascent soul avatars roared at the same time. Zhai Xingzi's falling stars turned into 7 dazzling stars, and Zhai Xingzi's nascent soul avatars were in the center of the 7 stars. The 7 stars fell along with the giant hand. Boom! The earth shook, and the spring water flowed backward. The yin qi that just rose up was immediately suppressed. However, when Zhai Xingzi's main body was shaking, his eyes flashed with a very puzzled expression. Zhai Xingzi muttered to himself, "Strange, this place seems a bit strange. Why does it make me feel like this?" Seeing that Zhai Xingzi had succeeded, Zhang Daoran did not dare to be negligent. The nascent soul's hand grabbed the magic treasure, and the magic treasure descended at lightning speed. Roar! The magic treasure seemed to have come alive under the control of the nascent soul. The strange beast raised its slightly damaged head and raised its 3 hooves. A strange aura pressed down. For every 10 feet it descended, the condensed ice shards would drop by 10 feet. When the huge beast and the nascent soul's hand landed, the yin energy and the jade current that had surged previously charged towards the center from both ends. Boom! After the collision, everything immediately calmed down. Although there were still small ripples flowing back and forth, regardless of whether it was the mysterious pure spirit forbidding formation or the Yellow Springs formation, the damaged areas became increasingly damaged. Waves of inexplicable fluctuations surged out from those areas. The yang energy and yin energy that surged out formed thousands of air explosions in the sky above the formation. However, these air explosions were like small firecrackers in front of the 3 nascent soul avatars. They couldn't do much. The outside of the formation was very dangerous. Inside the formation, the Golden Wind Jade-Du origin formation was suppressed by Gongshu Exion's imperial weapon. There was no resistance at all. The brilliant glazed golden light Buddha formation resisted a little, but it didn't cause any big waves under the imperial weapon's copper cup and the innate true water. Seeing this, Gongshu Exion's face bloomed with a flower-like smile. Hee, if we're talking about spells, the Taoist cultivators are more powerful. These 4 cultivators are only at the upper 4th level, but they can suppress the outer layer of the Misty Mountain Maze formation. This really surprised me. Big Sister Qiu, your Zhai Xingzi is much stronger than that Sun Kong Shangren. Although Gusu Qiu Di was not proficient in the art of formations, her cultivation was stronger than Gongshu Exion's. It was easy for her to control the copper cup to defend against the Buddhist sect. Seeing that Zhai Xingzi was fine, she was relieved. Hearing Gongshu Exion's words, the corner of her mouth curled up, she used her chin to point at Xiao Hua's direction and teased, Xingzi is considered powerful, but compared to that person, he is still lacking a lot. Look, he didn't even release his nascent soul, yet he forced Sun Kong and the others to utilize their nascent soul spirit bodies. He is the most formidable. So what if he's powerful? Gongshu Isin lazily replied, when little sister thinks that he's nearly 2,000 years old, my heart feels sick and nauseous. Sister Qiu, please don't mention it again. Gusu Qiudi opened her mouth and wanted to say something. But at this moment, a faint trace of black gas suddenly appeared between the essence formation and Buddha formation. The black gas was filled with tiny devils, and a bloody stench instantly filled the entire formation. Devil Qi. Gusuchuri frowned, she didn't understand why there was devil chi here. She looked at Gongshu Exian, who was also shocked. She stared blankly at the devil chi floating out, unable to react for a moment. She also didn't understand the use of devil chi appearing in White Cloud Mountain's maze formation. But in just a moment, Gongshu Exian's expression suddenly changed, as if she thought of something. But she didn't have time to explain to Gusuchuri. She shouted, "Sister Chio, 5 Chi's unifications, exterminate the devil chi." Okay. When Gusuchuri heard this, her expression changed slightly. Without hesitation, she slapped her hand on the top of her head and tricolored chi surged out. Her entire body reached out and the tricolored chi immediately turned into a ball of chi that was dozens of feet large. Opposite her, Gongshu Exian also activated an extremely pure two-color true chi. The true chi turned into 2 giant dragons, rushing towards the devil chi. Whether it was the chi ball or the chi dragon, they both let out a powerful roar. In the midst of the roar, the void cracked, the mighty chi pillar suddenly arrived, killing the thin devil chi. But Gusuchuri and Gongshu Exian were fast, but they still couldn't be faster than the mighty chi of the essence formation and Buddha light of the Buddha formation. As the devil chi appeared, the first to surge was the essence formation that was suppressed by Gongshu Exian's imperial artifact. The inscriptions under the One Mountain seemed to have seen an irreconcilable enemy. They all emitted a strong light. This light instantly drowned the One Mountain, rushing towards the Book City. And between the devil chi and the essence formation, there was also a mighty chi pillar that broke through the void, attacking the devil chi. This mighty chi pillar was indeed rushing towards the devil chi, but still, the mighty chi pillar closest to the essence formation turned to attack the Book City and the One Mountain. The mighty chi pillar was so mighty, and it was also the pure power of heaven and earth. How could Gongshu Exian's imperial artifact block it? Under the pincer attack, in just a moment, the inscriptions on Gongshu Exian's imperial artifact exploded one by one. Waves of mighty turbulence flew above the essence formation. In the turbulence, the One Mountain and Book City suddenly collapsed. The scrolls mixed with the writings flew all over the sky, and when these writings flew into the air, they involuntarily rushed towards the devil chi. The ladder-like imperial artifact flashed with multicolored light. Not only did it not restrain the crazy inscriptions, it even assisted the essence formation in attacking the devil chi. With Gongshu Exian's current cultivation level, she couldn't control the imperial artifact at all. Take drastic measures. Gongshu Exian's face was pale, her arrogant head slightly lowered, her bright eyes looking at the monstrous inscriptions and mighty chi waves. She whispered in a low voice. She knew better than anyone that Song Langzi, who set up the essence formation, had already predicted her plan to break the formation. I really underestimated Senior Song Langzi. Now that things have come to this, I'm afraid we have to use that thing. Gongshu Exian couldn't control the imperial artifact. Gusuchuri also panicked, but Gusuchuri's sub-body used the 3 chis converging to help Gongshu Exian's two-colored true chi destroy the devil chi, but the devil chi was used by Tsang Langzi to set up the formation. How could it be so easily defeated? The two's true chi destroyed a lot of the devil chi, but the devil chi was even more rampant, attacking the innate primordial water under Gusuchuri's copper cup. Gusuchuri's innate primordial water was powerful, but it couldn't block all of the devil chi. When the devil chi was created, the Buddha light of the glazed golden light Buddha formation shone brightly, and countless Buddhas, heavenly flowers, and heavenly dragons rushed out from the Buddha light, roaring and roaring as they rushed towards the innate primordial water. Gusuchuri's sub-body was huge, so was the imperial artifact's copper cup. Unfortunately, Gusuchuri relied on the imperial artifact to control the innate primordial water. She couldn't truly unleash the power of the primordial water, and even Gusuchuri herself didn't dare to look directly at the primordial water. Now, under the pincer attack of the devil chi and the Buddha light, the primordial water had already revealed a flaw. As soon as the flaw was exposed, it was immediately invaded by the demonic chi. Sizzle. Countless sounds rang out in the void. Some were miserable cries, some were the mixing of blood and fire, and some were the roars of anger. All kinds of strange sounds came from the innate primordial water. The demonic chi actually started a battle with the Buddhist light in the mini-kiliacosm. One battlefield after another, lives were born and extinguished in the battle between the Buddha and the demonic chi. This had long surpassed Gusu Chodi's expectations. Amitabha Buddha. In the glazed golden light Buddha formation, an unknown Buddha chant came out, and a huge Buddha statue came out from the Buddha light. This Buddha statue was in the shape of 1,000 hands, and each hand held a Buddha weapon. In the center of each hand, there was a Buddha eye, and these Buddha hands executed techniques to subdue the devil, attacking the devil chi through the flaws. Gusu Chodi's face turned pale, and she also realized that when she used the innate primordial water to suppress the glazed golden light Buddha formation, the Buddha formation did not show much power. After all, the Buddha formation was the same as the cultivation of the Buddha sect, which emphasized tolerance. But now, with the appearance of the devil chi, the mercy of the Buddha formation mixed with the thunderbolts had already exceeded the limit of her control, and the innate primordial water had already started to crumble under the pincer attack of the devil chi. This was still not the most important thing. What made Gusu Chodi and Gongshu Isin tremble with fear the most was that the overwhelming wave of energy and the blazing glazed golden light unavoidably came into contact with the devil energy. Waves of terrifying aura were produced between the two. Strings of bubbles disappeared into the void where the two were sent out. Moreover, the sounds of huge explosions that seemed to resound in their hearts caused the void to collapse. The two's true chi shook uncontrollably. Even their previously awe-inspiring sub-bodies began to tremble from the inside out. Not good. In an instant, Gusu Chodi and Gongshu Isin thought of the strange phenomenon recorded in the jade eyes that Xue Ping found. Wasn't the scene of the tragic attack on the Misty Mountain Maze formation like this? Go. Gongshu Isin immediately had the thought of escaping, and she looked up at Gusu Chodi. That Gusu Chodi also had fear in her eyes, and her Jin Chi started to shrink. However, at this moment, boom, boom, boom. The situation of the Misty Mountain Maze formation going out of control had already spread to the outer formation, and the two formations that were suppressed by Xiao Hua and the others just now started to counterattack even more crazily. But looking at the Xianqing spirit restricting formation, the hundreds of ridges that were hundreds of miles long were now completely floating in the air, and huge rocks were shaking off from the ridges, and the flames that spread for dozens of miles were also extinguished under the trembling. Under the ridges, roar, roar. The souls that were imprisoned by the formation let out valiant and unyielding, and even angry roars. They were released by the formation, and Sun Kong's nascent soul Dharma body and red flame stone started to tremble under the counterattack of these souls, and patches of golden light were shaved off from the nascent soul Dharma body. Run! Sun Kong instantly had the same thought as Gongshu Isin when he faced the uncontrollable souls, and only one thought appeared in his mind. Chapter 37:20. However, Master Sun Kong's nascent soul only moved a few inches before a huge force lifted him and the red flame stone several feet away. This force forced Master Sun Kong to give up. However, at this moment, Venerable Master Sun Kong's nascent soul raised his head and scanned the formation with his divine sense. The entire formation was a mess, and his divine sense was cut off by the formation. Venerable Master Sun Kong couldn't see the situation of the others clearly. However, he knew that if he stayed here and fought, it might be a dead end, but if he escaped, it would be a dead end. He didn't believe that without his suppression, Xiao Hua could resist the backlash of the hundreds of souls in the profound purity forbidden spirit formation. Maybe I'll die. If it was before the Jade Pavilion conference, Master Sun Kong wouldn't have cared about the life and death of others. However, after years of life and death together and the trust between them, he understood the importance of trust. Maybe I'll escape. I don't have many choices, but for that heavy trust, I have no other choice. Even if I die here today, I have to face Brother Dao Ran and Daoist Xiao, who exposed their backs to me. Forget it, then. I'll die. Thinking about this, esteemed Master Sun Kong looked at the rapidly shrinking nascent soul that was about to enter his body. He clenched his teeth and formed a seal with both hands. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. This blood essence was crimson. When the seal landed on the blood essence emitted layers of golden light. Layers of strange fluctuations appeared in the void and landed on the blood essence. Thunderous rumbles echoed in the void and soon, the blood essence was refined into a blood-red rune. Go! Master Sun Kong waved his hand and the rune turned into a stream of light that landed between the nascent soul's eyebrows. Then, Master Sun Kong closed his eyes. Break! His divine sense rushed into the nascent soul's eyebrows like a tide. Boom! A light sound came from between the nascent soul's eyebrows. As the rune landed, his divine sense also poured in and a strange rune appeared out of thin air. It was at this moment that Master Sun Kong cut off his connection with the nascent soul. The avatar left in the nascent soul's body let out a miserable scream. Hiss! Even Master Sun Kong sucked in a breath of cold air. A heart-wrenching pain came from his Naiwan palace. This pain seemed to be unbearable. However, Master Sun Kong didn't have time to comprehend this out-of-body feeling. He clenched his teeth and formed a seal with his hands again. His entire body rapidly expanded under the influence of the seal, roar. Seeing Sun Kong like this, the spirit monkey Chong Gung also roared at the sky. Not only did all the hair on its palm-sized body stand up, it also flashed with demonic aura and its body began to uncontrollably expand. As Sun Kong's body expanded, his nascent soul slowly shrank. It was at this moment that Sun Kong's crimson flame stone began to crack under the attacks of the hundreds of souls. Flames shot into the sky, followed by hundreds of primordial souls. Each of them bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced toward Sun Kong. Woo woo! A huge pillar of primal chi of heaven and earth descended from the sky and landed on Sun Kong's body and nascent soul. The two spirit bodies of the same size opened their eyes at the same time. Clear light flashed in their eyes and they were filled with indifference. Roar! The spirit monkey Chang'e transformed into a demon body that was hundreds of feet tall and flew into the air. He landed in front of the two spirits. Break! The two souls of Master Sun Kong sneered at the same time. They each reached out a hand and placed it on the spirit monkey's shoulders. Boom! Spirit monkey Chong Gung's eyes emitted light pillars that were several dozen feet in size. The two light pillars created a powerful suction force. The souls of the ferocious spirits that had already attacked Master Sun Kong were first afraid, then they became even more ferocious. They recklessly charged at Master Sun Kong's nascent soul as if that soul was their innate delicacy. The two light pillars were like a huge whirlpool. Every time they swept across a type of evil spirit, the evil spirit's soul would be firmly sucked in. A large number of evil spirits fell into Chong Gung's light pillars, and Chong Gung's body involuntarily expanded. However, whether it was Master Sun Kong's body or nascent soul, the large hand on Chong Gung's body also shone brightly. The souls were sucked into the two souls, reducing the pressure on Chong Gung. However, how powerful were the ancient ferocious spirits? How could the spirit monkey Chong Gung resist them? In just a few seconds, Chong Gung's face was filled with pain. His huge demon body began to swell. Even Master Sun Kong's body and nascent soul began to uncontrollably expand. The light around them rapidly trembled. Fight! Esteemed Sun Kong's face was already as white as a sheet of paper, but he let out an angry roar and took out a broken piece of jade. He opened his mouth and spat out another mouthful of essence blood. The jade expanded and turned into a palm-sized monster. This jade was actually a rare jade talisman. Shwa! This jade talisman was different from Xiao Hua's phoenix illusion. As Master Sun Kong pointed his finger, the jade talisman fell between the nascent soul's eyebrows, which was where the strange rune disappeared. Roar! Master Sun Kong's nascent soul trembled in pain, then light overflowed. As the world's origin energy crazily rushed in, the entire soul turned into the monster's shape. Woo! The monster opened its mouth and spat out a green light. Several ferocious spirits near Master Sun Kong were immediately covered and turned into streams of light that entered the monster's body. However, when the ferocious spirits entered the monster's body, the nascent soul monster's body expanded, and expanded again. Master Sun Kong's eyes flashed with desperation. Even the large hand on Chang Gung's body increased the suction force. Chang Gung's body also expanded. Ancient ferocious spirits. Even if Master Sun Kong activated the jade talisman and paid with his life, with his late-stage nascent soul cultivation, he might be able to devour one or two. However, there were hundreds of ferocious spirits in front of him. How many could he devour? The Misty Mountain Maze formation, even if it only had 30% of its power, was definitely not something a nascent soul cultivator could covet. Perhaps in less than the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Master Sun Kong would be swollen by the ancient ferocious beast's soul. No regrets. At this moment, Master Sun Kong's heart was filled with satisfaction. There was nothing more satisfying than this moment. That confidence that was worthy of the trust made him generously go to his death. At this critical moment. Wang! 100 miles away, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared. Master Sun Kong was forced to release his nascent soul and even forced to activate a secret technique to enter the out-of-body realm. How good would Jai Xingzi and Zhang Daoran be? Although the blue sky underworld formation was different from the Xianqing spirit forbidding array, its power matched the Xianqing spirit forbidding array. When the ferocious beast's soul of the Xianqing spirit forbidding array broke out, the blue sky underworld formation naturally had a corresponding change. When the fierce souls attacked Venerable Sun Kong, the blue water hidden in the formation also poured out. Waves of blood-red light flashed and a bloody aura that would make one's blood boil rushed out of the formation. Among this aura, a strand of blood-red nether water that was smaller than a thumb rushed into the air along with a strand of blue water that was more than 100 feet thick. This. Zhang Daoran and his nascent soul Dharma body's 4 eyes flashed with disbelief. Zhang Daoran's main body almost cried out, "This is, the yellow spring water." Yes, wasn't that blood-red water the extremely rare yellow spring water in the hidden immortal continent? Countless runes flashed in the green water. The runes were not only used to set up the formation, but also to confine the yellow spring water. Gongshu Isin said that the green water's power was not as powerful as before. The truth was that the core of the blue sky underworld formation was inside the formation. All the yin qi and water that appeared outside the formation was just a cover to hide the ferocious teeth of the blue sky underworld formation. At that moment, Zhang Daoran used a Dharma treasure to suppress the yin qi within the formation. However, when the yin qi receded, the water of the yellow springs surged again. The runes in the water of the yellow springs peeled off layer by layer. The blood-red water of the yellow springs quickly dyed the water red. The huge water flow was like a blood dragon rushing through the formation and pouncing towards Zhang Daoran. If it was Zhang Daoran before the Yaotai conference, he might not be able to recognize the yellow spring water, or he might not be so afraid of it. However, Zhang Daoran obtained one of the 3 exotic treasures of the Yaotai conference, the cold ghost gall. Although he had not completely refined the cold ghost gall, he had a keen sense of the netherworld's items and knew the power of the yellow spring water. Zhang Daoran was only a late Yuanying stage cultivator. Even if he reached out-of-body or Funshan stage, his physical body, no, his Yuanying spirit body could not touch a trace of the yellow spring water. The yellow spring water was death qi, and the Yuanying was a spirit body. Zhang Daoran could use a secret technique to refine the cold ghost gall with his spirit body, but he definitely did not dare to refine the yellow spring water. Run. Zhang Daoran had the same feeling as Sun Kong Shanren. A way out appeared in his heart. Moreover, Zhang Daoran was very confident that although the water of the yellow springs had begun to overflow, with his nascent soul and the refined ghost guts, he would definitely be able to escape unscathed from the yellow springs. Run. It was just a thought, but Zhang Daoran immediately killed it. After he escaped, the misty mountain maze would lose its balance and the entire formation would kill everyone on the spot. Moreover, once he left, the yellow spring heaven formation would crazily counterattack Zhai Xingzi. Zhai Xingzi would definitely not be able to resist it. Other than death, there would be no other ending for Zhai Xingzi. Zhang Daoran might not have Xiao Hua's heaven-defying luck, but the mercy in his heart was not much less than Xiao Hua's, or even more. Since he did not intend to escape, Zhang Daoran immediately made a decision. Chapter 37-21. Zhang Daoran's hands formed a seal and he waved his hand. A strange, black object flew out from his chest. It looked like a giant rock, but it was also very broken. Poof! Zhang Daoran opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of essence blood. Ga. The giant rock let out a long cry and extremely strange runes came out from its body. They turned into a red halo that surrounded the giant rock. Rise! Zhang Daoran let out a roar and his entire body became a hurricane. As the red halo shined, it also began to expand like crazy. Shwa! A giant wave came and a death aura mixed with blood rushed toward the rock. Roar! The magic treasure controlled by Zhang Daoran's nascent soul also let out a roar and a red halo appeared around its body. The shape of this halo was similar to the rock's. Countless halos appeared before Zhang Daoran and the nascent soul. When the blue water fell on the halos, it was immediately divided into dozens of small streams. However, within these small streams, the water of the underworld was still there. Right at this moment, Zhang Daoran's nascent soul spat out azure light from its mouth, and the infernal glacial ghost gall bladder that was in its hand instantly fell into the light. Wang. Violent vibrations erupted from the infernal glacial ghost gall bladder, and a series of ghostly heads emerged from within with hair-thin translucent threads intertwined between them. The phantom chill ghost gallbladder fell into the light and the nascent soul sucked. The phantom chill ghost gallbladder followed the light into the nascent soul's mouth. The moment the phantom chill ghost gallbladder touched the nascent soul, Zhang Daoran's body flashed. Just like Sun Kong, Zhang Daoran cut off his own origin soul. However, Zhang Daoran's timing was clearly more mature than Sun Kong's. Aside from the pain on his face, there was also a hint of nervousness. Boom! Icy flames mixed with the smell of blood emerged from the nascent soul's head and washed down the nascent soul's face. Go all out! Zhang Daoran's Dharma body, which was almost 100 feet tall, also urged his true essence. He cast one strange spell after another. Wherever his magic power fell, the yellow spring water from the two magic treasure rings was drawn into the nascent soul. Sizzle! The nascent soul's spiritual body collapsed as soon as it touched the yellow spring water. However, the icy flames and blood that fell from the nascent soul's head rushed over and fought with the water of the yellow springs. Phew! Zhang Daoran heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. Then, he pointed at the two magic treasures again. Two eye-like cracks appeared on the back of the magic treasures, and two dark hurricanes emerged from them. The water of the underworld in the halo was instantly sucked in by the hurricanes. Zhang Daoran sighed as he watched his nascent soul collapse and reform from time to time. The ghostly frigid guts and the water of the underworld were locked in a tug-of-war. He endured the pain of his body being corroded by the water of the underworld and looked at the blurry array in the distance. He said in his heart, "Fellow Taoists, this old man can only do this much. Before I die, I will buy as much time as I can. I hope you can safely retreat. As the saying goes, when someone is sad, there will naturally be someone who is happy. Just as the water of the underworld gushed out crazily, the runes in the water were chipped off layer by layer due to the array's attacks. The water of the underworld dyed the water red, and the huge blood dragon roared and rushed towards Zhai Xingzi. Zhai Xingzi was shocked at first. However, when the bloody aura and the unparalleled chi of death rushed into his nascent soul, the starlight around his nascent soul swelled like a lantern. A strange expression appeared on Zhai Xingzi's face, as if he had seen the most inconceivable thing in the world. He actually cried out in a low voice, "Damn it, no wonder this old man felt that this place was very strange. It turns out that, the array here actually contains the water of the underworld. I've searched for who knows how many years, and I actually found it here today. Heavens! Is this old man's luck finally here? Or, did my luck change after I followed Xiaohua?" As Zhai Xingzi laughed secretly, the water of the underworld had already rushed into the air. Zhai Xingzi patted his head again. Puff! Several streams of true energy spurted out. Amidst these streams of true energy, a talisman half the size of a palm surged out like a moon surrounded by stars. Although this talisman was only half a piece, it was densely covered with star runes. The star runes formed strange runes. As the streams of true energy landed on it, strands of star runes flickered. Between these flickering star runes, there vaguely appeared stars of various sizes. He then looked at Zhai Xingzi's other hand. He reached into his Qianquan bag and took out a black, ancient magic tool. This magic tool had 9 bends. Between the bends, there were crystals that emitted a strange light. Zhai Xingzi's nascent soul waved its hand. The falling star that had previously transformed into a 7-star flew into the air, still in the shape of a 7-star. Immediately, the nascent soul grabbed, and the demonic artifact fell into the nascent soul's hand, once again combining with the 7 stars. Collect. Zhai Xingzi chanted an incantation. The 7 stars emitted starlight that rushed into the demonic artifact's crystal. Wave after wave of star rings emerged from the demonic artifact, falling onto the water of the underworld. That water of the underworld was immediately absorbed by the star rings into the demonic artifact. The water of the underworld that practically could not resist corrosion was unexpectedly absorbed by Zhai Xingzi's ineffable demonic artifact. Good. Zhai Xingzi's originally anxious heart instantly relaxed. He thought to himself, the nameless ancient scroll's cultivation method is indeed not bad. This demonic artifact can absorb the water of the underworld. In this way, this water of the underworld naturally can help me step into out-of-body realm. As he thought this, Zhai Xingzi's nascent soul's other hand slapped downwards. The star crest that had previously flown out from Zhai Xingzi's Naiwan palace landed on the hand. The nascent soul slowly raised its hand, as if a giant mountain peak was suspended in its hand. However, although this hand appeared slow, it was actually extremely fast. In no more than a few breaths' time, the hand pinched the star crest and placed it on its own forehead. Boom! An extremely brilliant starlight flashed from the nascent soul's forehead. The nascent soul's entire spirit body immediately became illusory. Specks that were like brilliant stars covered the nascent soul's entire spirit body. Break! Just like Master Sun Kong, Zhai Xingzi silently chanted an incantation. His mind's connection with the nascent soul's primordial spirit was severed. Zhai Xingzi's face showed an expression of pain. Whine, whine. Zhai Xingzi's nascent soul let out a rumbling sound. Its entire spirit body suddenly compressed, condensing into a fist-sized star core in an instant. Success or failure depends on this one move. Zhai Xingzi steeled his heart. His hand seals activated, and that vast and mighty underworld water was immediately divided into a stream that charged towards the star core. ZZZT. The star core was submerged by the underworld water, letting out an unpleasant hissing sound. Wisps of green smoke emitted from the star core. When the first stream of underworld water dripped down, that star core unexpectedly transformed into 365 tiny fragments. These fragments did not have starlight, but even the underworld water could not melt these fragments. Boom! Immediately afterwards, another stream of underworld water washed down. Zhai Xingzi's corporeal body slightly trembled. When the underworld water fell, those 360 fragments again shrunk by half. Zhai Xingzi endured an indescribable pain. This pain was more severe than having his tendons pulled out and his bones pulled out. This pain originated from his soul. This was precisely the pain of refining the soul that was mentioned in the secret art. Zhai Xingzi's nascent soul star core was washed no less than 9 times with the underworld water. Not only were each fragment as small as they could be, but each fragment also flashed with a trace of bloody light. What a pity! Zhai Xingzi's whole body convulsed into a ball. Hiding behind the demonic weapon, he avoided the torrential underworld water. He secretly regretted in his heart, according to the secret art, the more underworld water washes, the more beneficial it is for the nascent soul. Unfortunately, my cultivation is not enough, so I can only wash 9 of them. If I can wash 9 of them, not to mention stepping into the spirit-severing stage, even crossing the heavenly tribulation is within reach. Forget it. Just as he regretted, Zhai Xingzi woke up again. Opportunities are opportunities. In this moment, I can use the underworld water to cleanse my body. The demonic weapon also contains the underworld water. In the future, there is hope for me to refine the star arts. Why should I think more? Immediately, Zhai Xingzi urged on the secret art again. A mouthful of essence blood fell onto those 365 star cores. Whing, whing. Several hundred star cores vibrated at the same time, each emitting faint star markings. These star markings floated in midair, forming a complete star crest. Boom, boom, boom. A myriad of heaven-earth origin chi condensed into a hurricane that fell towards the star crest. Strands of sparkling light flickered, and thunderbolts similarly struck down. An extremely small nascent soul appeared from the flat star crest. It slowly swelled, reaching more than 100 zhang. But this nascent soul's entire body was covered in star markings under the thunderbolts. Following the disappearance of the thunderbolts, all of the star markings also disappeared. The entire nascent soul was incomparably solid, no different from an ordinary corporeal body. The nascent soul originally had its eyes closed. When the spirit body was completed, the nascent soul opened its eyes. Its 2 black pupils flashed with endless starlight. Swoosh! The nascent soul suddenly opened its eyes. Both of its hands waved, and 2 pillars of starlight fell onto the still roaring underworld water. That water flow instantly quieted, and the blood-colored markings quietly contracted. Whing, whing, whing. 100 li away, an anomaly suddenly appeared. Zhai Xingzi raised his head to look. It was precisely Xiao Hua's North Pole. Xiao Hua. A slight smile suddenly appeared on Zhai Xingzi's originally pained face. He turned his head to look at his nascent soul that seemed to have been reborn after breaking through. Then, he looked at the already receding underworld water. Unexpectedly, he used his hand to rub his nose and laughed. This kind of opportunity, even this old man can benefit from it. Presumably, Master Sun Kong and Zhang Daoran can also do the same. We are already like this, so what fortuitous encounter did Daoist Master Xiao have? It's a pity that this old man's divine intent cannot pass through. That is, when Zhai Xingzi muttered to himself here, he saw that at the north pole of the cloud mountain bewildering array, hundreds of magnificent lights soared into the sky, imposing and vast. Back to Xiao Hua, when that profound purity spirit forbidding great array gave birth to an anomaly, Master Sun Kong's nascent soul body was sent flying into the air by the power of hundreds of vicious spirits. Xiao Hua and Master Sun Kong respectively suppressed the head and tail of the mountain ridge. The force of impact he received was not any less than Master Sun Kong's. However, how could Master Sun Kong compare to Xiao Hua's cultivation? Moreover, when Xiao Hua saw that the force coming from the bottom of the great array was about to overturn his body, he immediately roared and took out the wishful staff. He gathered his strength and fiercely struck at the bottom of the great array. Chapter 37:22. There was a loud boom. As the wishful steel staff fell, the fierce soul attacking Xiao Hua was immediately suppressed. Of course, this suppression was only temporary. With the strength of Sun Kong, he could only resist 1 or 2 fierce souls. Xiao Hua suppressing 4 or 5 of them was already good. Immediately, hundreds of fierce souls broke out from the runes on the ridge and rushed madly towards Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua was shocked and urged the heavenly law embodiment technique. The hurricane within a radius of 10 miles suddenly rose, and countless heaven and earth essence chi poured into Xiao Hua's golden body. Beat! Xiao Hua waved the wishful staff in one hand and sent the fierce souls flying. His other hand clenched into a fist, and almost one in each hand, the fierce souls were also sent rolling in the air. Unfortunately, the ancient said that 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. What's more, Xiao Hua was facing hundreds of fierce souls. Which one of these fierce souls was not a powerful beast in the past? Although after thousands of years of tempering, these fierce souls had dissipated a lot, but it was still not something that Xiao Hua could resist alone. Although Xiao Hua's staff technique was exquisite, although Xiao Hua's fists and feet were unparalleled, in just a moment, Xiao Hua was already a little tired. Where is the green-robed friend? Xiao Hua saw that he was unable to resist and did not dare to neglect, so he shouted. Wu! Above Xiao Hua's head, a 6-colored brilliance suddenly appeared and enveloped a fierce soul that was pouncing towards him. Ao Ao! The fierce soul tumbled in the air and howled in grief. That fierce soul's figure had become much dimmer. Woo woo woo! The green-robed Xiao Hua took control of the invisible Yuanying and urged the Kunlun mirror to destroy the enemies. Similarly, after another moment, the green-robed Xiao Hua felt that it was somewhat strenuous. Although the Kunlun mirror was powerful, it had not reached the point where it could kill the ferocious soul. Although the ferocious soul temporarily retreated, when it counterattacked again, its strength became even more powerful. The light beam of the Kunlun mirror became more and more difficult to condense, and its power began to decline. Rumble! Seeing this, the green-robed Xiao Hua did not hesitate to grab with his hand. Countless heavenly thunder appeared out of thin air and fell on hundreds of fierce souls. Swoosh! Seeing the heavenly lightning falling, a thin mist was produced in the blue sky underworld formation. There were traces of blood-colored underworld water in the mist, and the heavenly lightning turned into nothing when it fell into the mist. Damn it! Xiao Hua cursed angrily. He knew that Song Langzi had already plotted against him using the thunder-drawing technique. Boom boom boom. The heavenly lightning did not fall, but the ferocious spirits were stimulated by the heavenly lightning's might. Ferocious spirits of different colors and shapes rolled down the mountain rocks, roaring as they rushed out of the great formation. Each and every one of them bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced towards Xiao Hua. How terrifying! As he looked at the ferocious spirits that were far more ferocious than him, Xiao Hua felt a sense of powerlessness. He could execute a divine ability to kill one, or he could rack his brains to kill 10, but he couldn't kill a few hundred ferocious spirits at once. Although Xiao Hua's fleshly body had been tempered to an incomparably solid state by the enormous stone formation of Yaotai Mountain, it was still slightly insufficient in front of these ferocious spirits. Xiao Hua could imagine that if he were to be careless and allowed these ferocious spirits to get close to him, not to mention his fleshly body, even his golden body might be torn apart by the ferocious spirits. What should I do? Xiao Hua was at his wit's end. Roar! Right at this moment, a ferocious spirit that looked like a jackal and wolf pounced over. That ferocious aura once again rushed towards Xiaohua's mind. Chao and I. Suddenly, a familiar figure and name appeared in Xiaohua's mind. That was the ferocious spirit that almost killed Xiaohua and Xiaoming when he was building his foundation many years ago. How could Xiaohua forget about it? Furthermore, a secret technique that Xiaohua had almost forgotten about also appeared. Spirit Husbandry Sect. Spirit Awakening 5 Accumulations Formation. Xiaohua's previous memories instantly flashed through his mind, and he recalled the situation of the Spirit Husbandry Sect when he was building his foundation in the Flame Forest Swamp. Damn it, didn't I get the secret technique to absorb the souls of ferocious spirits from that Spirit Husbandry Sect disciple? Thinking of this, a strange expression appeared on Xiaohua's face. That's right, the secret technique that he had almost forgotten about, and the hundreds of ferocious spirits in front of him. Now that they were gathered together, wasn't he the catalyst to unlock the profound purity spirit sealing array? Xiaohua silently recited the secret technique in his mind a few times, and he had already comprehended it in a short while. Then, he saw the green-robed Xiaohua waving his hand, and the Kunlun mirror was kept in his body. Then, he slapped his head with one hand. Pooh! A beam of light shot up into the sky from his head and landed on the nearest ferocious spirit. Roar roar, the ferocious spirit roared and wanted to dodge, but the light was like a maggot that stuck to its bones. No matter how the ferocious spirit struggled, it couldn't escape. Furthermore, the light produced a strange wave and suction force that tore the ferocious spirit into pieces and absorbed it. In just a moment, the ferocious spirit became much dimmer. Needless to say, as long as Xiaohua had enough time, he would definitely be able to easily absorb this ferocious spirit. The secret technique of the Spirit Husbandry Sect was indeed the nemesis of ferocious spirits. Roar! This ferocious spirit roared, and it was very tragic. More and more ferocious spirits nearby heard it and rushed over. Green-robed Taoist, please return. Xiaohua sneered and ordered. Green-robed Xiaohua urged his formless nascent soul to enter his dantian. Where is the soul cultivator? Xiaohua shouted again. I'm coming. A green light flashed, and soul cultivator Xiaohua appeared in his dantian. His hands were like dancing butterflies, and in an instant, a green mark appeared between the eyebrows of the 140 nascent souls in Xiaohua's dantian. Rise! Soul cultivator Xiaohua softly called out. These nascent souls simultaneously raised their left hands and hit their own heads. Rise! Xiaohua's nascent soul sat cross-legged on top of these nascent souls' heads. The head of his nascent soul sprayed out a brilliance, and the heads of the 100 nascent souls also sprayed out a multicolored brilliance. Under the leadership of Xiaohua's nascent soul, hundreds of brilliance sprayed out from Xiaohua's head. Rumble! These 100 or so brilliance might not be conspicuous in Xiaohua's dantian, but when they came out of his dantian, they were a myriad of phenomena. Not only did they produce a rumbling sound, they also stirred up the world's origin energy. One by one, they turned into pillars of light several feet in size and soared into the sky. Not only did they illuminate the North Pole where Xiaohua was located, but they also illuminated the entire 100-mile radius of the Misty Mountain bewildering array. The indescribable phenomenon shrouded the area around Xiaohua and immediately attracted the attention of 3 nascent soul cultivators and 2 Confucian cultivators. Fall, Xiaohua stood in midair with a calm expression and looked at the 100 or so brilliance that soared into the sky. He calmly chanted a mantra. Swoosh! The 100 or so brilliance descended, and every single brilliance enveloped an ancient ferocious soul. Every single nascent soul was executing the secret technique of Spirit Husbandry Sect in Xiaohua's lower dantian. Strands and pieces of ferocious souls were refined by this secret technique and rushed into the spirit bodies of the nascent souls. Every single nascent soul's spirit body was visibly swelling up. Rumble! The Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua in his middle dantian also didn't miss the opportunity to execute the 5 qi righteous lightning. The places where the lightning landed were like the water of the netherworld cleansing Zhai Xing Zi's nascent soul's spirit body. It cleansed the ferocious souls that were absorbed into the spirit body mercilessly and helped the nascent soul to absorb them. None of the hundreds of ancient ferocious souls were inferior to Chao Ho. In fact, every single one of them was even more ferocious than Chao Ho. They were all ferocious souls that San Lang Zi had carefully selected to guard the door. How bad could they be? Although they had been imprisoned in this profound purity spirit forbidding great array for tens of millions of years, they still had the nourishment of the great array. Although the restriction of the great array had gradually been worn down, they were still as ferocious as before. Now that they saw someone actually challenging them, how could they dodge? One by one, they gathered the souls that they had distributed within the great array and madly attacked Xiao Hua. Buzz! Xiao Hua frowned. His divine sense rushed out and did his best to resist the imprisonment of the great array. Although he couldn't rush out more than 10 miles, within a range of a few miles, Xiao Hua could still barely resist. However, these ferocious souls were really too powerful. Just as Xiao Hua's divine sense was set up, it was immediately shattered by them. Xiao Hua had no choice but to release his divine sense again. But even so, Xiao Hua's divine sense was able to block the ferocious souls every time to prevent him from being surrounded and killed. This gave him time to absorb these ferocious souls. Seeing so many ferocious souls like carps crossing the river, Xiao Hua did his best to resist while unconsciously narrowing his eyes and smiling. Little ones, take your time, take your time. This place here is warm and tight. You've been lonely outside for tens of millions of years. Now, go home. Follow this lord and you'll eat and drink well. Just as Venerable Master Sun Kong was about to drink poison to quench his thirst, he suddenly heard a deafening roar from 100 miles away. Then, a vision suddenly appeared. Hundreds of light pillars soared into the sky and landed within the great array. Others might not be able to see it clearly, but Venerable Master Sun Kong's senses were sharp. Every light pillar landed on an ancient ferocious soul. The ferocious souls that had previously pounced on him like a tide were now like a falling tide. They were all attracted by the light pillars and pounced on the light pillars one after another. Only a few ferocious souls that had been sucked in by his yuanying didn't leave despite their extreme struggles. Xiao. Taoist Master Xiao. How can he be so powerful? The source of that brilliance was precisely where Xiao Hua was. Venerable Master Sun Kong truly didn't dare to believe his eyes. What kind of divine ability was this? He had just faced an ancient ferocious soul, so he was very clear in his heart. Every ferocious soul had the strength of yuanying and above. He had already reached his limit by barely dealing with 2. How could Xiao Hua deal with hundreds of ferocious souls? However, Venerable Master Sun Kong clearly sensed that every light pillar had the strength of a yuanying. Hundreds of light pillars, that was the strength of 100 yuanying. Xiao Hua, what cultivation level is he at? Venerable Master Sun Kong originally had an overestimation of Xiao Hua, but now, he was even more certain that Xiao Hua was unfathomable. So much so that an extreme sense of loss spontaneously arose from the bottom of his heart. Yes, if Xiao Hua could resist the attacks of 10 Venerable Masters, Venerable Master Sun Kong wouldn't necessarily be envious. But this was the attack of 100 Venerable Masters. How could Venerable Master Sun Kong endure this? In the instant that Venerable Master Sun Kong felt lost, his Tao heart became slightly unstable. His monstrous yuanying suddenly shook and wanted to return to human form. Chapter 37-23. Oh no, this is bad. Sun Kong Shangren is startled. He immediately calms his mind and activates his secret technique. He secretly cries out, "Why am I suddenly confused at this time? There must be geniuses in this world, there must be almighty people who are stronger than me. Rather than letting this almighty person be my enemy, it's better to let this almighty person be my old friend. It's my good fortune to be able to meet Taoist Master Shao. Not to mention that because of Taoist Shao, I joined hands with Zhang Daoran in the Jade Pavilion Conference and avoided the ending where both sides suffered heavy losses. Not to mention that because of this, I obtained the Green Abyss Dragon Saliva. Today, because of Taoist Shao, I was able to make great progress in my cultivation because of the secret technique. Based on this alone, what qualifications do I have to be jealous of Taoist Shao? I can't thank him enough, right? But why is my Tao heart suddenly unstable? Oh no! Sun Kong Shangren suddenly realizes something. A burst of ecstasy rushes into his heart. Could it be that I'm going to break through? Soon after, Sun Kong Shangren didn't dare to think too much. He tried his best to connect with his nascent soul and let go of the ominous soul that he couldn't completely control, leaving only the ominous soul that he could control to continue absorbing. However, just as Sun Kong Shangren was going all out, a trace of doubt appeared. Perhaps Xiao Hua also has the same idea as this old man. He may not be able to deal with these vicious souls, but he wants to sacrifice himself to save our lives. At this time, Xiao Hua is naturally not fighting alone. More than 100 nascent souls are fighting together. With these 100 nascent souls, the Xianqing spirit forbidding formation is no longer a threat. After absorbing hundreds of ancient vicious souls, it's only a matter of time before his cultivation improves greatly. Moreover, as the Xianqing spirit forbidding formation stabilizes, the Yellow Springs formation of the Cloudy Mountain Maze starts to wreak havoc again. Oh! What's this? The aura of the Yellow Springs water weakens and floats to Xiao Hua's left side. Xiao Hua frowns. His heart is moved. Netherworld water. This formation. Oh, I understand. In just an instant, Xiao Hua came to a sudden realization. His admiration for Tsang Langzi was like a torrential river that flowed endlessly. This is a formation master, this is a senior of our Taoism. It's fine if he doesn't make a move, but once he does, it will definitely shock the heavens and earth and make ghosts and gods weep. With this ancient ferocious soul and the netherworld water, the balance of yin and yang, the fusion of life and death, it is truly difficult to resist. Oh no! If that's the case, then Zhang Daoran and Zhai Xingzi will be in deep trouble. If it was anyone else, it would surely be difficult to deal with this netherworld water that was filled with death qi, and they would surely have no choice but to flee if they didn't possess a great divine ability or an unusual secret technique. However, for Xiao Hua, it was an extremely simple task, especially now that he had successfully tempered his divine will. Quick! While thinking, Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. He opened his mouth and the Kunlun mirror flew out. Xiao Hua formed a seal and hit the Kunlun mirror. The Kunlun mirror emitted a six-colored brilliance from mid-air and covered the area around Xiao Hua. Then, Xiao Hua withdrew his divine will and swept it towards the netherworld water. As soon as he touched it, his divine will was immediately corroded by the netherworld water. However, the moment Xiao Hua's divine will was corroded, the netherworld water immediately flowed into the yin side of the space like a trickle. For Xiao Hua, who had the yin side of the space, collecting the netherworld water, was that simple. Xiao Hua was that willful. Using his mind to absorb things was naturally much easier than using a secret technique to absorb the primordial ferocious souls. After a short while, the primordial spirit forbidding formation and the Yellow Springs formation returned to a temporary balance. The raging primordial qi of heaven and earth and the rampant restrictive spells slowly calmed down, and the formation within 100 miles became calm again. No one knew that Xiao Hua had actually taken away the uncontrollable water of the Yellow Springs without anyone noticing. Both Zhai Xingzi and Zhang Daoran saw the phenomenon of Xiao Hua absorbing the ancient ferocious soul clearly. However, Zhang Daoran didn't think that Xiao Hua could help him. The Yellow Springs formation was so powerful. Needless to say, the profound purity spirit forbidding formation was even more so. Even if Xiao Hua could break the profound purity spirit forbidding formation, he probably couldn't save him from danger. Moreover, the Netherworld Chill Ghost Gallbladder was refined by Zhang Daoran with the help of the Netherworld water. It only took the time to drink a cup of tea to finish. Of course, this kind of action was more of a resistance than a refinement. Without the Netherworld Chill Ghost Gallbladder, Zhang Daoran didn't have the strength to resist the Netherworld water. Thus, while Zhang Daoran was hoping that Xiao Hua and Sun Kong would be able to escape the formation alive, he also used his cultivation technique to fuse the refined Netherfrost Ghost Gall into his nascent soul, once again resisting the corrosion of the Yellow Springs. Between life and death, Zhang Daoran didn't have any extra thoughts to be happy about his cultivation rising. He only wanted to resist for as long as possible. Until the end, he realized that the Netherworld water was gradually decreasing. There were even signs of it drying up. What's going on? Zhang Daoran was surprised at first, then he was ecstatic. The reason why the Netherworld water was decreasing was no longer important to him. The important thing was that he didn't have to die. The important thing was, he could use the remaining Netherworld water to integrate the Netherworld Chill Ghost Gallbladder that wasn't completely refined into his nascent soul. Thinking of this, Zhang Daoran didn't dare to delay. This was an opportunity that was fleeting. Zhang Daoran didn't have time to withdraw his Dharma body. He sat cross-legged in mid-air and started to cultivate. Zhang Daoran, who was in the most dangerous situation, was already fine. Zhai Xingzi, who used the water of the underworld to cultivate, was even less of a threat. When he saw that the water of the underworld had slowed down, he was happy because he didn't have to divide his attention to resist the water of the underworld. He only had to finish practicing his secret technique before the water of the underworld disappeared. Actually, to Zhai Xingzi, the most important thing was the beginning of the cleansing of the star core by the Netherworld water. That was to use the Qi of death to wash away the impurities in the nascent soul, then use the Qi of life to cultivate the nascent soul from the star core. After this stage, the Netherworld water could only be used as a support. What was truly useful was his secret technique and the Qi of heaven and earth. When Xiao Hua started to collect the Netherworld water, a 3-inch nascent soul was already born from the Netherworld water. When the Qi of death and Qi of life were in a stalemate, it slowly grew. Strands of starlight lingered around the nascent soul's body as the secret technique was activated. After Xiao Hua made his move, the outer layer of the misty mountain maze had already started to calm down. Unfortunately, this tranquility only lasted for a few breaths. The huge explosion that caused the outer layer to tremble rumbled once again from the center of the formation. Two auras that were even more terrifying than the hundreds of ancient ferocious souls and the underworld water rushed out. The chaos that had just calmed down in the outer layer was born again. No matter if it was the spirits or the netherworld water, they started to struggle again. Sigh, one wave after another. Xiao Hua sighed in his heart as he urged his mind to collect the water of the netherworld. Then, he flew toward the center of the Qi that seemed to be able to destroy the world. Following Xiao Hua's body, the hundreds of light pillars and ancient spirits also flew up. These light pillars were now controlled by the green-robed Xiao Hua and the soul cultivator Xiao Hua in his lower dantian. There was no need for Xiao Hua to worry about them. When the overwhelming Qi wave and the dazzling golden light clashed against each other, a string of bubbles sounded in the void. The void in front of Gusu Qiudi and Gongshu Isin collapsed. The entire inner formation was completely out of control. Not to mention Gongshu Isin, who was only a 4th-grade elemental energy cultivator, even Gusu Qiudi, who was a 5th-grade elemental energy cultivator, couldn't help but have a huge change in expression. She wanted to escape. However, what the two didn't expect was that Gongshu Isin was too careless. She placed herself and Gusu Qiudi in the inner formation. This was the most appropriate method, but at the same time, it was also the most dangerous method. Just when the inner formation went out of control and affected the outer formation, the area around the two was already sealed by the mystic pure spirit sealing formation and the heaven fall underworld formation. Not to mention escaping, even if they were to fly up a few feet, they would be restrained by the yin and yang forces of the netherworld water and the netherworld water. Facing the two outer formations, Sun Kong Shangren and Zhang Daoran already had thoughts of escaping. How much power could Gusu Qiudi and Gongshu Isin have to resist? Especially Gusu Qiudi. Seeing the outer formation shaking, she was already worried for Zhai Xingzi. She knew that escaping wasn't the best choice. The inner formation was the core of the formation. Only by stabilizing the inner formation with Gongshu Isin and herself, or even, as long as they stabilized the inner formation for an extremely short period of time, the outer formation would be stabilized as well. Only then would she be able to escape with everyone else. Spinning a cocoon around ourselves. This is the real definition of spinning a cocoon around ourselves. Of course, Gongshu Isin also sensed that her escape route was sealed. Her originally firm state of mind was shaken. In my life, I don't know how many primordial formations and dharma formations I've solved. Now, I'm trapped in a dharma formation. It seems like, the ancient people are right. I must die today. However, to be able to see such a beautiful Taoist formation, I have no regrets in this life. Yes, the outer formation had two layers of shocking Taoist formations. The inner formation was against the Buddhist formation. In the middle, there was even devilish qi as a guide. In Gongshu Isin's eyes, such a great formation was more beautiful than the most beautiful scenery in the world. She really felt blessed to be buried in it. In the chaos of space, the explosive forces were like cultivators attacking blindly and crazily. There was no pattern at all. Gusu Qiudi and Gongshu Isin couldn't be distracted by the primordial and Buddhist formations anymore. The only thing they could do now was to protect themselves. Their previously majestic subbodies were torn apart by the forces everywhere. They were in pain. However, the two of them didn't dare to completely retract their subbodies. The scarred subbodies were barely able to protect their main bodies from the attacks of the inner formation. However, the torn subbodies didn't seem to be able to protect the two for long. Isin. Gusu Qiudi's desire to live was much stronger than Gongshu Isin's. She still didn't want to give up. While trying to stabilize the primordial water, she transmitted her voice, "What should we do now?" Gongshu Isin looked at the imperial equipment that was still standing in the violent airwaves. In fact, it was shaking violently. Her face was unusually pale. There wasn't a trace of fear in her eyes. Chapter 37-24. Hearing Gusu Qiudi's question, Gongshu Isin shook her head slightly. "Sister Qiu, I'm at my wit's end. Though I still have some tricks up my sleeve, Senior Tsang Langzi didn't just test the art of formations, he also tested my cultivation. Though I know how to break it, I can't stop the demonic aura with my remaining tricks. Also, the 4 Taoist seniors on the outer layer aren't bad either. They might be able to stop the 2 great formations on the outer layer, but to stop the demonic aura, it's beyond their power. What's more, right now, the vast chi wave and the dazzling glazed golden light have begun to clash with each other. We have already fallen into Senior Tsang Langzi's trap. None of the 6 of us have the ability to separate these 2 things." Hiss. Gusu Qiudi felt incredulous and said in surprise, "If it's as you said, then this cloudy mountain maze formation must be attacked by 7 7th level essence energy experts at the same time to break?" "That's right." Gongshu Isin's eyes were blurred. She nodded. "For Taoist cultivators to suppress the 4 outer layers, 1 Confucian cultivator to suppress the golden wind and jade dew, 1 Buddhist cultivator to suppress the golden light and jade dew, and 1 demon to extract the demonic aura." Alas, only now did I understand the meaning of the golden wind and jade dew. Once the golden wind and jade dew meet, it's better than countless things in the mortal world. Actually, Senior Tsang Langzi had already told us that the golden wind and jade dew is an essence formation and a Buddhist formation, but I didn't expect it. I'm too far behind Senior Tsang Langzi. Gusu Chiodi ignored Gong Shu Isen's disappointment. She frowned. It's not realistic to gather 7 experts of such cultivation. Is this Misty Mountain Maze formation unbreakable? Of course it's unbreakable when Senior Tsang Langzi is meditating in the cave. Gong Shu Isen said, didn't I say it before? Now that the formation only has 30% of its power, we might need 7 people to work together. Now that the formation has so many flaws, we don't need to work together. As long as we stabilize the inner layer, break the outer layer, break the inner layer and find the way into the cave. However, it's a pity that even though it's only 30% of the formation, our strength is still insufficient. It's impossible for us to enter the cave. Are we really hopeless? Gusu Chiodi was also disappointed. She didn't dare to use her chi of nature or genuine chi to attack the bright glazed golden light Buddhist sect. She could only use her imperial equipment to activate the innate primordial water. However, this method had little effect. Little sister can die in such a formation, Chiu Jijia can die with her lover. Gong Shu Isen said lightly, we have no regrets in this life. Sigh, that's right. That day, that moment, that glance seems to have been imprinted in my heart forever. Gusu Chiodi looked at the primordial formation and Buddhist formation that were about to merge together. She knew that the moment the two merged together would be the moment of everyone's death. She couldn't help but murmur, perhaps at that moment, the heavens began to fulfill our wish of loving each other forever. You are the metal wind in the primordial formation. Zhai Xingzi is the jade dew in the Buddhist formation. The demonic chi is, the heavenly palace that separates the two of you. Gong Shu Isen said coldly, if you can't erase this demonic chi, you can never meet again. Gusu Chiodi's eyes slightly blinked. She looked at the increasingly violent aura and asked thoughtfully, Isen, if you want to stop this formation and save us from this danger, you only need to erase this demonic chi. How can it be that simple? At this moment, Gong Shu Isen seemed to be talking to a close friend. Her tone was calm as she said, this misty mountain maze formation needs to be broken from the inside out. Only by suppressing the primordial formation and Buddhist sect in the inner layer can we have a chance to suppress the two yin-yang formations in the outer layer. And now, the biggest possibility is to erase the demonic chi. Then suppress the Confucian formation and Buddhist sect separately. Unfortunately, not to mention the inner formation, the outer formation, is already raging. No one can stop it. What if someone can stop it? Gusu Chiodi suddenly thought of something and asked. Gong Shu Isen shook her head slightly, impossible. There can't be a cultivator who is proficient in the essence of Buddhism, Taoism and Confucianism. While they were talking, the impact of the primordial formation Buddhism sect had already begun. The waves that soared into the sky began to bloom. No matter if it was Gusu Chiodi or Gong Shu Isen, although they tried their best to activate their cultivation and unleashed the greatest power of the two imperial weapons, their power was too weak. It was even weaker than an ant trying to shake a tree. The two sub-bodies collapsed and could no longer protect the two of them. Gusu Chiodi and Gong Shu Isen were the same as Zhang Daoran. Their hearts were as cold as ashes. However, they were still inferior to Zhang Daoran. Zhang Daoran still had a trace of hope, but they only had despair. However, just as the destructive aura filled the entire formation, the two female cultivators' hearts were like dead ashes. They could only rely on the thought in their hearts to maintain the formation. Suddenly, Gusu Chiodi shouted, Exin, hurry up. The outer formation has stabilized. We can escape. Ah! How is that possible? Gong Shu Isen's cultivation was lower than Gusu Chiodi's. She was stunned when she heard Gusu Chiodi's reminder. However, she immediately used her divine sense and was immediately overjoyed. However, her thoughts were more profound than Gusu Chiodi's. She frowned and said, could it be that, the Taoist elders, have found a way to break the formation? At the same time, the destructive aura rose from the inner formation again. Xiao Hua, who was flying nearby, was shocked again. He immediately sent a trace of his divine sense into the inner formation. In just a moment, Xiao Hua understood Gong Shu Isen's embarrassment. Damn it, this Zhang Langzi is really powerful. No matter how many praises I have, I can't describe the admiration I have right now. Primordial formation, Buddhist formation and demonic chi, even I, can't set them up with my current cultivation. However, Gong Shu Isen is still out of my expectations. She can actually hold on until now. She's also a Confucian cultivator that can't be underestimated. As for the key now, I'm afraid we can only kill the demonic chi and balance the primordial formation and dharma formation to stabilize the formation. At this point, it's not important how to break the formation. As long as you can escape with your life, that's better than anything else. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and said loudly, "Fairies, don't worry. I got a demonic weapon by chance. It can take in the demonic chi." As he spoke, Xiao Hua's figure flew forward once more, and the several hundred rays of light followed behind him. The ancient ferocious spirits of the profound purity spirit restriction grand formation were like little tails behind him. In the current situation, even if the ancient ferocious spirits wanted to let Xiao Hua go, Xiao Hua would absolutely not give up. Because in his dantian, no matter if it was the formless Yuanying or the 140 Yuanying, they all grew a lot. If nothing unexpected happened, in the future, he could enter the 5th level of primordial chi at any time with simple cultivation. "Come out!" Xiao Hua roared, his voice was like a bolt from the blue, causing everyone to tremble. Soon after, a plate-like demonic artifact appeared in Xiao Hua's hands. "Come back!" Xiao Hua shouted, his hands formed an indescribable seal. No one knew what it was, but a powerful gust of wind could be heard coming from the inner formation. Woo! Near the demonic artifact, countless pitch-black flames and demonic chi were born. The demonic chi that was originally wreaking havoc in the inner formation seemed to have seen its kin. Other than having tears in its eyes, the demonic chi was even more affectionate than ordinary people. It rushed towards the demonic artifact. "Gong Shu family's girl." Xiao Hua stood in the air and hurriedly shouted, "My cultivation is limited. I can only control this demonic weapon for half a meal's time. I don't know if you have the confidence to break this formation. If you can't, while I can still control it, it's better for us to escape as soon as possible." "Humph." Gong Shu Isen sneered, "Sister Chio's control of the weapon is not good. How can I control 2 formations? Don't try to provoke me. It's better for us to retreat now." "Good." Xiao Hua shouted, "Then I'll help you again." After saying that, Xiao Hua stretched out one hand and a clear water bottle landed in his hand. His other hand took out the willow branch and waved it. Like a rainbow bridge, the innate primordial water turned into a barrier between the primordial chi formation and the Buddhist sect. Although the explosion of the immortals and Buddhas destroyed a small part of the rainbow bridge, the innate primordial water's control was far more precise than Gusuchuri's. In a moment, the innate primordial water separated the golden wind and jade dew formation with great difficulty. Jinren Shao. Gusuchuri saw this and really didn't know how to express her surprise. She happily shouted, "You really didn't disappoint me." "Good." Gong Shu Isen saw this and also shouted, "Since Elder Shao has this ability, then I'll leave the formation to you." After saying that, Gong Shu Isen activated the weapon again. Under the weapon, when Mountain and Book City majestically appeared again and firmly controlled the golden wind and jade dew formation. The strangest thing was not Gong Shu Isen's primordial chi formation. The Golden Light Buddhist sect was originally crazily counterattacking. When Xiao Hua's innate primordial water separated the Buddhist sect from the primordial chi formation, the Buddhist sect had already calmed down. Then, in the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the Buddhist sect became as docile as a dog. Gongshu Isin didn't have time to think about the changes in the primordial chi formation and the Buddhist sect. While activating the weapon, one scroll after another mixed with runes, and even some Buddhist documents flew out of her hand. After the time it took to eat a meal, she saw a thumb-sized whirlpool suddenly appear on the left side of Gusuchori. Gongshu Isin was ecstatic. Great! I finally found the essence of the Misty Mountain Maze formation. Canglangzi is really a rare Taoist sect senior. Compared to Canglangzi, the difference is like heaven and earth. It was rare for the arrogant Gongshu Isin to lower her head like this. Xiaohua tried his best to activate the innate primordial water, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Xiaohua hurriedly shouted, "Lady Gongshu, don't just think about worshipping our Taoist sect senior here. Hurry up and break the formation. We can't hold on for much longer." Chapter 37-25. What Xiaohua said was actually correct. He was really busy right now. On one hand, those hundreds of light pillars rushed out from the top of his head, covering nearly 100 miles of the Great Formation. More than 100 yuanying in his lower dantian were intensely absorbing the souls of the evil spirits. On the other hand, Xiaohua's mind was even more focused, absorbing the water of the yellow springs into the netherworld sea of blood. Apart from these two areas, the most troublesome thing for Xiaohua was collecting the devil energy. Xiaohua didn't dare to release too much of the devil flame, fearing that he would be attacked by the golden wind, jade dew, and the brilliant glazed golden light Buddha formation at the same time. He could only release his telekinesis first, wrapping the devil flame in his telekinesis, and he still had to pretend to hold that indifferent plate. Oh, in the end, Xiaohua still had to use his telekinesis to control the innate primordial water to isolate the origin formation and the Buddha formation. If it was an ordinary formation, Xiaohua might not care, but this misty mountain formation was too powerful. A rare tiredness rose from the bottom of his heart. Xiaohua's words weren't fake. "Senior Xiao, please wait a moment." Gongshu Exian naturally couldn't see too much, but she saw the light beams, devil chi and innate primordial water. She also understood that a Taoist cultivator couldn't control three magic treasures at once. Xiaohua's ability to use such a method was truly extraordinary. She agreed, then hurriedly took out a palm-sized imperial artifact. This imperial artifact looked like a small bridge. Gongshu Exian opened her mouth, and a breath of true chi fell on it. The small bridge produced clouds, and layers of inscriptions rushed out from the clouds. In the void, streams of noble chi rushed out, and the entire small bridge turned into a rainbow bridge, falling towards the whirlpool beside Gongshu Exian. Unfortunately, just before the small bridge rushed to the whirlpool, a strong resistance came from the whirlpool, blocking the small bridge. No matter how Gongshu Exian urged, the small bridge couldn't rush into the whirlpool. Gongshu Exian's face instantly turned red. "Qiu Xianzi." Xiaohua hurriedly called out in midair, "I'll give you a few more drops of innate primordial water. How about you block this Buddha formation for me? I really can't do it." "All right." Gusuchori, who had just escaped from the jaws of death, heard Xiaohua's words and quickly nodded. She activated the copper cup and received the innate true water from Xiaohua. The innate chi in her body surged and thin layers of innate true water gushed out from the copper cup, landing beside Xiaohua's innate true water. Xiaohua waved his hand and put the clear water bottle into the space. His figure slightly swayed a few times as he frowned at the demonic aura in the array. He already understood that the thin layer of black he saw with his illusion breaker magic eye should be the demonic aura. To be honest, this devil chi was not of much use to Xiaohua's cultivation. Compared to the devil flame and devil chi he obtained at the bottom of the Saint River, it was far inferior. Moreover, Xiaohua also understood that the demonic chi was a kind of array. Canglangzi wouldn't arrange too much of it. Xiaohua also didn't think that Song Langzi would be able to obtain too much demonic qi. Sure enough, within the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the demonic qi became thinner and thinner. The noble qi that was still surging under the Wenshan Book City gradually calmed down. The Buddhist light also stopped attacking through the innate primordial water. The primordial formation and the Buddhist formation in the inner layer were once again balanced. All right. Xiaohua hurriedly put away the plate and glanced at Gongshu Yisin, who was staring at the whirlpool with her eyes flashing with silver light. He called out, "Lady Gongshu, the misty mountain maze array's outer and inner formations are temporarily suppressed. You can slowly think about it. There's no need to be too anxious." Unfortunately, Gongshu Yisin was already focused on breaking the array. How could she listen to Xiaohua's words? Gusu Qiudi bit her lips and asked, "Daoist Xiao, how are Star Child and the others?" Xiaohua knew that Gusu Qiudi didn't dare to split her attention to look at the outer formation. He answered with a smile, "Fellow Daoist Zhai Xing profited from his misfortune. Now he's refining his yuanying. If there's no accident, he won't need to wait 10 years. He'll reach the 5th level of origin power." Ah! Gusu Qiudi was overjoyed. But then she became worried. How could it be so fast? Isn't it too fast? Xiaohua thought that Gusu Qiudi was worried about Zhai Xing's Dao foundation being unstable. He answered with a smile, "Fellow Daoist Zhai Xing's Dao foundation is very strong. If it wasn't for the lack of opportunities, he would have reached the 5th level of origin power long ago. Now that he's using the netherworld water to refine his yuanying, his entire yuanying has been reborn. It's only logical for him to enter the out-of-body realm. His Dao foundation won't be unstable." Gusu Qiudi nodded slightly. But the worry on her face didn't disappear. Xiaohua knew that the more one loved, the deeper one's worries would be. He didn't care about Gusu Qiudi's worries and said, "Oh right, Qiu Xianzi, suppress the brilliant glazed golden Buddha formation here. When Gongshu Yisin comes back to her senses, tell her that she doesn't want to make any mistakes. I need time to stabilize my cultivation and break the outer formation. Let her slowly break the formation." All right. Gusu Qiudi nodded. She activated her vital energy to control the imperial equipment while paying attention to Gongshu Yisin's movements. As for Xiaohua, he had long since left. He flew into the air and sat down cross-legged. He released his mind to collect the netherworld water with all his might. When the time was right, Xiaohua withdrew his mind. The remaining netherworld water was enough for Zhai Xingzi and Zhang Daoran to use for their cultivation. Zhang Daoran and Zhai Xing naturally didn't know that the netherworld water was collected by Xiaohua. They were overjoyed when they saw the netherworld water disappearing. Both of them closed their eyes and activated their secret techniques. One was reconstructing the yuanying while the other was refining the ghost gull. Both of them were slowly moving towards the 5th level of origin power. 1-1. The entire array was stabilized. Xiaohua's mind also entered his lower dantian. His hands formed seals. Thunderous sounds could be heard from the void nearby. Streaks of lightning swam around the light pillar. When they landed on the evil spirits were immediately torn apart. The fragments increased the absorption speed of the light pillar. For a total of 49 days, Xiaohua didn't stop for a moment. The light pillar rotated above the array and absorbed all the ancient evil spirits into his lower dantian. Of course, it was impossible for the nascent souls to refine these evil spirits all at once. Even Xiaohua's formless nascent soul had absorbed a lot more evil spirits than normal nascent souls. They were all piled up in the nebula, waiting for the right time to refine and truly absorb them, turning them into his own spirit body. Rumble. When the last evil spirit was absorbed by Xiaohua's invisible yuanying, the entire cloud mountain shook. Thick cracks appeared where the mountain ridge was previously. The entire cloud mountain shook and moved rapidly, slowly breaking into 3 parts. The jade-green water that surrounded the cloud mountain had completely dried up at this moment. Deep holes appeared all over the cloud mountain. Roar! A long roar resounded from the east, and then Sun Kong Shanren's figure arrived in the form of a rainbow. Seeing Sun Kong Shanren's refreshed appearance, Xiao Hua smiled and cupped his hands. "Congratulations, brother Sun Kong." "I don't dare." Sun Kong stood in the air and respectfully returned the greeting. "It's all because of Daoist Xiao's great ability. If it weren't for Daoist Xiao suppressing these ancient evil spirits, how could I have such an opportunity? Once again, I thank Daoist Xiao for his kindness. Hehe, it's not that this Xiao is great, it's that this Xiao's magic treasure is powerful." Xiao Hua answered with a smile. "Moreover, this is also Brother Sun Kong's own opportunity. Brother Sun Kong's previous accumulation is enough. It has nothing to do with this Xiao." Sun Kong knew Xiao Hua's cultivation was profound, but he definitely didn't expect that those several hundred ancient evil spirits were absorbed by Xiao Hua. He nodded and said, "Magic treasures are part of the abilities of our Daoist cultivators. Daoist Xiao having such a magic treasure is our Daoist's fortune." "Haha, congratulations." Zhang Daoran flew over as well. Looking at his smiling face, it was also a blessing in disguise. Same to you, same to you." Sun Kong returned the greeting. He looked Zhang Daoran up and down and said with a smile, "I didn't expect Brother Daoran to have such a harvest. Looks like you also had an opportunity." "That's right." Zhang Daoran was very emotional. "I thought I would be buried in the Jade Fall Yellow Springs Formation today, but who knew?" Just as they were talking, Jai Xingzi's voice came from afar. "Brother Daoran, you're really amazing. So much Yellow Springs water was absorbed by you." "Ah." Zhang Daoran was a bit dazed. He looked at Jai Xingzi whose cultivation improved greatly and said curiously, "How could it be me? I thought it was you who used your ability to absorb the Yellow Springs water. I even wanted to thank you. How could it be me?" Jai Xingzi landed in front of everyone with a face full of disbelief. He shook his head and said, "Although I need the Yellow Springs water, I don't have the ability to absorb so much Yellow Springs water." As they spoke, the two looked at Xiao Hua at the same time. How could Xiao Hua admit it? He hurriedly waved his hand at the two and said, "Don't look at me, Daoist friends. Brother Sun Kong and I suppressed the Xianqing spirit forbidding formation and were almost swallowed by the several hundred evil spirits inside. I relied on the magic treasure that I obtained by chance to absorb those evil spirits. How could I have the energy to absorb the Yellow Springs water? That's strange." Jai Xingzi and Zhang Daoran looked at each other with puzzlement. Xiao Hua looked into the distance and said with a smile, "Right now, little girl Gongshu is still racking her brains. Tell her about the situation of the Blue Sky Yellow Springs Formation. Perhaps she can find some clues from it." Zhang Daoran and Jai Xingzi nodded and told him about the situation that they encountered. As for their own cultivation, that was their own secret. They skimmed over it and didn't talk about it in detail. If that's the case. Xiao Hua glanced at Exalted Master Sun Kong and said, "Brother Sun Kong, we're not as lucky as Brother Daoran and Daoist Jai Xing. They might have escaped death because the origin formation and Buddhist formation in the inner layer were slightly broken, which caused the Yellow Springs water to stop flowing. What do you think?" "Of course, it should be like that." Exalted Master Sun Kong heard this and immediately thought of the danger he faced. He said with lingering fear, "It was really dangerous before. Those were evil spirits from ancient times." Chapter 37-26. After listening to Sun Kong's narration and Xiao Hua's embellishment, Jai Xingzi and Zhang Daoran couldn't help but change their expressions. Xiao Hua and Sun Kong actually faced hundreds of ancient spirits. This was definitely not something two nascent soul cultivators could resist. It was already good that Xiao Hua could use a magic weapon to collect these spirits. He really couldn't split his attention to collect the water of the netherworld. Actually, the most dangerous. Xiao Hua was most proficient in the spring and autumn annals. Now, he immediately drew Zhai Xingzi's attention to Gusuqiu. He said, "It's still Qiu Xianzi and the girl from the Gongshu clan, how are they?" Inside the formation, Zhai Xingzi didn't dare to release his divine sense for fear of causing a change in the inner formation. Now that he heard this, he already threw away his doubts and asked in a low voice. "Fortunately, it's safe now." Xiao Hua told them what he saw and did. When everyone heard that there was still demonic qi in the inner formation, they were even more shocked. They looked at each other and rejoiced. This was really a new lease on life. Looking at the three people's somewhat fearful expressions, Xiao Hua simply omitted the somewhat superfluous explanation. "Where should we go now?" Zhang Daoran looked somewhat worriedly into the distance. The clouds there were still thick, and they couldn't see the situation inside clearly. He encountered the greatest danger. He couldn't help but ask, should we continue to break the formation and enter or return home? Although Zhang Daoran asked Xiao Hua, Sun Kong and Zhai Xingzi both turned to look at Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and said, "In these dozens of days, it seems that except for this Zhao's cultivation that didn't advance, the three of you have all made great progress. In fact, we've already achieved more than half of our goal of exploring the formation." "Indeed." Zhang Daoran nodded. "With this old man's attainments, I only need to go into seclusion for a dozen years after returning to the cave. Stepping into the out-of-body realm shouldn't be a problem. Brother Daoran's accumulation is enough." Sun Kong continued. "I'm afraid I'll have to spend a few more days, but I'm also confident that I can step into the out-of-body realm." When he spoke up to hear, Master Sun Kong seemed to have thought of something, and he stretched out his hand to take out a jade box from his bosom and passed it to Xiao Hua. He said, "Brother Xiao, this is the azure dragon saliva that I obtained at the Jade Pavilion gathering. It was originally intended to be used to extend my lifespan, but now that I'm about to break through, my lifespan is already sufficient. I'll give this to you, and it can be considered a gift of thanks from me." "All right." Xiao Hua knew that this was Sun Kong Shangren trying to understand the cause and effect, so he bluntly received it and put it away. "My situation is similar to Brother Dao Ran's." Zhai Xingzi frowned. "However, in my opinion, since Gongshu Exian has more or less destroyed the formation, why don't we go in and take a look?" Although Zhang Langzi's formation was powerful, he couldn't have set up another powerful formation in his own cave abode, right? "There won't be any danger in there. We've obtained the opportunity, but what about the juniors outside the formation? They haven't obtained it yet." "Yes, Brother Zhai Xing is right. There's also Senior Zhang Langzi's orthodoxy, which is very important to the Dao sect of the hidden immortal continent." Zhang Daoran thought for a while and nodded. "I agree to go in." "All right, in that case, Brother Sun Kong, I'll have to trouble you to take a look at the situation around the formation, and also call Shui Ping and the others over." Seeing that everyone agreed, Xiao Hua said, "We'll go take a look at the situation of the Gongshu family's girl. If she can destroy the formation, there's no harm in us going in." Master Sun Kong flew out of the formation and released his divine sense. While checking the situation of the formation, he called Shui Ping and the other disciples over. Xiao Hua took Zhang Daoran and Zhai Xingzi to the inner formation. The outer layer's 49 days were harvest time. The four Dao sect cultivators all had different degrees of improvement. In comparison, the inner layer's 49 days were tempering. Not to mention Gusuqiu using her imperial artifact to block the Buddhist formation, and not to mention Gongshu Isin splitting her attention to suppress the origin formation. Just by looking at Gongshu Isin's haggard and abnormally pale face, one could tell that she was racking her brains to break the formation. Of course, the current formation was different from the one Xiaohua saw before. In front of Gongshu Isin, the thumb-sized whirlpool had expanded to the size of a fist. Moreover, around the whirlpool, there were 9 holes of different sizes. It seemed that each hole could be a passage to the cave abode. As for the imperial artifact that looked like a small bridge, it was still at the edge of the whirlpool and couldn't enter. Zhai Xingzi entered the inner formation. He glanced around and flew towards Gusuchoti. The falling star in his hand flew out and turned into a star curtain in front of the innate true water, helping Gusuchoti block the Buddhist light. Xiaohua and Zhang Daoran landed behind Gongshu Isin and frowned at the 9 holes. Xiaohua whispered, "Lady Gongshu, what's the situation? See for yourself." Gongshu Isin answered coldly. She didn't even turn around. Clearly, she was very annoyed. Xiaohua heard this and smiled wryly. He looked at Zhang Daoran's expression and shook his head slightly. Gongshu Isin's heart was in a mess now. It would be strange if she could break the formation. Immediately after, Xiaohua released his divine sense to explore the surroundings. After a long time, he saw 9 different rhythmic fluctuations within the 9 holes. Xiaohua's heart stirred. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a gust of wind behind him. Venerable Master Sun Kong flew over with Xue Ping, Fu Jiwen, and the others. Sun Kong saw Xiaohua and whispered, "Brother Daoran, Brother Xiao, things aren't looking good." "Oh. What's wrong?" Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion. Sun Kong looked at Gongshu Isin, who was focused on breaking the formation. He lowered his voice and said, "I used my divine sense to carefully check the surroundings of the formation. The entire formation is severely damaged. Apart from the inner formation, there are 2 pieces in the north and south that are also dozens of miles in size. The cracks in the 3 pieces are pitch-black bottomless abyss. I used my divine sense to look down dozens of miles and felt an extremely cold feeling. It's very strange. I didn't dare to look deeper. Also, at the edge of the formation, there seem to be a few strange auras seeping out. They seem to be different from the energy of heaven and earth. How many of these strange auras are there?" Xiaohua raised his eyebrows. There wasn't any surprise on his face. 4. Sun Kong didn't understand and replied. Xiaohua nodded slightly. He looked at Sun Kong and asked, "If I'm not wrong, it should be near the 4 poles where the 4 of us were suppressing the formation, right?" Sun Kong thought for a moment and nodded, "Brother Xiao is right." "It's just, how did you know?" Xiaohua smiled. He looked at Gongshu Isin, who was frowning and staring blankly at the 9 holes. He said in a low voice, "The onlooker sees clearly. Perhaps the passage to the cave mansion isn't at the center of the formation." At this moment, a slightly timid voice sounded not far from Xiaohua, "Senior Xiao, this disciple feels that this formation is somewhat familiar. I don't know if I can give it a try." Xiaohua looked up. It was Fu Jiwen. "Of course you can." Xiaohua knew that Fu Jiwen also understood formations. Since he could see the strangeness of this formation, Fu Jiwen might also see some clues. He smiled and replied, "But you'd better discuss it with Miss Gongshu." "Yes." Fu Jiwen received Xiaohua's agreement and flew to Gongshu Isin's side. He bowed and said, "Senior Gongshu, this junior looks at the arrangement of the formation. It seems to be the 9-song ghost lock formation of the Taoist sect. Is this junior's guess correct? Taoist sect's formation. 9-song ghost lock formation." Gongshu Isin was surprised. She looked at Fu Jiwen with disdain. She was about to scold him when suddenly, her eyes flashed with understanding. She immediately turned her head and stared at the 9 holes and the whirlpool in the middle of the holes. After a few minutes, she raised her head and laughed, "Ha ha ha, so that's it, so that's it. Songlangzi, you're really amazing. This junior has to prostrate himself in admiration." Then, Gongshu Isin turned her head and looked at Fu Jiwen. Her face was flushed with excitement. What's your name? Junior's name is Fu Jiwen. Fu Jiwen respectfully replied. Correct. Gongshu Isin nodded. What you said is very reasonable. But you're still wrong. Senior, please enlighten me. Fu Jiwen's expression didn't change. Gongshu Isin pointed at the 9 holes and said, on the surface, this formation looks like a Taoist sect formation. Even the spiritual power fluctuations inside are Taoist sect. But in fact, it's a pure origin formation. In other words, it's a Taoist sect formation set up with noble spirit. At first, I only thought that since it was a restriction to open the cave, it must be Senior Tsang Langzi's best formation. Moreover, this Misty Mountain Maze formation is a formation outside, while the inner layer is an origin formation and a Buddhist formation. The restriction to open the door must also be a formation. Who knew that Senior Tsang Langzi was so unexpected? He completely used Confucian techniques to set up a Taoist sect formation. I really don't understand. Gongshu Isin looked at Fu Jiwen with a smile. You're a Confucian cultivator. It's really rare that you know Taoist sect formations. Come, you're the only one here who knows about formations and how to use noble spirit. Help me. If you can break this restriction, I'll consider taking you as my disciple. A stunned expression appeared on Fu Jiwen's face. It seemed that when they were greeting each other earlier, he had already made it clear to this proud daughter of heaven that he was serving Xiaohua. But he didn't dare to offend Gongshu Isin, so he respectfully replied, yes, please enlighten me on how to break this formation. Immediately, Gongshu Isin transmitted her voice to Fu Jiwen as she pointed at the 9 holes and explained to him how to break the formation. After Gongshu Isin finished speaking, Fu Jiwen closed his eyes and thought for a moment. Then he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of Jin Qi. Inscriptions flew out one by one. Fu Jiwen made a hand seal and the inscriptions split into 3 groups in the air. Each group of inscriptions began to condense into 3 different inscriptions. The size of the inscriptions was the same, so it was obvious that they were the same inscriptions.